is it going to happen? Honestly.
I don't know. Every time, I guess.
I know.
It's all right. I want to go back to base anyway. It's fine. You know, looks like you might think about picking up some tranquil boots and move across this map a little bit more. And, well, taking advantage of a situation here.
Yeah.
Of course, this is Radiant side here, and they did manage to scan it.
So they know this is happening, but with no Tusk, they feel confident just running in. Already smoked up with 2. It's taking a little while to get here, and Arteezy coming in a little bit on the slow side to get into position. He's wanting to wait outside of it. Doesn't have a ton of mana.
It's got to be on Bryle, right? It's all on the roll. And then some Dawn.
They've got to. They need to take it down, and they're going to claim it. So they managed to get the Aegis. Now trying to get out, but tomorrow he's right on top of Arteezy. They find him and explode him. Oh, that Shadow Blade coming into play, and now Saberlight,
he's low.
In no man's land. I mean, they're going to run this guy down. Bryle finds the backlines. Both of the supports in trouble. Tomato, lane waste. Oh, that is not what Shopify were hoping. Everybody goes down.
Abed escapes with the Aegis, but that is not great. Man, try to sneak one away after they did the Tormentor. And what a scan as well from TSM. Not sure what vision helped them secure the knowledge that was happening, but what a great call.
Dude, you have this moment of realization where we look up and Tomato's on Arteezy, just destroyed, didn't get a spell off. Oh man.
Of course, as that's happening too, as you can see the heart gets delivered to Bryle, so level 15 with 3k HP. And then you're beginning a fight versus Bristle, who's already had like 30%.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, you had to tank through it. Again, it is that dynamic where you get a bunch of gold for TSM, more time out on the map to farm. Bryle, happy about that one for sure. But it is still Abed holding on to that Aegis. We'll see what they can do with this.
Oh, dude, all their stuff is such cheesy late game stuff.
Yeah.
It's such cheese. We got Dream Coil, Rapid Fire, Puck. We got this Dark Willow looking for all these late game talents. I think TSM have this giant window now where they just need to play some clean builds.
Right.
Get this big carry going. Tomato, take them to the top.
We'll see if he can manage to do it. I mean, he is definitely the carry in this game right now. He is going to hit so hard, going in for an Orchid next, hoping to find a way to maybe catch Abed unawares, because again, Abed has no survivability items right now.
Yeah, and part of the problem too is that it's a lot of burst, and you know, when you think about big saves from Elder Titan, it tends to be this like more predictable stuff. You know, like you have some crazy setup hero that's trying to do like multiple Kunkka plays or something like that. And it's like, oh, okay, he's about to torn over here, so I'm gonna have a little bit of time before the big burst damage comes in. CK just hops in, you're just gone.
Absolutely. Well, we are blessed this year to be able to hear into what the players were talking about. Let's hear it in that last fight.
He took the fucking Aegis and fuck guys, what the fuck is this? I don't have TP for top.
Alright, so maybe they have their own thoughts about the decision making there of that Aegis.
That's great. I love to hear that. Wonderful.
That was the average Shopify Rebellion fan right there. Actually, someone in the crowd right now. Why did they get a dub?
Unbelievable. All right.
Aegis.
Well, he is going to have that Aegis, and we've got the Aghanim Scepter coming out in about 2,000 gold. But yeah, a lead right now for TSM. We have to see what they can do to try and build upon this. Obviously, don't want to go for Puck at this point.
I mean, I see double Mage Slayer, you know?
Right.
I see a BKB that's still at 8 seconds. I want to see some tier 2s go down.
True enough.
That's what I'd like to see. I'm not scared of this Puck Aegis. You scared of a Puck Aegis?
I mean, maybe. You probably kill him as you come out of it, though, to be fair. Yeah, probably not. I mean, we'll see. TSM, again, you just don't want to give up any bad fights at this point. Do need to be careful, though, because there is this movement down bottom trying to find Kasane.
If he survives this, I will be so...
Smoke broke. Oh, they thought he was south. He went up to the north. Gets out of there. Now, does he realize that they're all right here? He's going to pass by them, heads on over to the creep wave, not aware of what's going on, throws out the hammer.
I think he knows.
All right, Shopify, do they want to chase this? Abed, eyes on him. Everybody's nearby. Kasane breaks the TP, and that's going to be an easy bring down.
I mean, that's supposed to be your free pick, right? Because you kind of know. Like, the Dawn's going to play this part of the map. They're going to be pushing either in your jungle or straight up to that top tower. Dawn's going to be waiting to use the Solar Guardian to get in. Not going to happen there. Tomato going to force out the glyph. And then probably consider going right back in.
On invis for Bryle. Visibility proved to be pretty effective in that last big engagement that happened. See if it happens again. Illusions are pushing out the top wave right now, cutting the creeps.
Yeah, use that Phantasm too, so the next creep wave comes in, just takes the tower for you, and that way Tomato can just keep on farming with his main hero and perhaps even link up to his team. They're doing a bit of chasing right now, though, with that Invis rune. Shielded and invisible. You know, Bryle just all ruined up right now. He's just all jittery.
Yeah, he's
Juiced up on everything.
hard to kill, that is for sure. With Dawnbreaker back
Yeah,
up.
with 1600 shield rune.
It's not fair, honestly. Oh, Tomato just passed by a sentry ward, though, so they'll at least know that he's heading down south. That tips off Shopify to avoid. I guess waiting now after the Maelstrom to go back for the BKB. Remembering that T-Gov segment. Actually, higher win rate without it.
Yes, has to avoid the BKB if possible.
Tomato still on the hunt, not finding anybody. And full Bloodthorn completed. He reveals himself on this ward, so they see this. On the side, do they realize where he's at? Yes, they will. Thinking about it. Oh, the roll. Bryle gets the silence onto 2, looks for more. Magnetize out, trying to follow up. Text now on the Fly. Fly is gone. Didn't stand a chance there. Can they chase for any more? Ari looking for a snowball, a shards, anything. Almost caught there onto Abed, but not quite going to connect. And again, they dodge. I mean, they've been doing a good job of staying away. When the fights eventually happen, TSM are definitely coming out on top, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem, though, is that these intervals are just too far between the kills for TSM. Like, they just need to get more kills right now.
Saberlight, jump forward, try to kill him off. Hard start to kill, but they do eventually get him. But Abed goes down to Tomato. That was the reveal. The Bloodthorn doing massive work, and now trying to take down Saberlight. Can they bring him down too? Instead pulls a crit. Tomato, this guy's unstoppable. He puts his sights on you. You are going to die. TSM, every fight has gone their way.
This is so what they needed right now, too. Puck going down, that's the hero that's going to be the one who actually like mocks you into these attempted sieges on these tier 2s. So if they want to just like follow that wave mid, could be an option for them. They're not committing to it, though. They're just playing mega safe and looking to probably cement some vision up in this part of the map here.
Yeah.
Gonna take that outpost, knock it down.
Heads on off. And full Mjolnir done. Have yet to see Arteezy in a fight or even hit that many heroes. Has just been farming this entire time, hoping to get towards a position where they can take a favorable fight. Again, like, you think about the big combo that can happen later. Dream Coil, Terrorize, Connection, the stuns, right clicks, it's all there, but will they be able to get that fight, or is TSM going to be too big by the time it finally happens?
It's very reminiscent of these like core Witch Doctor games.
Right.
It's like, if they hit the big ulti, it is absolutely insane and you will all die. But you look at that compared to something like a CK where it should be a little bit easier to execute, you're hoping. Especially if Tomato probably angles it towards some sort of a blink item next.
Right.
Just try and secure the ease of these fights. At this point, they're definitely just playing for the next Roche. Take down this tier 2, great job. And then just try and secure the next Aegis. It will be a daytime Roche as well, which is good news for them since they're on the Radiant side, so they have control over that bottom outpost there, can TP in with buybacks potentially. Makes their lives a little bit easier. Their Wisdom Rune is also still up right now, so hopefully that doesn't get stolen away from them, but it could be a good opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to get a little something here on the map.
Trying to do what they can, but meanwhile, down bottom lane, you still have to deal with creeps in the base, popping Phantasm, sends him back into... Oh, he's sending in a little sneaky play here by Tomato.
Oh yeah, okay. Hoping that someone will TP back.
Yeah, and maybe gonna go for just one straight up kill. We'll see what ends up happening, but for now, they're bringing in numbers. Tomato, he's very far forward, Shadow Blade to get away, but they take a long time, and the tower takes a ton of damage.
He's kind of doing his best Jug impression here, right? You know, he's got BKB, TP.
Right.
Not too concerned.
Close are we? I mean, again, it's really far from any of
that
the
was
big
a fast Roche, eh?
Oh yeah, that was instant.
That thing's right back up. So we got a smoke out of the base here from Shopify Rebellion. Are they gonna find somebody? Again, very impressed, honestly, with how much they've dodged.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like TSM, they have a Earth Spirit mid, they got Tusk, they had early shard on Grimstroke too, so you can kind of feel really bold about it. The only thing they're really lacking, I guess, would be like a blink on CK in terms of like the catchability of these heroes, right? All combined with Solar Guardian.
Bryle reveals Dream Coil, but he got the roll off. able to dodge that one. Really huge play from Bryle. He gets caught there. That could go so south so quickly. And now Shopify, they have to back out. They got to go grab the wave.
And if they check Roach right now.
I know.
No Dream Coil.
This would be the window. Ari heads right on over, but Fly is going to see it too.
Okay, that's big.
So they're aware at the very least of what's happening.
Ooh, Tomato just got Divine Shell.
Oh.
Great item there on the CKs. Might save you in a bad situation.
They're just giving it up, I think. Yeah, deciding that they don't want to go on in and contest the Roche, I guess. So they take Tormentor, get the Aghanim Shard onto Arteezy.
That's going to be really good for his Cursed Crown. What a helpful shard.
Oh, no. Maybe he takes a value point into who knows. But 32 minutes in, and TSM claiming a second Aegis. Gonna try and close this game out here if they can. I mean, again, we're waiting for that fight for Shopify, but can't wait forever.
The cheese is even on Bryle here.
Yeah.
Like, how's he gonna die? I guess he doesn't have a Dispel still, so that's kind of huge.
Well, we are almost at BKB for Arteezy. Abed is queuing one up after that last death that he had. Anything else really that's coming out soon for the rest of Shopify to help them? Not seeing a whole lot yet.
Honestly, the Spirit Vessel from Crit could have so much value in this fight. If they don't get I mean, do you really want to commit Inkswell to like remove Spirit Vessel? Probably not, right? So there is a chance that Bryle could overcommit and get Spirit Vessel and a bit surprised.
That's a fair point.
Because like you know he's kind of big initiation right now.
I mean, he is still incredibly hard to kill. Has the god items of Heart, Blade Mail.
It's rather large. It's true.
Yes. As well as the cheese.
And perhaps a little bit of help from a Dawnbreaker as well.
True. All right, BKB done. What can they do in this fight?
If this works, and the way that Shopify have played, this is like their dream way to play Dota. This is exactly what they wanted. This is what they've been searching for all year.
Exactly.
How do we just farm as passively as possible and then just win the game?
I mean, it'd be pretty cool. Ward down. Bryle rolls in very aggressively into this area, and the rest of Shopify, they back out. Bristleback now has the Sanjin Kaya done. They've gathered all the items, gotten everything that they want. Will this finally be the fight? Or TSM even going to give them the opportunity to? I mean, they still have 3 minutes left on this Aegis, and I think that's full heart on now on CK.
Still no mobility, though.
Oh, kick onto one. Saberlight pushed back. Now the fear, the damage. It starts raining down on top of him, but the snowball save is there. Okay, now rolling in far forward. This is already BKB used. Do they have the damage that they need? Yes, indeed. They take down two. Streaming forward, hunting for Tomato, looking for Kasane. Tomato might be able to get out of here. Although the invis slowing down. No, Saberlight doesn't fully commit for it. But that's the combo.
Oh, man.
That's what they've been waiting for.
Okay, all right. A bit of Dream Coil, bit of Rapid Fire, bit of Shadow Realm. That was a lot of damage.
I'm pretty sure that Arteezy doubled his damage throughout the game in this fight.
Yeah, he just did 4,200, so you know, more than the entirety of TSM right there.
Yep.
And yeah, he did.
Yep.
Yeah,
Doubled the damage in one fight. That's how this is going to work. We'll see what TSM are going to do.
This is bad news, Gabe.
Oh wait, TSM?
What?
Again? Oh no, the Tormy! Racking up the kills in this one.
This guy's unstoppable. Both supports.
Very good. Well, 4K separating them. And still 2 minutes left on the Aegis. TSM gonna have to lick their wounds and get back to it now. Our Shopify up in this top lane set to get a little bit of structural damage done to their own. Oh man. 35 minutes in and it feels like the game's just starting. Tomato steps up. Don't have vision. They pop the dust. See him now. Abed onto one. That's going to be a good connection. Takes away their save in the Tusk. And now Tomato starting to rack through the damage. Look at the Willow. Look at the damage. The right clicks are there, down to almost fully dead in one round of Shadow Realm. This is scary, Trent.
Yeah, it's only a minute left on the Aegis anyway, I guess, but kind of frightening how quickly you might be able to lose it in a situation like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, the inability to take the tier 2s is just killing them right now. Like, they were so slow getting it done. Like, sure, they're all knocked down now, but it feels like this whole window that they had is just missing. And, like, now it's here. The beast has emerged.
All right, they need more blade mails. More blade mails is the only option. Might die just from full if those right clicks are streaming out from the Dark Willow.
So currently it's a 5-second gap, right?
Yeah.
And Coddle's level 15.
Right.
Has CDR reduction 6.
Need to be careful though. Tomato, he's again caught. Image starting to come forward. Dawnbreaker ultimate already connecting. Tomato dead. That's Aegis down. Now Abed, soulbound together. Crit in no man's land. He's in trouble. They get the silence now onto Arteezy. Do they have anybody that can find him though and deal the damage that they need? They've already taken down another. Ryle turned upon. Snowball save for the moment. Good damage out onto Fly. He's gone. And it's going to be a TP away for the Willow. Saberlight going to be brought down. Oh, just turns. Hard to kill this guy. 3-second stun, but once they finally isolate, they'll kill Saberlight as well.
Yeah, definitely need that combo, right? It is finicky.
Yes.
They need things to go well. Abed got really low there, barely able to survive and escape out of that fight. Great damage in that one as well there from Bryle. And he still has that cheese too.
Oh yeah. Well, this one might require a couple of buybacks. You have 60 seconds before the Bristle is going to respawn. And do TSM want to try their luck going high ground into this? Man, it's tough. It's not easy at all.
Shopify are thinking ahead right now on the supports though. They're trying to go for 4 staffs because like I think Tomato knows he needs Blink, right? So he just wants to like Blink stun Arteezy. And then if he does that, he's BKB'd or something. They don't really have any good saves, assuming there's any sort of detection there from TSM. So they're just gonna try and like force staff away essentially.
Okay.
Like what else can you do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of your only option. Unless we're gonna get some Wind Wakers.
Wind Wakers is probably a little ways off, but the rate that this game is going, it makes it feel like we might see them.
You might as well just start prepping for them at this point.
Honestly. You can see Dota Plus win probability up at 62%. Do kind of wonder if that's factoring into it, the insane damage that can happen. I mean, again, we saw in that last fight, if it's not done perfectly, this Rebellion draft very much falls apart. It's a tall tower on some shaky foundation.
And this is where you make this one change for Tomato, right? He gets rid of the treads and he puts in the Blink. Right?
Okay.
I've just been waiting for this for like 20 minutes, but I get it. I understand why it takes this long in the CK and why you have to really be sure, like, okay, we are just committing for fights now. That's the life that we're leading, and we can just win this game. Like, if I get the kill, do we win the game? Yes. Okay, I'll buy Blink. You know, I'll make the big commitment right now.
Tomato needs to be that guy. He's 10,000 net worth ahead of the next highest in the game. And if he can find the right avenue, he can get the right hero caught out of position, he can win his team this entire one here.
Yeah, I mean, that could be Saberlight. Could be a Blink into immediate break if he wants to go that way. It could be Abed too, right? Abed still, you know, he doesn't have a Lincoln's or anything.
A lot of bounty runes down there for old Saberlight. And TSM threatening high ground. Necessitating Shopify Rebellion response, which is taking a little bit of time to come, and they're just going to claim a good chunk of the damage onto that tower.
Bryle with an interesting tactic there, spinning and waving in front of the tower, trying to entice them.
I like that.
Yeah.
Rotating out, going bottom, hoping to find somebody. And Shopify holding this high ground. Honestly, if he steps too far forward, he can die too. But no, now that Arteezy's TPing away, it's not going to happen.
Arteezy, speaking of dying, doubling up on the survivability, going to that Lincoln Sphere. So, same build that we were seeing at Ashiro before. Just trying to live, because it's all just about damage and attack speed. That's the goals that we're looking for here. And the other goal is Roche, which is back in about 35 seconds, right here. And once again, going to be Radiant side. So, the rolls have been very kind towards TSM in terms of the timings everyone's been killing Roche, and then the actual respawn times. And now look at these big level 25 towns. We got level 25. We got Roche coming up. We got Blink Dagger, CK. Surely this is the time where they're gonna win the fight.
We'll
right?
see.
Shopify, on the other hand, though, they're just thinking, like, we're going to hit the stream coil.
Yep.
Arteezy is going to Shadow Realm. It's going to be sick.
I mean, to be honest, it is a scary situation because if you do manage to find it, the Dream Coil, even if Arteezy dies, Abed's starting to deal some serious damage himself. He's got the full Mjolnir completed, trying to queue into the Refresher next. Now, it is a very short respawn time on Roche, but TSM has not checked it yet. They're still a little bit spread out, and, well, first point of contact, Saberlight running down is going to find Whitemon, and that should be a quick one. As they got him in their sights, kill him off. Trying to collapse in on the rest of them. Ari off to the side. Saberlight runs right by him, gets the blink away, but a little bit far forward, and now the fight for Tiernate over on the other angle. Dawnbreaker ultimate down, Bryle connecting, killing Fly. Saberlight throwing out those quill sprays. Bryle rolls back in onto Saberlight. Abed is there, but they're having to back away. TSM all together. Inkswell onto Tomato. Turns, wants to get a stun. This Soulbind is going to connect onto both, and now the roll through. Kasane gets the heal back up from the Luminosity, and then the snowball save. That is what they needed. Arteezy under control, down to half HP, goes back into the Shadow Realm, and finally, they're going to bring him down. Kasane with the triple kill. He was so close to dying. Unbelievable. TSM trying to play cleanup as finally this moment has opened up for themselves. The snowball means that Saberlight is going to get controlled. Still dealing a lot of damage though, but Tomato moves back in, 3-second stun. Godlike.
It was right back to the laning stage right there. It was Ari and Kasane just jumping on top of Arteezy and blowing him up with the Walrus Punch and just the big damage there from that Dawnbreaker. Absolutely smoking him.
Man, that was so close to bringing him down too. That last swipe of the Luminosity heal brought him back up to surviving, and then of course that snowball save like you're talking about. Clutch stuff for TSM, and now a 10k gold lead and going to claim Roche.
And Shopify, they want these centralized fights here. This fight, we're everywhere. We're all over the map here right now, right? This is already after the Dream Coil. Like, it's dropped down right there. It gets a couple, but then it's not quite all this like amazing damage that you're hoping for. You're looking for this like absolutely wild combo.
And of course the chase down, you can see here trying to focus, kill him off, get so close and bam, back up. He was so on the edge.
And look, Arteezy's still at full health right now.
Yeah.
And he gets punch, swipe, swipe, boom.
Would have been able to get off a bunch more damage if not for that blow up there that came out from the Dawnbreaker, and now you're in a world of hurt. It's going to be a tough time going forward here.
Oh, buddy. Phantasm Aghanims as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we got a couple illusions all around the map now.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting couple of minutes here. I mean, it's still not easy going high ground against this lineup, but with double cheese and Aegis, you feel like you should be able to make some type of a play. But maybe that's what the Phantasm's for. Just send all the illusions in.
Well, I know I've heard you say never go high ground.
Yes.
Is now the time.
I mean,
are they
with
permitted?
Illusions? With illusions?
Should they apply for a permit?
I think,
is this like building a gate?
I think you never go high ground, Trent. I think that's the reality. Ari, don't die. Blinks away. Oh my god. Oh, what does he have right there? That's not the block of cheese, is it? No.
Oh, dude. How could you do that?
I wanted to see it. He eats the cheese, though.
Imagine the first block of cheese happened at TI.
That'd be crazy.
It'd be fitting.
Well, 17,000 net worth lead at the moment for TSM, and still don't feel entirely safe going high ground, so the illusions are being sent in.
It's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other options were maybe giving it over to Ari, right? I mean, he's trying to farm towards his own Aghanims. It's not the most reliable game, though, for pumping someone out with the Ags of a big Walrus kick and just, like, giving yourself the win. Right. I guess Solar Guardian could have been pretty good, too, for Sonic. You know? Reject Scrooge McDuck to get Donald Duck.
Okay.
That's what they were talking about, I think.
Yeah, that's the one.
Makes a lot of sense.
You know, I will say that I think the focus that we've seen from TSM on the killing Fly pretty continuously has been a huge part of their success in these fights, because that natural order can really start to rack up when you pair it with all this magical damage that they've got.
Well, both ways too, right? Like, if he gets into the fight with the bristle.
Well, that's a scary position to be in, but he decides to go for more. Still has that shield run, keeping him very survivable, but interrupting it. Saberlight gets to the far side, and now the Phantasm don't have enough. Even when he walks in alone, they just can't do anything. Too tough. And in the meantime, down bottom, Tomato spammed his illusions onto the melee racks, and they got to deal with that quickly. We'll bring them down, though.
And this is working out really well, though. I mean, it's a slow siege, but you understand the risk here, right? This is an extremely high ground defending team. Like, this is what they want to do. They want to catch you in like a 3-4 hero dream coil. They want Arteezy just sitting there doing his thing. And they're going to try and break that up, though. Ari, no buyback. He goes all in. He just buys the eggs.
Oh.
Says, team, I got this. So,
well, you know, he's the first player from Britain to play at TI. He's taking a little bit of football here. He's going to play in the tufts, trying to kick people back and away.
It's a little more American football, I think. I think he's trying to convert a bit here, right? Through the uprights.
Silence. Roll, catches, decides to go for crit instead of the Willow. Now throwing out the damage, controlling onto Bryle. He's dying, eats the cheese a whole second round. So much damage out from that Willow. When left alone, can they do enough though? Abed chase, he doesn't quite manage to connect, and there's the TP out.
Tomato?
Willow not around anymore, but Tomato dying. The Saberlight. He's got the bug on him, but it just doesn't look like it's gonna matter. Do they have enough to kill him off in time, trying to kill him? And yes, they do. TSM taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage, and everybody ends up falling.
The Dream Coil is kind of feeling like it's tickling if it's just the individual heroes there. I mean, how much did Bryle just tank in that fight?
It was so much.
I feel like all of the damage done was mostly on Bryle. You know, he's just like making his way through the engagement. They're chasing him over and over, popping a cheese, still surviving. Got off 2 rounds with the Shiva's guard to boot.
And just like that, I mean, there's no buyback on the Bristle, no buyback on the ET. You're going to have to do this one with just a couple of heroes at this point as they even break through backdoor protection and start to lay out on it. They're going straight in. Why not? Tier 4 towers. Who needs to go get the racks? Trying to end this game right now. Arteezy coming back in, but he's on the far side of the map. Goes for the terrorize play with a blink forward. Tomato dodges it immediately onto him. Goes for the silence. Nothing there. In trouble. Forestaff tries to get away. Lane into Ari, but he's gone.
That's it.
Arteezy dead. 100 seconds. TSM clean up.
Really a draft kind of built from the ground up, I feel like, right? Getting super solid lanes, some nice combos, nothing complicated, just Grimstroke, CK. Lots of synergy in the laning stage, lots of synergy throughout the game. Grimstroke proving to be a solid hero throughout the entire thing because you have this hard dispel the team's been utilizing a lot with the Shard. And then, of course, on the other side of the map, Dawnbreaker Tusk.
Absolutely.
Worked fantastically well as well.
A really impressive showing. The crowd giving a little bit of love here. Got to give highlights there to Tomato. Guy went in 12, 1, and 6 at 32,000 damage, one of the highest in the game, and just never looked back. A really impressive showing from him. And for Shopify now, need to come up with some answers for what they want to do in game number 2. I got to say, CK looks scary, man. This hero's crazy.
Yeah, combined with the flexibility too, being able to move around the lanes, I think that's a super important aspect of why you're going to see it. I think it could easily have gone to Kasane with a couple points in this draft, and partially why Shopify felt compelled to address it too, some of their own picks. So really nicely done here from TSM. And moving forward here, like Shopify, I don't think you can try and just count on this like late game idea next time.
No, definitely not. Well, we'll see what the panel thinks and what their remedies are as we head on back to them.
We're going to focus on everything that TSM did right here because Purge, you were talking about, especially you, Purge, you were saying that this Earth Spirit's just going to get this vessel run around. I mean, he was very active. He was shutting it down, and they focused a lot on Arteezy, making sure this Dark Willow wasn't going to be able to hit any item timings early for himself.
Yeah, I was wrong. He didn't buy a Vessel.
No.
He went Blade Mail instead, which was really cool because if you're playing carry Dark Willow, you're just like, go ahead, hit me. You have 2,000 HP and you're invisible. So, yeah, it was basically pressure. They sometimes lost 2 heroes to kill Arteezy, but he kind of needs to like farm constantly to keep net worth even with CK. And CK died like once as well, but then CK did more on the map than Arteezy did. So it felt to me that the tempo was just too high for TSM. Yeah.
It feels like one of those moments at TI where you see other teams performing well with a hero or a concept, and you try and kind of take it for yourself, but you haven't really done the homework really to understand why. Like, you got a Dark Willow here. It's pretty cool. You know, he's farming quite a lot, but then the rest of the draft doesn't really complement the Willow perfectly. You know, Bristle wants to make moves and make space for your Willow. ET wants to protect the Willow. Kottle's enabling a Bristle. Like, everything's a little bit off. Like, I mentioned it during the draft, like, when Bristle's the only hero that can stand up front and start a fight and soak up an engagement, yes, you can counterplay, but that's no way to really play out the map. And with TSM, all 5 of their heroes love taking fights in the map. They love punishing a weak front line. And Bristle, yes, very tanky, but he can't tank literally everything on TSM by himself.
I mean, there was the thing that you were saying, Sheep, that a Dark Willow carry could potentially play by itself if you get enough save items. And when we were looking at those Dark Willow items, there wasn't that Silver's Edge or that Wind Waker that we saw Shiro picking up in the LGD game. So maybe a slight difference as well in the itemization could have still worked and not needed to have as much team synergy if those items were slightly different.
Yeah, I guess like there's issues like he went Mjolnir to help deal with the CK and stuff like that. He got Silver Edge very later. He went for Linken's. His item build felt weird, mostly because I think TSM played so well because they were finding him, right? You had Bryle, who was always like finding his way into the thick of things, super hard to kill. You had the Shadow Blade on Tomato CK. Like we saw a clip just then on the highlight reel of like them playing this Roche. They get the Aegis, but Arteezy thinks he's in a good position, but he's been found out. Like they did such a good job of scouting him and pressuring him in fights and making it hard for him. Like pre-BKB, I think he struggled hard too. I do think he played poorly, sad to say, but I think that when you looked at the map for the first 20 minutes, he's constantly farming this top part on the outer parts of the map, and honestly, like plus to TSM, they went up there, ganked him and put a ward down, and then ganked him there again and really pressured him. But I think he could have played more with his team. I just think that Willow is not like this weak hero that only has to farm.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean that Bristle as well, like you're saying, when they're focusing so much on Arteezy, did have farm. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Bristle wasn't able to carry the game towards the end. TSM doing so much for themselves. They knew their win condition. They executed it pretty much perfectly. Were able to capitalize on every timing they had for themselves. But we're going to have a little bit of a breakup here. We're not going to talk about TSM Shopify Rebellion. Instead, we're going to have a chat with Tsunami.
We can talk about the region that they're participating in right now, though, because it's North American Dota. The only thing that kind of has me a little bit apprehensive is that despite it being an NA versus NA match, there aren't any Americans playing. Bulba's the only USA player that's participating in this match, so maybe we can broaden our horizons a bit. We can modernize it a little bit. My friend, introduce yourself and tell me where you're from.
Hey, my name's David, coming from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, and how about yourself?
My name's Manny, also from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, a lot of British Columbians. So then, why don't we indulge you then? How about you guys want to do a Canada chant instead of the USA? We do the USA all the time. How about a Canada? You ready? All right, 1, 2, 3, Canada! All right, that's good. That's good. I like it. But this is the road to the international. It's a very multicultural game that we play. Any Abed fans in the house right now? All right. So why don't we treat them? How about a Philippines? Philippines. 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 All right. All right. I mean, I like it, but you know the classic. You mind indulging me? Can we just do a USA for old time's sake? All right. You guys ready? On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. USA! 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 Oh, wait, actually, guys, listen. It's a little known fact. Anytime there's a USA chant at a sporting event, a bald eagle gets a second set of wings. Warms my heart to hear. But I don't want to leave out my panelists either, so I'll give it back to Nat with a Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi! Tsunami, he's so cultured, he knows. I don't know if I heard any other Australians in the crowd, but you better have been doing that one with me there. A very Australian calling. That's how you can find us in any crowd.
That makes sense.
I didn't.
3 of you.
You actually didn't know? All 3 of us. I think there is. No, there's 4 of us. No, there's more. There's 6 of us.
Oh, okay. I just assumed it was U+2.
No, there are more. There are more in the
In
crowd.
the room or?
No, in this specific convention center, this specific room. I
You
know
guys
there
know
is.
each other, huh?
Oh yeah, it's a real small, tight-knit community. But we could look towards Game 2 for this series because there's a lot going on. It's an elimination one, okay? We're in the lower bracket, backs against the walls. Do you feel that Shopify have that mentality to be able to bounce back, Purge?
I mean, they switched up their draft. They tried something new. That was encouraging to me. But I think Dark Willow is a little farm heavy. if you do want to participate more in the fights, like Sheep said, which is a good idea, it needs to work. If you run across the map to go gank and it fails, then you're going to get massively outfarmed by these traditional carries that have built-in farm mechanisms. So they can try to do something like that again, or maybe they'll go to comfort and go back to normal meta stuff. But I just feel like TSM's a step ahead here.
Look, it could be their last game that we're seeing in the road to the international for them. This 5-stack, or 4-stack I should say, outside of Saber has been together for a very long time. It is a big one for them. We're going to see if they're going to be participating any further in the road to international. But for now, with their backs against the walls, let's have a look and know some more about Shopify Rebellion.
We had a bit of a rough group stage. I think not as good as we would have hoped for.
A cataclysm for the ages, but it is going to be Liquid remaining supreme.
Yeah, they're gonna take this one. They're gonna clean it up nice and fast here.
I mean, I think a big goal for the group stages was, no matter what, like, just don't get last in the group. Don't play Team Spirit round 1. And then we had to play Team Spirit round 1.
Shopify, unfortunately, not able to put the pieces together and will be playing in the lower bracket.
But at the same time, I think we got the most out of it while not getting eliminated, so there's some positive to it, you know? Usually losing is learning, so it could be worse.
A lot of these young players, they play like all day, so being able to match that as you grow older is definitely the harder part.
I think probably individually from my role is just being adaptable to what the meta is, you know, and like use what you can and still be your own player. I think that's probably the biggest thing, because this year's been like some weird position 4 heroes coming in, like some techies out of nowhere, you know. So yeah, it took a bit of adapting, and I think it's helped me become a better player.
For me, number one, like the next like short-term goal is like making sure that no matter what, we're able to play a Clement Glitch. To see feel the passion and emotions, and not just out of the game, but in the game and in the back room, and going through all like the strategy and gameplay things. Like it's like my favorite part. So just getting to that, and obviously past that long term is winning. But just want to get the Clement Glitch.
That is a great short-term goal, and they can still make it happen. They're not out just yet. They are down 1 game in this best of 3, but they have to get through this one. They have to be able to make a comeback, and then also another best of 3 on top of that one later today. So that's game 1. You already mentioned, Purge, some change-ups that could potentially happen for them, but TSM really did have their numbers. I want to go back to this game 1, look at these stats, because the numbers are impeccable. You talked about Tomato, how he only died 1. I mean, this man went 12, 1, and 6. Like, that as a position 1 is insane, as well as Kasane doing so much, and Bryle too, having 22 assists for himself, Sheep.
They all played phenomenally. That's kind of where I was going earlier when I talked about how Arteezy was never really a part of the game, right? I felt like TSM always were together. They were always doing things. They connected so nicely across the map. It kind of brings in like the global that Purge talked about earlier in his bit. Is that you have this Dawnbreaker. It's so easy for them to bring their heroes together and do stuff, whereas Shopify felt way more disconnected. And that just reflects in all of their KDA and how easily they could take these fights.
I think it's also the heroes they chose. Elder Titan, I feel like, doesn't fit very well into this play on the map type thing, because while your laning stage is okay, while your ulti does percentage-based damage, very good at killing CK, and you're amplifying your team's damage, you're not always very useful at gank add-ons. It's like you are there to amplify other people's damage. That means it's still going to take a lot of heroes to get kills out of it. Whereas if you looked at TSM's draft, every single one of their 5 heroes is good at making a gank happen somewhere on the map. That gives them more options, they're more likely to be successful, and they're more mobile. So these are upper hands that they had in the draft.
Yeah, I also like how Ari, in the early game, how he makes those moves. He connects into a safe lane, so he kind of amplifies Tomato's early game. Kasane takes the hit in net worth, but then they make that smoke move to kill Arteezy, so the time that you've lost on farming on your Dawnbreaker, it comes back with just 1 clutch pick-off on the enemy carry, so like the lanes just go perfectly, and they're able to keep up and not ever get out-farmed, and then in your stride, they just win all the fights. So I think their position 4 from TSM as well was quite a pivotal part in getting themselves into such a dominant mid-game.
Yeah, well, in that piece as well, speaking of position 4s, we heard Crit talking about how it's just been a weird year for him as a pos 4, this change up towards more ranged pos 4s, whereas he is normally inclined towards the melee. But we're still seeing Tusk being picked up. We've seen Tiny as well in group stages. Do you think with the potential of this being their last game for the road to the international to just go for that comfort, try and make it work for yourself. Know that this is what you can do, and you've won on this. You've been able to build, drafts around it before, so kind of rely heavily on that.
They honestly need to do that, I feel like, especially when you're one game away from getting eliminated. Like when you think about Shopify, they are like the kings of consistency, where it's like the meme, of course, like, oh, Volva picks our bed Storm Spirit, right? But like that type of concepts have allowed them to always be at the top, because they pick the best. You have to counter it. If you don't, you just lose the game, right? And we kind of haven't seen that so far at this road to the international. It's been a lot of, let's try a bit of this, try a bit of that, let's copy that. It's like we're not seeing their own homework bleed into the stage, right? So hopefully in this next game from them, they have just like the Shopify strat that they have, which is their true identity, and then they can actually muscle up against TSM.
Do we think TSM has that identity, a similar one, or because they are such young players that right now they are able to be molded, that Moon, their coach, is able to kind of draft whatever he wants for them, and that is that advantage as well. That's why we're able to see something like that, them able to adapt quickly to this meta that you mentioned.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think TSM has been playing their own style since the group stage. Shopify might be forced to pivot, and that's going to be a lot harder for them.
All right, well, the players are walking back out. TSM obviously having the confidence. Moon clapping and riling up the crowd there for TSM. I'm not sure what to expect, Sheep. I need some guidance here. What can we have faith in?
All right, we can have faith in the desperate struggle. Whoever loses the series is the third best in NA. You don't want to be the third best in NA. You gotta keep fighting. You gotta get stronger. You gotta get hype. You gotta bring out your classics. I don't know. I think TSM are way more fun with their drafts and playstyle right now. And Shopify, they didn't seem confident in that strat.
Yeah, we had our video earlier from Shopify. I think it's only fair that we have one for TSM as well in their road to the international.
Snaking, Tomato gone, White Mon looking next, Geomagnetic Grip hits onto both of them. They'll even throw a blood grenade. They get the kill on Ari. Starbreaker was landing there and taking out this Tusk, and it's a full team wipe as Tundra lose nothing.
We got destroyed by Tundra. After that, we learned a lot. You know, sometimes you get destroyed and then you're like, that's when you learn the most. So after that, we started giving it back to other teams.
Talon losing 3. Talon about to lose a 4th member of their team with Q. Can't even kill Ari.
Every time you expect us to win, we will probably lose. And every time you expect us to lose, we'll probably make a win. So that's how our group stage went 4-4. I think Dota is really a team game now. If you ask other players, they think something similar where individual play is kinda losing value over the years. Not that you need to have it, but like it doesn't define games anymore. So I could have played the best, but we probably still lose. And if I play the best and I get mad towards my teammates because I play the best and they didn't, then that's only gonna create a snowball towards getting last place. It really is off pressure. I really learned to like turn the pressure into just like be thankful for like playing Dota and all that. So I'm just happy to be another TI, you know. So like when I'm an old man, I'll be like, oh, you went to 3 TIs. And you know, I look back and be like, oh yeah, I tried really hard. So like, I really enjoy the process. When you do things bad, it only allows you to do them better. So I have this mindset that really allows me to play bad, and I don't feel bad. I feel like all I have to do is when it matters, I have to know what to do. And we're getting to the point where like when it's gonna matter soon. So the learning experience has gone by.
That is so heartwarming to hear Tomato, the way that he's been able to grow throughout, you know, international showings for himself, his years as a pro player. So he's able to now channel that pressure into something else for himself, and he just wants to be able to look back fondly on these days for himself too.
Yeah, I think it's just cool to see like players just mature over the years, right? You know, when you think like Tomato, one of the younger players, but still he's speaking as if he's like some mid-30-year-old man who's like seen the whole life before him, you know, but he's still a relatively young player. So no, it's cool to see players just mature and kind of realizing what you need to do nowadays to succeed in this game.
And he's run the gambit as well. I remember the Stockholm Major, he got to finals, he lost it. I saw him at the after party, he looked depressed, so depressed. So he's been through those tough times, learned from it, and I love his outlook now, it's great.
Yeah, it's really nice to hear that, and they don't really have that pressure on themselves. It's this lower bracket, but there's always going to be an ounce of pressure for that one, right? Knowing that it's a lower bracket, but he's just like, I get to look back. We made it out of groups. It's better than last year for themselves. So already a big props. They're 1 game up in this best of 3, but it is time that we move and look towards game 2.
Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. Game 2.
We're going to need some solid strats coming out from Shopify if we want to see a game number 3. That's what you really wanted to see, Sheep. You wanted this NA bloodbath to go the full distance. Some drafts, some bans in the drafts have already come out of here. So TSM is still going for that tree for themselves. In fact, I think the only change-up ban for them is the Bristle.
Oh yeah, that Bristle ban is pretty nice. I think that hero was like very annoying last game because whilst like the best thing I saw from Shopify in that game was at least while Arteezy was being focused down and like being chased around the map, Bristle was farming pretty well and he was kind of an issue for a little while. They're just removing that issue now.
Yeah. And already I'm seeing like one key component here. Now you've got most likely the mid Primal Beast. You're going to seek that fight, seek the engagement, and if you have Sable out on the same concept of hero, it's 2 cores, a couple of supports. Like you're bringing the full team to make that space for Arteezy, rather than that previous game, which was, again, quite a lost draft when you think about Shopify and how they normally play their game.
And it leaves them flex potential as well with the CK now being banned in the first phase, because that's just such a lane-defining carry right now that can survive through almost anything. So Shopify's opener looks pretty safe, and TSM's going to respond with the Shadow Demon.
Very nice counter to the Primal Beast, especially if you, I mean, they could lane it into it if they want to, but just of course throughout the game, having that disruption, saving that hero, putting the slows on them as well. If they do lane it into Primal, then, because obviously being off lane, you can just stop him from getting on top of your hero and just make that distance. But
and the skill that everyone forgets exists, Disseminate, amplifies the damage that somebody takes. Very good against these tanky heroes. So.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great pickup for themselves then, because this Primal, I mean, there's not too much difference in the build that he does go for, so we know he's going to become that tanky boy. Some more bans coming out, Spec, Kunkka. What are TSM going to do with their one ban? What do they have to look towards setting up for themselves?
Probably something that combos well with Primal Beast is what they're thinking, or maybe like a lane matchup that where Shadow Demon might be a little too weak in the lane, because that can be one of his weaknesses. He can do lots of Shadow Poison damage, but if you're against some like Tusk plus Dawn dual lane, Shadow Demon can look pretty weak very quickly.
Yeah, maybe just a ban that sets up their next picks. I don't think there's anything, I don't really think you want to be defending your Shadow Demon pick. It is just a support. It's rather like what cores are we thinking of, and let's protect that. I like the response to Primal Beast. I do think that Primal has looked like one of the strongest heroes in this tournament by far. Like the damage he does throughout the whole game, even if you have like Shadow Demon and you hit your ult on him and you're not letting him just trample all over everything. I think the biggest thing I like about Primal is his ability to kind of get out and then re-engage with his Q.
The thing though, when we talk about Shopify, it's the game where they are backs against the wall, could get eliminated. Primal Beast, they played it once 28 days ago, again 4 months ago, another time 7 months ago. They started, of course, in Lima Major, where they lost twice with it, when it was kind of his big entry.
Yeah, I was going to ask,
really
like, what is the history for Shopify and Primal?
Bad. There we go.
Oh, okay. And where has he not mostly been played for this team? It's obviously different, right? Primal, the hero himself, is changing, but always mid?
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm quickly scrolling through multiple drafts here, but it's been a little bit mid. Yeah, basically mid every time I feel if I quickly glance through, but the fact that I can count on like 2 hands how many times they've hit Primal throughout the entire year, whilst other teams are rushing towards it every time. Again, it's a hero that obviously they have played immensely in their pubs, right?
Yeah.
But competitively, it's not been at the top of the Shopify kind of playbook.
Well, talking about not being at the top competitively, Magnus, we are going to be seeing him. We saw him yesterday. It went mid for LGD. Where do we see it going for TSM?
I assume it's probably mid. I think it's kind of a cool hero in the meta right now because it's guaranteed to farm with the skills that you have. You don't have to worry about some Midas thing to have super high net worth. So that means you can spend your gold on something like a Blink that allows you to make action happen and also accelerate a carry or other hero on your team if you want to. All item independent, so that's a cool thing the Mag brings right now.
Yeah. And if it is in mid, then the Primal with the Trample, you naturally want to play inside the lane, so Magnus being melee here as well, Shockwave into Skewer, get him under tower. Now you're not actually pressuring, you're actually killing him on the Mag into Primal matchup, if this is the mid versus mid.
I don't know, I'm leaning towards Shopify right now in general. I just think when I see Magnus, the whole thing of when Team Spirit won TI was that you played around the shot and the Skewer, and that was like what made Magnus so powerful, but then after that was sort of nerfed. Now he is weaker, and you aren't going to be able to just outplay a Primal whose cooldowns are so low that he can just keep going in and out. Like, you have to be able to kill this guy. And now you have a Phoenix on top healing with no real anti-heal on TSM so far. On top of that, being able to use the egg to counteract this RP is going to be really nice and powerful as well.
What if they pair it with like a Bloodseeker or something? Then you get damage from Skewer with the Rupture. It's a good empower target. Kills
That
the
would
egg
be
a little
hilarious,
bit.
you know, with a crowd as well.
I mean, there's nothing funnier than somebody getting ruptured in you.
That's exactly it.
No one's picking that hero though. Luna makes a lot more sense. Just higher tempo, solid laning. Ooh, and a Snapfire.
This hero's literally dead.
But they want to kill the egg very easily, and they'll do that.
Probably position 4, most likely. Ari likes to play it, and we've seen it fall out of meta because the mid laners don't want to pick it up. Of course, with the talent changes, preventing kind of how quickly you got to your big explosive timings. In support, you still have Cookie, your Fire, your Blast, like you're still potent in how you play out the game. So yeah.
I guess it's nice to take some magic damage, especially when like you see Luna, you think TP time, yay, we're gonna counter that one. I think it's hard to pick illusion heroes like easily into this Shadow Demon, but it's still, you want a good carry matchup here. You're gonna have the aid of your Phoenix. I just want to make sure they can fight into whenever TSM decide to go, and I think they can so far. They just have like they have loads of spells on Shopify. They can do ganking right now. They can take early fights, early skirmishes. Now I just want to see them scale.
The thing I do like about TSM's draft right now, though, is that their team fight just looks a little superior due to the fact that the egg is not a big worry if Snapfire can get in there. Yeah. And then other than that, they have great team fight between Eclipse and the BKB Piercing RP. So it's going to be hard for Primal Beast to channel his ulti confidently without it being interrupted.
Yep. And also having damage outside of getting close enough to the egg, because whilst you jump one hero, if you just throw an egg down, sometimes you have to retreat, but now you have this Monomachis to throw it from a distance, so yeah, it's pretty cool. I think both teams are kind of similar in that nature. You've got a Primal plus a Sky, very quick. On the other side, you've got an RP into Monomachises. Both of these core plus support combos will be having like the same kind of ideology throughout the game. Find a hero, get the kill, get number advantage, and try and sweep through.
And the center looks good for up-tempo. On the Shopify side, they can disengage better from Mortimer's Kisses, for example. That'll be less of a threat. But I don't have as much confidence against it a ranged carry versus a melee carry, but he can definitely abuse his lane between Skywrath and himself, and he's going to be the obvious setup if Primal Beast isn't the other one for Sky ulti. So if they do catch heroes and Shadow Demon is not quite there, that's going to be easy kills for the Shopify side.
Still respecting the illusion here as well. Like this SD pick, when you think of course, RTs, it's like Terrorblade, it's Naga, even the Void, Luna. Of course, they pick Luna themselves, but you know, it's like potentially final game. We're not going to allow you to have your Terrorblade and be in a super comfortable position. They ban the Void, yep.
Yeah, Faceless Void also being.
Does TSM play Invoker? Or is it banned? No, it's in. I want to see something that can follow Primal around the map. Like my biggest problem right now is I don't think Magnus is going to want to respond in TPs. I think Shadow Demon's a weak support. So when Shopify start to move around the map and go on people, I want there to be a hero on TSM that can match that pace or just stop it.
Technically, that could be like a Tidehunter style hero, because then you put the mag mid, you put the Tide off lane,
right.
But then Tide can soak up the initiations. A little bit of respect towards Brood actually. We didn't see that hero too much. We saw LGD play it.
Yeah.
Asani, when I mentioned his initial entry to TSM, it was the Zoo, the toxic heroes, and yeah, Brood was one of them. Yeah, imagine getting brooded out of TI. Oof.
That wouldn't feel good.
That'd feel sour. It's like getting Huskard. It's the same kind of vein.
No one wants that cheese, no one wants that toxicity at all. So the last pick for Shopify Rebellion here, gonna be Arteezy's here, gonna be the carry.
Maybe Sven is one of the heroes he's picked that isn't banned, and it's either that or Naga, or he's playing somebody new this game.
Are you afraid of picking up a Sven of being in that melee range for the Shadow Demon, for the Magnus?
It's explosive, and they have so much frontline that an explosive hero will always be able to find entry to the game, because Primal and Centaur, or even the Phoenix Egg, will kind of cover your initiation.
Okay.
Morphling instead, huh?
Well, you can empower yourself if you transform into Magnus. We saw that earlier in the tournament, just a huge amount of damage increase, plus Skewer. So between Skewer and Waveform, you're very mobile. So it works.
Okay, but how about just the hero in general, T? Morph hasn't had a phenomenal showing, but here it is. You mentioned Kasane, how much he loves the Zoo. The Brood got banned out, so he does still end up getting the Lycan for himself. Lycan definitely one that we are not going to be seeing very often, one that has fallen out of favor. So maybe let's touch more on that one, too.
Yeah, I'm going to wait about 5 seconds for Moon to leave the booth so he can hear. This is just like...
Oh, he's there. You can tell him.
You're playing against Shopify. You know, you got a last pick, Moon. You can hear me. You're picking up some Lycan. But, you know, Shopify, they're very slow. Now, like, when you look at their hero, they don't really pressure the towers. They farm backwards. Only Primal can really make their aggressive moves. So why not pick up a Lycan, start setting that tempo, pair it with a Luna. TSM, they want to get out of this game. They want to punch their ticket into a fight against Now Zeta today, and this is a draft that can potentially do it.
I think both offlanes are going to own.
Yeah.
And that's just on the mids to kind of like make their impact.
Well, I want to hear more from you guys. I think you guys have so much to say, but someone who's going to know a little bit more about this draft is Moon Meander, and he's joined by Tsunami.
That's right, I'm standing by with Moon Meander, who has seemed to deliver quite the final blow. That last Lycan pick, you liked it seemed.
Man, it's been like the whole year where we last picked Lycan, like the whole year, and then I can't believe we got it in the TI. It's crazy.
These people aren't doing their homework, but you are doing some different things. This is the first time your team's picking Magnus. Where'd that come from?
It comes from TSM!
That's all I need to hear, then let's get ready for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Neil and Moon. I heard him from over there. Like, we're a little ways away. Thompson! I can't even do it. My voice is going to crack. Holy moly. A big pick to end out the draft. We've got the Lycan. Do you like it? Is it the right pick?
Are you kidding me? It's Sonic. He's the Lycan. This is his thing. We got a couple other people here who have been the Lycan. You know, Matu, he's here somewhere. He was the Lycan. Arteezy, he was kind of the Lycan at one point as well. Even Old Man Fear, he was the Lycan. He was the Lycan mid. But today, it's Kasane. He's the Lycan. This guy, what is it, 71% win rate, I think? Yeah, all-time 38 matches, 71% win rate. That's just gross.
71%?
Yeah. It's one of his second most played hero after Beastmaster. And he's over 70% win rate. That's pretty good.
Insane. Well, we'll see if they can make it happen yet again here in this one, as Bryle doing a little bit of a dance there in the mid lane. They already got down their ward. Does look like Crit is heading over in that direction, and they're going to immediately take it away. So, nice ward there. Shopify off to a little bit of a better start. Hoping that things go better than last game, because, I mean, that was a demoralizing loss. You just got to say it how it is. That was a rough one to watch.
Yeah, they look like they got kind of squeezed out of the map there for a while. I definitely had my concerns, not gonna lie, about TSM in terms of like the pacing they were taking, but they didn't take any like super risky maneuvers, and they never got punished. Shopify never hit that humongous combo that they were threatening, and they just like kind of like slow rolled it to a nice finish there from TSM.
Ari steps up, takes a couple hits, was threatening to steal away one of those runes as, maybe in some more trouble there. Saberlight still trying to chase back Whitemon. And there's still a bounty rune that's over in the river. That one, I don't know if it's going to be claimed quickly or not. But we'll have it in the river for a bit.
Just a little forbidden fruit there. Just gonna hang out. That never happens.
Let the sky tear down the
There's just a bounty there.
Okay.
So that's cool.
I mean, somebody gets a bottle early, you get a free extra charge. Why not? As we get to hear from Slacks and his Marine call at the end. Ahmed steps on up, takes it away. Bryle, need to be careful about the pullbacks with the skewer there. It's the big thing to watch. And
yeah, kind of interesting too, because you're like trying to trample eventually in the lane as well.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see this one, though, because a hero that we have not seen almost at all throughout the entire course of this road to TI has been the Snapfire. Not a lot of games, but as the panel was talking about, an answer to the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's just such a good counter. I mean, all it takes is that single point there into a little shredder, and you can handle that egg at its earlier levels.
As down bottom, Crit takes a lot of damage, but does manage to get the TP out. Ends up going away from that one. Not wanting to run into too much more issues. Already back to the tower as Arteezy very low on HP, switching over and getting the Tango regen back his direction.
Yeah, we're playing at least having some pretty high armor as well, so not the most intimidated by the constant wolf pressure. Plus, attacks being relied upon here versus the Phoenix with the Fire Spirits. Has some defensive measures up here, and well, a defensive support as you can see down bottom here. Whitemon on the Shadow Demon.
Oh, just stepped a little bit too close. The concussive shot, the Lucent Beam tries to get him away, but no. Saberlight gonna draw first blood, taking down Whitemon.
Nice maneuver forward there from them, and that's gonna hit level 2 there onto Crit as well. So more aggressive options open up. But despite dying here, I do think the Shadow Demon's a super solid pick. We saw Banned a lot in the first phases throughout this group stage because he's one of these heroes that just denies the opportunity later to pick certain heroes, right? You think about like anyone who really struggles versus like these Dispels and the constant purging, as Arteezy being bullied back a little bit here. But the main thing in this game is versus that Primal Beast. Not only because you have this like low cooldown save versus his low cooldown ultimate, the other thing is that if you use the ultimate on top of him, he can't actually onslaught out. It is a dispellable buff. So you get ulti, you're just stuck.
So for those of you that are going to watch for that later, you'll see Primal Beast just try and run away, and then he's going to be doing the running man, going absolutely nowhere. As Ari going for the double kill. He may take first blood, but both couriers gone, and that's a lot of regen too. How are they going to deal with that? They have no tangos, no anything up in this top lane.
I mean, Morphling's pretty broken in the lane, but he has his limits, you know?
Right. Oh, man, that could be a tough one.
He gets the Lotus.
That's fair. That's some regen. They need that one desperately. Ryle's just going to step up there, get a couple more hits onto Abed as he tramples through.
Arteezy getting way down there. Gotta get down to, oh, he's chilling at 3 strength. There we go. Oh, that is just so ridiculous, actually, that a Lotus can save you.
How much value you get out of it, absolutely. Yeah, they still have a little bit of time before those couriers start making their way back out. We'll see if Ari is able to time it. Maybe could even go for another pick if they wanted to.
I mean, if he gets a cookie play too onto Arteezy, right? You know?
Oh yeah,
pretty low.
It'll be a blow up. Absolutely.
You just cookie one little creep, test the reactions there, perhaps.
Well, regardless, we'll watch for it. No early kills. The big hero that's definitely struggling so far is going to be the Luna, 12-1. And though Kasane has obviously gotten a pretty good start himself with the 9 denies, I think at least 1 or 2 of those were wolves.
Why also starting with no bonus armor versus a Lycan and a Snapfire. It's kind of scary too.
Yeah, it could be a tough one.
But yeah, so far so good. Despite losing their couriers, it is kind of crazy that they're still looking this okay, to be honest.
Yeah. I will say at various points when this team, Shopify, have looked their best, I want to harken back to the days of Fly on a Phoenix, you know?
Yeah.
This is his bread and butter as well. We'll see if that can make the difference for him, but already decide to go. Kasane will get cookied to a little bit of safety, and the Wolves get sent out. Fly keeps the distance. The regen is now on its way as couriers, I believe, are respawning and heading on out.
Abed's heading on out to that bottom lane there. Spun on a ward as he's just going to steal a bounty room. But this is a bit of a classic thing that Primal Beast players will do. They'll often just rotate into the lane. Like, they come to this bounty room, but if they see the opportunity, they'll utilize that early movement that you have in the onslaught to just charge forward. But I think he noticed that they were probably aware of it. Plus, he's this wave pushing in, so way too risky unless you like a guaranteed kill to go for that.
Yeah, a tough one to make happen, but level 6 can make the difference. Bryle comes on in and steals away that creep from the Primal. Still just sitting steady, trying to out-farm when they can here. The deny is definitely racking up, though. As Arteezy hoping to get off to a better start and maybe be more active in this game than we saw in the last one. Obviously, you have to wait for a long time. Azari will back out, but maybe can play at a little bit faster tempo with the rest of his team.
Yeah, we had a fantastic Morphling game yesterday versus that Magnus. I mean, you could really see the ability to take advantage of copying that hero as well, so not too shocked to see it here once again.
Right.
Taking the skewers, of course, using that shockwave, getting yourself empowered, probably being the most important factor there.
Looks for a stomp. Saberlight not quite going to connect onto it. Gives him the bing bong and heads off. As the 7-minute mark's coming around, Fly stacking up where he can, and likely going to see some movement around for the the Wisdom Runes rather. Another stomp connects, but again, Saberlight can't do anything really there to wipe on him.
Yeah, very static side lanes right now. No twin gate maneuvers quite yet. Just hanging out on your own sides, and we'll see if that stays the same for the Wisdom Runes, like you were saying.
Right.
I do see a line drawn there. Maybe Fly saying, hey, what do you think, Abed? Want to go the Wisdom Rune?
Let's see.
That's what he's saying. He wants to smoke with ulti and go Wisdom Rune.
Oh, whoa. Ari there playing it close. That was very close to death. Arteezy. But they're just going to trade them off one apiece. Although, maybe if that rotation, they know that they're heading for the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, I mean, they scan, right? So now they say, okay, support's definitely there. Do we catch him on the way back, or do we go for Kasane?
Who is
and Ari TP's mid. He's going to catch the wave, so this might punish Kasane.
Yeah, it doesn't have anywhere to go. This should be an easy one. They run in, tries to go for the side step. Control is there. A couple more.
Wait.
Ryle RP connects, pushes him away. Never mind, Kasane waveform through. They managed to finally get that kill. Ryle can't quite get in range to punish this one, though, it looks like. We'll have another shockwave. Thinks about throwing it up, but no, won't go for it. Nice play.
Okay, not quite easy, but a kill nonetheless. That's 2-0 now in favor of Shopify. So solid rotation, good punish on the support, heading over to that Wisdom Rune as Abed farms his way back home.
Not a whole lot separating all of the cores in this one. Centaur is top of the mark, but it's pretty even across the board. Waiting instead more likely for a couple of the big level 6s to come out. Obviously, Crit's going to be able to play pretty aggressively around the map with Abed if he wants to, comboing the Mystic Flare and the Pulverize. Tomato will have to be careful with his positioning in this game. Make sure he doesn't run into too much trouble. As we take a look, and Saberlight, full Vanguard completed, trying to finish off those phase boots next. There was a movement over where, again, they're trying to catch and kill, but immediately banished. And that is the defensive play they needed. Also going to make it back in time to stack the Ancients. Why not?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's definitely the best thing about Shadow Demon, right? Infinite stacking. It's certainly why I like the position 4 when you can do it, because it's really easy to stack from the side lane, but wasn't really possible with the current setup in this one.
Right, and I mean, again, Bryle's out in the jungle. He's going to make this move now to connect onto Saberlight, who is managing to stun Bryle away, but this is so much space mid for Ari and Fly to soak up some experience for themselves, trying to get those level 6s on Lycan. About to have it. This can definitely be a quick kill if they find an opening.
I mean, they certainly have the more aggressive mid on Shopify, you would expect too, right? Like, did see it being Bryle, the one who's moving around, you'd kind of expected this Primal Beast to be the one who's hunting for these kills, this low cooldown ultimate, but Abed, he's a little bit busy. Like you mentioned previously, there were some stacks set up here in the jungle, so taking advantage of that, he wants to try and be the one to snowball, because you think about who's going to take stacks, like, you know, sure, all three of their cores can kind of farm them up, but Primal Beast can be the fastest one at it, and also the one who's going to get the most value out of it at this point in the game. So where can he actually take that net worth and apply some pressure? Speaking of which, also, like, Ari, level 6 right now on the Snapfire. One of the absolute best do-something supports, and, well, they're going to get a kill down bottom here with his ulti.
Moves in, finds him. Immediately there with the RP. The kiss is not quite going to connect. The Saberlight stops.
The drive-by.
All right, I'll do it myself. Gets out of trouble, manages to break the ulti, and, oh, that is a nice dodge.
Okay, so not the synergy they were looking for there.
Not quite.
Yeah, definitely a bing bong moment.
They keep themselves alive. But yeah, big ultis used is more time for Shopify to start to come online.
That is a tough hero, though, to kill with the ulti, right? It's definitely not guaranteed when you have that Stampede versus the kisses coming out there, so. Certainly a disappointment, though, because it is supposed to be kind of free when you get 6 on Snap.
Well, this is a bit of a scary moment. Ari does not actually have any points in the Little Shredder yet, so will not be able to stop any Supernova plays that are coming out. Abed still thinking about a play here. Does he want to go for an Onslaught? Not going to do it. Did not want to try and catch him.
This is a great voice line. I get why they're spamming it.
But pressure on the bottom. They're going to claim this tower instead.
Yeah, they've been working on this one for a while. Last time Bryle was able to drive them back, but knowing that there's no kisses, knowing that the RP was used and no kill, even without a Stampede, they're very comfortable just standing here and going for it. Kasane trying to apply pressure as well with Catapult up top, but Artesi's just waving at him. They're going to high five a little bit.
Making a move. Ari looking, hunting. He's going to go for it here. Maybe no. With Abed showing up still very, very low. The cookie forward tries to bring down for the kill, but Kasane is gone. Oh, Shopify, they brought in numbers and take the finish.
Great defensive ag there, too, from Fly. Just to really secure things. It gives you the hesitation, like, I can't commit. Like, there's no way I can fully go for this kill right now. Then Arteezy able to just morph on down and go right back to farming like he was, and that's going to miss out on this pressure in that top tower. So big win for Shopify. Full pressure down bottom. They take the tower. They defend their top tower right now. It's just going to keep this pressure moving up top, where of course they're trying to extract a ton of net worth from this top part of the map. They can't lose control. Like, you think about how GAIMIN Gladiators often play when they're on dire sides, they love getting wards up inside these Ancients right here. And now they're even pressuring. Like, he's not far from there right now. Have to defend with the kisses.
Yeah, just kisses there. Disruption already used. Abed, now he's out far, but they will turn it. Saberlight stunned with 2. Sunray out, starting to bring Whitemon down. He's going to be the one left behind. So Shopify starting to get a little bit more aggressive after their defensive postures.
It's funny because, I mean, this Lycan last pick, I look at it and I'm just thinking like, oh, this is great, because a lot of these counters that you see, like, you can't get the Lycan early because there's some pretty significant counters for the way you want to escape from fights with your ulti. You think about like Dream Coil, think about Mars Arena and stuff, but kind of the same thing's happening now with the Stampede, right? They're both countered by similar ideas here, and this Stampede is a big save in this one. As long as you don't get RP'd, you're kind of just out of there.
Exactly. I mean, maybe a disruption, but you know, disruption has some elements to it which are saving you anyways, so it's a weird position to be in. And they don't really have that answer at all for the Morph lane as it gets later and later. Need to buy an answer, I guess.
And now with the Blink Dagger coming down towards Saberlight, like, I would love to see Vision up in that top Ancients camp. Like, if they could spot when TSM are trying to get in there, trying to stack with their supports, having this like over the train movement of both the Phoenix and the Primal Beast, I feel like they can just like run all over this part of the map. And they just want all of this gold in here for their Magnus, for their Luna, right? Like, this is where they want to live.
Well, there is not going to be a Magnus at this fight easily, but they are setting up for this. What can they do on the side of Shopify? Now they're smoking with Mag behind.
They're reading this move.
Yeah, they're ready for this. Ari jump forward, wants to do what he can. Pulverize is going to be there, already caught. Don't quite have any items yet for the Mag. He's getting them delivered on the courier. As the rest of Shopify back out, Kasane pop the ulti, the run forward. Now the Stampede trying to hunt this Lycan and see if they can go for the kill.
Running.
They just got the Blink Dagger delivered for the Mag. If they're stuck together, Shopify, they have to be careful. Kasane, run forward, the jump is there, and they caught one. Pulls him back in for the finish. So they decide to give up on Kasane, get that kill on Shopify, but they lose the Morph.
And it kind of drags them all back. So at least getting the punish on Arteezy is huge there. It still saves their space that they need for their heroes to farm up and become these giant cores that they're hoping for. But Shopify are making it no secret. They want to pressure this mid tower. They want to take over these Ancients. If they lose this part of the map, the game gets way harder for TSM. There's no doubt.
Pull one back, see if they can get him. Ulti out from SD, looking for a stomp, waits for it, hits onto immediately. Tomorrow, look at the turn! The Supernova, it's already down, starting to do a good chunk of damage. Disruption and too much onto Tomato. He is gonna fall. Can they get out with the rest of them though? Fly trying to escape, Wolves after him. Abed starting to fall lower and lower. TSM chasing almost enough for the kill, and they just can't get anything else out of them.
Arteezy comes to join in the fight, has no Morph yet though. So not able to contribute a whole lot, but hey, at least he's there.
They do manage to get that kill on Tomato. Wasn't anything after the A.
They never got the tower.
Yeah.
Drew him right off, kind of forced the fight in behind. That's going to force the glyph out here from Shopify Rebellion.
Very back and forth type of game already. And you can see that fight handily won by TSM. Even though you lose Tomato, the rest of the squad is starting to stack up that net worth. And Abed, I mean, you look at his farm, he just has not been able to get the type of kills that you would expect out of a Primal.
It's very frustrating for sure. Like, there's just these little tiny stuns that come out there. Like, obviously the big save from the disruption, but even just having a kiss fly through, a skewer that comes by. He had to wait so long for actually using the pulverize. He grabbed Tomato when he was at like 100 HP. He just like lived him for half a second, and Tomato dies. Like, okay, well, you know, I secured the kill, but it's not that impact that you're hoping for. So clearly he's kind of just hoping for the BKB, right?
Exactly.
Still a very BKB dependent hero on the Primal Beast, despite some of the nerfs to the item. Kind of has no other recourse.
And it's really the pain of you know, the first pick overall Primal Beast. You stop all of his movement with Shadow Demon. You cause so many issues. And even with RP eventually coming out. I mean, that was a whole fight taken without RP that TSM were able to win.
It has an Arcane rune too here, so definitely just begging for a smoke right now. Smoke, Arcane, go for RP play. Kasane also has the ultimate plus his summon here. He's got a Warpine Raider. Terrifying creature.
With the Siege shot, you'll love to see it. I called the Willow, or not Willow, the Hoodwink ulti, the Acorn shot, Siege shot yesterday. I was just thinking of the Warpine
Okay, that's fair, yeah. They're equally as powerful currently in the patch, I'd say.
They're so scary, the big pine cones. TSM hunting mid, waiting for anybody to show up. Nobody is there. Tomato starts to hit the buildings. And a similar sight to what we saw in last game for TSM. Tomato off to a hot start and on a hero that can snowball.
Yeah, just the one death, has some more stacks to go back to. Already up to 3 points in Lucent Beam, and then 1 point in the Eclipse. So it's not this Luna who just feels horrendous when a fight actually breaks out, right?
Right. But that said, you do have the answer already done with the Centaur with a full Crimson Guard completed. That is such a good item against this sort of middling damage that's coming through. Bryle hunting, finds crit, misses on one. Shockwave is there, slowed. Stampede tries to get away. Cookie connects. Everything in perfect concert from TSM.
He's just silenced me, but I just get cookied for the stun. That hurts. Thought you had a play there, but not quite.
Still, a lot used for just the Skywrath Mage. As Abed heads on over, picks up the Wisdom Rune, trying to re-salvage his game. BKB, I believe, is coming out, along with hitting level 12. This could be a decent window for them to fight.
Looks like it here. I mean, no Stampede for 50, though. They might want to hang onto that a little bit. Also, still no more from Arteezy, but he is holding the point. So, yeah, if they want to go for a fight,
they're going. Looking, Saberlight wanting it, not finding it. They couldn't quite get him.
I think you approach the tower with no Stampede, since you're not going to have it for the full chase down. Maybe just play this a little bit casual. Oh, God, if they all come, though, this could be bad for Shopify, honestly.
Ari gets hit. RP already onto a bunch. Fly trying to save it. Can dive it in. Crit is already gone, but they have the Supernova down. Already used a little Shredder trying to kill it off. The egg, is it going to pop? They managed to kill it in time. TSM hit on 2.
All right, they only lose the supports, I guess, but that definitely hurts. They weren't expecting it, I think, the fact that TSM were still so grouped up just north of that part of the tower. Caught out there. Great skewer back there as well. Bryle having a fantastic series so far. Yeah, the BKB having to use there from Abed means like he probably does not want to come fight at this top tower. Saberlight caught here, skewered back.
Oh, that is not what they want to see. Saberlight pops the Stampede, but there it is, the disruption. Can they do anything? Gets the blink away. That was super necessary, but that also opens up Roche now for TSM.
Yeah, they're going to back right up towards it. Kasane already getting started here with the Orb of Destruction.
He's huge.
Yeah, he's the Helm of the Overlord. Again, another reason why, like it, just we don't see it too often. There's some heroes that counter Helm of the Overlord. There's some heroes that specifically counter your ultimate. You feel very like counter-pickable. So this is why even if the hero's not that popular right now, it's still so important to ban against TSM in these situations where they could just get it last and it gotcha.
Right. No, this aura, this group together, I'm seeing the writing on the wall. Shopify are going to need to make some big plays here.
Oh, Bryle.
And this could be it. Bryle, a bit too far forward, will get disrupted, but they have enough to keep him alive.
These saves.
It's so good, but Miles still dropping down. The bolt, it's not quite enough damage to kill him off, and now Saberlight, he's in too far. Will manage to get away. Now the disruption, switching into it. Arteezy's in Shadow Demon form, trying to get the Luna connection. The stun is there, but Saberlight starting to drop lower and lower. Manta back away, gets the kill. Abed in, Cookie away. Now the disruption. Again, Whitemon doing so much on this Shadow Demon. They've already killed the Centaur. Can they find even more?
Oh. They force out the BKB on Abed with the blink forward there. Man, these plays from Ari and Whitemon have been so good. Huge saves there, just constantly enabling their cores to play a little bit more aggressive than you're probably expecting on Shopify.
Absolutely. That's what you need out of them. And a perfect lineup to do it because there's so much of this like single target going in there trying to blow up one hero. You know, you got Primal and Skywrath. And even in that instance where they caught somebody so out of position on Bryle, they weren't able to play cleanup. And Kasane now just taking away a double stack of Ancients.
The piggy bank being raided here.
Starting to get towards desperate territory. I mean, still only 1,000 gold lead, but I mean, look at this group up potential from TSM. It's going to shred through buildings.
Yeah, I'm just being led by this ancient black dragon. Moving their way through here very confidently towards the Tormentor.
Oh no, we've seen what happens here.
Now, surely no one dies on this one.
Be careful, Ari. Run, get out of there. Oh man. Whitemon's gonna get it. So now Demonic Cleanse available for the Shadow Demon.
All right, and what are they getting on the map right now for Shopify? They're taking some farm near the Ancients. They might steal their Wisdom Rune. Arteezy, though, of course, very unlikely they would still be there, so kind of risky to go for. He will get the tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, but buildings falling down bottom. This tier 2, they gotta know what's coming. It's the first tier 2 of the game. 4 staff done for the Shadow Demon as Bryle does see Saberlight in the mid, but won't go for anything there.
Fly even catching a wave down bottom here and getting some farm. They've really spread it across this map. He's gonna put Fly almost into the Yule Scepter right now.
Okay. Whatever they can do to get more control.
I mean, you compare the saves that we're seeing from Ahri and Whitemon, and you think about how they play these fights here from Fly and Crit, it just feels so much more difficult. Like, with this Blink Dagger on Crit, who does he actually target with an Ancient Seal and with his ultimate? Because he's constantly have to worry about some sort of movement from a cookie, which could just like break someone out of his little combo, or a disruption save.
No, I mean, yeah, you're gonna need to find the Shadow Demon, I think. Like, they have to get him. Whitemon's free to do too much. Tomato takes another tower. Heard him in that little interview talking about how he sees the future playing out. A very lovely voice. This is old man impersonation.
I played in 3 TIs. Oh, it was good. He did nice.
He definitely did. We'll see if they can continue moving on here to the third one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's really trying to force them back right now.
Ahri staying so far back as well.
Shadow Demon Lunaing even here. A little bit of vintage gameplay right now.
I mean, nobody's showing up. Nope, nobody's here.
You're just gonna mix them up so you don't even know who the real one is.
The building is just going to fall. You leave Luna alone to hit building for a second. Down bottom, connection.
Nice.
He got the strength form off. Can Arteezy get out of trouble? Are they gonna be able to get anybody to help him? Tries to TP out, but no, the skewer was there. Stampede now trying to escape, but Arteezy, he's in no man's land. The hunt, the kisses, everything drops onto his head. Saving the buildings with his body, but giving up another death, it hurts. TSM everywhere.
And I love what Ahri's done here. He's just picked up a pipe.
Yeah.
They are going for it. They're saying that we have grouped up, we are stronger than you right now. Sure, maybe the net worth isn't the highest. You guys have been farming. Yeah, we've seen you all over the map. But our strength right now as a unit, you just can't match it right now. And if we keep bolstering that with a couple auras, like with a slightly, you know, unused hero here in the Snapfire, like one of the benefits of this hero is that she can pick up these greaves and these pipes and feel good about it.
They catch another. And you talk about auras, there's only one aura right now on the Shopify Rebellion team, and it's on Saberlight with the Crimson Guard. He's getting chased down. Does not have that many places to go, was hoping for a blink away, but the chase is there. Bryle has him. Controlled, and the slow, steady death. A lot of HP on the Centaur, but eventually he too will die.
And how are you feeling right now on Shopify?
I mean,
you know, you're getting chased around the map, you're trying to farm as much as possible, you're watching these new items pop up on each hero. I mean, there's a Satanic, there's an AC done on this Lycan. They are peaking right now on TSM.
It's got to feel like an inevitability. There's so much that is going to be running down these lanes and just trying to end this game. Shopify, they've got to prep for it, and I feel like they need to catch somebody unawares. They're going to have a Scotty soon on the Morph lane. But yeah, TSM, they're not looking to stop anytime soon. You're still a ways away from the heart on Abed.
I think he has to abandon those plans.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking at a blink right now because they just have to find a way to create a fight that's favorable for them right now. Part of that is definitely the Scotty, which is done. Certainly a huge element of that. They also have level 12 on the Phoenix, which is a big deal, plus the Shard. So, trying to get the best egg possible. And trying to catch them before they get a Roche, right? This might be the best moment they're going to get.
Can they get anything, though? Jump forward. Bryle finds one. BKB out. Doesn't have an angle.
Okay.
BKB wearing low. Abed thinking about going, not wanting to commit yet.
Bad jump. Do they chase?
They take down that ward. Hunting. Saberlight. Still has Stampede ready. Kasane pumps it. Catches immediately. Ahri throwing out the kisses. What damage do they have? The egg is already there. Tomato hits onto it, but now the Manta, the walk away. Stun is there. Can they get it in time? They do. Barely managing to bring it down. Oh. Connected. Says no siree. TSM, they're tired of playing second fiddle, trying to take the top spot here at NA as they find 4.
Oh, they're too strong. The auras are there. They race up the high ground. into the base immediately.
And just like that, trying to end this game. They want to move on in this tournament, continue on a date with Nouns in their future. If they can finish this one off, TSM on the verge as the tier 4 towers are going to fall. Ancient turned upon, they don't have anything. There is nothing left as Shopify are going to be eliminated. TSM, they are moving on.
All the thanks between the teams. Regional rivals, of course. Good luck furthers. The thanks back and forth, but total heartbreak, of course, here for many fans and for Shopify. But TSM just complete elation here as they get themselves what some would consider an upset, but at the same time, like, regional rivals in NA have proven that nothing is secured in these matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be 2 teams from NA going home today. It was meant to happen considering it's 3 of them playing off against each other. But TSM moving on, looking incredibly solid. Again, a flawless game coming out from Tomato. The love being spread from the crowd. As of course, there are eliminations abound today. But it will be TSM that move on and have that date against Nouns a little bit later on.
I mean, you just saw that the absolute, like, wonderful team play as well, of course, right? I mean, how many times do we go back to the supports in this game? Ari and Whitemon constantly covering. They made it just so comfortable to be up front as these core players. And what 0 deaths on Bryle, insane game on the Earth Spirit game 1, and then towards the Magnus 2 in game 2.
Impressive showing indeed as we head on back now to the panel. Let them talk about all the actions and implications from that solid series.
It was a beautiful display from TSM. Unfortunately, Shopify Rebellion going to be our first team eliminated in the playoffs. This NA bloodbath, it didn't go to the 3 games, Sheep, but it was still an amazing game too. I mean, TSM, they were just applying the pressure. They were keeping it on. It took one solid team fight from them, and they just went straight for the Ancients, straight for the win.
I mean, before we get into the TSM praise, of which they deserve very much.
Okay, all right.
I thought the start of the game looked good for Shopify. Like, it was really nicely played from them. They had the 6-minute smoke from mid on the Primal to top, killed that Lycan to try and stop some of his pressure. Lycan was trying to take the tier 1 up top again. They bring in the TP Primal, they kill him again. I'm like thinking that they were making such nice moves, as well as like bringing heroes to the right things. Like 12 minutes in, there's a rune. Let's bring the Centaur mid, fight with him, get some more kills. Like they were constantly staving off the moves that TSM wanted to make, and then it all just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I absolutely adore the TSM support duo in this game. Ari and Whitemon, the way that they played their heroes, you got disruption saves, cookie saves, for like all the highlights you're going to see in these clips. It's like, so here, Tomato, he gets saved on top. In the mid fights earlier than this, again, just clutch saves. You're basically baiting Shopify in, and for that, it's like Primal, he's either in the middle of the fight or he's running away. Centaur, he blinks in. The disengage, of course, without Stampede, not so good. But yeah, the support duo from TSM just absolutely picked apart Shopify in this second and final game.
Yeah, Bryle popping off there for himself. The TSM boys taking some photos, autographs with the audience there. Okay. Oh, it's Will. I was like, who is that man?
There's a fisherman next to him, too.
This is a fisherman, yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know that person. No one knows that person. That's an ancient relic standing beside him. It is tough to see Shopify go, but you're right. It does feel like a story we've had so many times, though, of them having this great lane, this great early start for themselves. TSM, though, able to hit their timings perfectly purged. They knew when they were able to apply this pressure and this Luna coming online and being able to have those active fights, have an active role, and have a pressure on the objectives.
Yeah, they really did hit their timings. And there's another cool thing about Luna now, the new shard, it reduces the damage you take, so it helps you so much. Normally Luna's like one of those ranged, kind of squishy, vulnerable heroes. When they get on top of you, it's a bad time. But now with the shard, you're like, I'm in trouble. You press the button, you take 25% less damage, and you do a huge amount of reflection. Well, not reflection, you just start attacking them with your glaive thingies. It's great against these primal beasts, these centaurs that get on top of you. So it makes the timing even safer because your chances of getting that pick off that leads them back into the game, it just reduces it.
We're really excited for the TSM boys. They're going to be continuing on going up against Nouns, but an Empyrean has Moon Meander joining him. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, I do, Nat. Thank you. Talking of excited, you looked excited before the game. You looked excited just now. That was a hype win.
Yep, we're here playing the NADPC for the last time.
Okay. So when you were going into those games, both those drafts, everyone was saying backstage that I think they won the draft. You guys were very confident. You clearly have a very good idea of how you want to play, and you executed well. How much of that is scrims, or how much of that is just sparks of genius?
It's mostly the genius from my teammates. I couldn't really do it without like having such awesome players in their roles like Brawl on Magnus, unconventional picks, Lycanthrope Master, and Luna on Tomato.
So before the game, Bulba said that this was a battle of new ideas between your team and his. Those new ideas, how much are you taking from other teams, and how much of this is kind of original thought?
There was some new ideas in this draft, like the Magnus and stuff. I think he went way too back into Morphling. I think that's like the Hero was a Dream League thing with the Aghanims, but here, this patch, I don't think you want to play Morphling in the elimination game.
Okay, well, there it is. Thank you so much, Moonmeander. Congratulations to you and the lads. Back to Nat and the panel.
Oh, Moonmeander, the humble man that he is. I thought he was doing something else.
Yeah,
I was like, as I'm saying the word humble, he was very humble in his interview, giving a lot of credit to his players, having faith in them, being able to draft those heroes that he could, but also quite a bit of humor. The NADPC coming back once again, and they're going on to continue that NADPC later today.
I love Moonmeander, bro. He's so funny. I mean, he's great. I've also loved like him moving into this coach role and the way he's talked about it and all his progression. He's like, yeah, I used to be like, so, you know, when you're playing, you're so emotional, you really get into it, but like being able to be a coach, step back and kind of understand how to communicate more effectively with my players and really like learn that type of stuff. It's incredible. I mean, he's really shown that improvement and growth, and I'm super happy for the team.
Yeah, and he definitely deserves credit for it, because this team, at the start of their formation, it was kind of like, man, tons of young players. They were skilled, but there were a lot of doubts. Their first couple of performances went kind of poorly consistently. They were disappointing. I didn't expect much out of them this TI, but they're definitely overperforming now. They're looking together, and you got to credit Moonmeander for that he's there to help form them, instruct them, and keep things together.
And he's one of the rare coaches that actually shows a lot of emotion. You know, like in the draft, before draft, he's like making these big moves, he's being animated. Nowadays, a lot of coaches, they're very stoic. You know, it's like, this is good, this is bad, do this. You know, Zhao 8, for example. Moonman is probably like the polar opposite, unlike the animacy he has during the booth.
Yeah, I mean, we saw those fingers go up there, and I do believe, right, where there is a winner, there is a loser. So I do believe that we have our losers interview. It is going to be Pyrian, joined by Crit.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with Crit, of course. Commiserations, dude. You guys must be very disappointed. But both of those games seemed to be going okay for you early on, but then it kind of got away from you. Did it feel that way?
I think the first game for sure. I think second game, I feel like we didn't really get a grasp on the game. They kind of just got to do what they wanted to, and then they just hit a timing that we couldn't fight. So I think second game was hard, but first game was definitely ours. So yeah.
Disappointing. However, disappointing this is. There must have been some highlights for you this year. What was your highlight as a team this year, or even just as an individual?
I think Lima was good for us. That was our first major this year. We had it wasn't perfect, but we had a good atmosphere, and we did pretty well there. And then I think the Dream League that we just played as well was pretty good for us. In some ways, maybe the Dream League put us in a bad spot for this TI, but I think it's been a hard year for us. I think the team's not really functioning as we wanted it to, and sometimes that's just what happens. And then we're in lower bracket, and we didn't do well at all in group stage either. So we're put ourselves in a spot where this can happen, you know. So.
Well, that's very tough, but I know you guys have a lot of fans around the world. Is there anything you'd like to say to them for their support throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, huge thanks to all of you, especially the people here in the arena as well. It's always us that's cheered for the loudest, and we really appreciate that. So it never falters, so we love you guys a lot.
Thank you, Crit, and better luck next time. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Pyrian. It's always tough to do those exit interviews, to see a team eliminated and see those emotions on their faces, but we do have to move on. As unfortunate as that is, a massive props to TSM. They're going to have their time to reset, go back to the drawing board, knowing they're going up against Nouns, and while we're waiting for that series later in the day, we get to talk about GAIMIN Gladiators up against EG. This is our second series for today. One team no one expected to be in the lower bracket in the first round. Everyone expected them to be sitting in that upper bracket. It is GAIMIN Gladiators coming up against EG, a team that people have probably never put their eyes on before. Maybe the org, but the players not so much. So, Pod, what can we expect out of EG? What are you looking forward to with their players?
Well, I think EG is a fun team to watch because they've their players individually have looked amazing over the last year and a half. They had a great run last year. They reformed this year. They had a great first half of the year, but the second half of the year has just been disappointment with the caliber of players that they have. So how are they going to do in this series? It's hard to know. They did better than their past 6 months in the group stage, but they could really show up and look like one of the best teams of the tournament, but they could also disappoint. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I think in general, South America, they've had quite a decent year throughout, and every time we get to this point, it's like, this is the year. Maybe they get further, they can do it. And unfortunately, the region has kind of bombed a little bit, and to enter the lower bracket going against GAIMIN, of course, 3-time major winner, like it's going to be a tough battle, but it's hard. It's like, do you want GAIMIN, who have done so well? Do you want South America to stay in the tournament? It's going to be quite a difficult one for the fans, I feel.
Do you have anything you want to add, Sheep? Maybe a star player in your eyes on that?
Bro, I love EG. I'm a huge fan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I love them. I love Matthew. I think he's an amazing leader. I think when you see regions like Southeast Asia and South America, like leadership is something that they've always struggled and lacked, and they comment on that, right? And it's like you have Jabs kind of stepping up in C. Here you have Matthew, who's really good and has prided himself on his communication and ability to bring the ideas together of his team and figure out their strats. I think it's interesting when you hear about this team and how they function and the problems they've had in the past. For example, they were, I believe, when they brought in the new players, things didn't quite fit because you had players that were quite greedy or wanted to play. Like Whisper quite enjoys farming, right? But they had to really recenter their targets. They're like, okay, sometimes you can lead as a core. However, we want Pakaz to be our win condition, and they really had to kind of bring that idea back to that and how their playstyle matched it. So they have very much evolved as a team in terms of like internal communication and their actual gameplay. I think they're super fun. I like the hero pools they bring out. They're fresh. You know, you got like that bounty hunter Matthew. I mean, my man makes games very fun when he's playing those Invis heroes. For me, I just love this team.
I love that you love this team. I also enjoy all the information you gave. So I have a treat for you, a little special reward sheet.
Ain't no way.
And for all the other EG fans out there, we have a video on that we can see more about this team, more of their journey as well.
En realidad, o sea, cuando termina el TI del año pasado, fue como que la gran mayoría del equipo como que quería hacer unos cambios. Pacas, Panda y yo teníamos como que queríamos jugar con Whisper. Y nos comunicamos con Whisper y él también quería jugar con nosotros y prácticamente fue como que después Whisper quería jugar con Chris y todo se fue formando poco a poco y después nos comunicamos con la empresa de Evil Geniuses y ahí fue donde se hizo todo el trato y el deal.
EG's new lineup hit the ground running, clinching 5th in Lima and 4th in Berlin. But from there, Bali became EG's stumbling block. Not only did they face an unanticipated early bow out during the group stage, but the community's reaction added salt to the wound.
En realidad, en el equipo hay personas a las cuales le afecta y nada, como que lo conversamos y creo que lo que hacemos para que no nos afecten estas cosas es hacer una reunión en el equipo y poder comprender en qué estamos fallando para no volver a cometer esos errores.
Despite the stumble at season's end, EG had already secured a strong foothold, finishing 5th in the DPC. Teams often express a certain wariness playing against EG thanks to their unpredictable and unconventional style.
Sí, en realidad es un poco gracioso porque nosotros somos como que muy agresivos en el juego y hacemos como que jugadas que a veces otro equipo espera que no hagamos y como que las llaman jugadas randoms, pero para nosotros es como que algo que normal, que ya estamos acostumbrados a hacer. Y es muy gracioso porque equipos como, no lo sé, Gladiators, es como que su capitán siempre me escribe cuando jugamos una práctica o algo o un torneo y nos dice: nunca sabemos cómo jugar contra ustedes, siempre hacen cosas que no nos esperamos y nosotros como que nos reímos y a la vez nos agrada que reconozcan ese punto que tenemos a favor.
Do you feel you know EG a little bit better now, Purge?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they do have elements of that unpredictable playstyle. It doesn't always get you wins, and I still don't have as much, like I love the team, I don't have as much passion for their gameplay right now as Sheep does, but they definitely will be a formidable opponent for the Gladiators.
Well, we're going to look at their head-to-head record, not against each other, but just comparing what these two teams have had so far in the road to the international. So the games they've won, the games they lost. how they've stood up against teams in the upper bracket, but the average win time is a lot closer than our previous series. Only a couple minutes between each other, T.
Yeah, I think both these teams like to get in the face of their opponent. When they feel the victory, they are going to kind of close it out. But, you know, I think for EG at least, they have had just shakier performances. Specifically, I'm looking towards C-Smile and Panda. I think these two players have not performed as well as they have done at previous, you know, international events, internationals. So, yeah, I'd like, if they can kind of find their footing, then, of course, this should be quite an even bout.
I was going to ask you a question, and I'm not going to because you're taking. Oh, while you're taking your sip, Sheep, I will ask you to talk a little bit more about GAIMIN Gladiators, and if you have just as much passion about that roster as you do for EG.
I hate that team.
Okay,
I hope
perfect.
they fail. Honestly, I'm sick of them.
Oh, you want them out right now?
Too many first places. I think it's time to share the love.
Okay.
They've had a lot of issues, I feel like, recently since the big patch came out. That's kind of their biggest stumbling block.
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to say, I was thinking about this because I don't know if it's a patch like a hero thing or if it's maybe the draft change that is more of their stumbling block than anything else. Because for DPC 201, there was a lot of strategy. There was like 3 main ones, right? We only had 2 first phase bans. Maybe that was an advantage for them, but now there's more bans.
Yep, it's a combination.
So just like, I hate that.
I think what happened is they won so many tournaments that everyone's like, what are these guys doing? They got studied to death, and that it just makes it hard. You have to reinvent yourself. That's tough to do.
Yeah,
I actually disagree with that, but we don't have enough time to disagree right now, so let's keep it short.
Okay, but when a really big patch comes into play, though, then I think teams obviously take time to understand what's happening. So teams just took a little bit longer. It took maybe 3 majors to get there.
Well, we don't have to keep talking about them for too much longer. We are going to get to lay our eyes on them. It is our first team coming out, GAIMIN Gladiators. Winners. These boys have had an impeccable year, victory after victory. They weren't sharing it around, but they are going to be sharing this stage. They're in the lower bracket, a position none of us thought they would be in this early, and it's time that they begin their run. It's going to be up against Evil Geniuses. This organization now representing the South American region. They have 5 veteran players, all with phenomenal records at the previous TI, having great placements. They too are a surprising lower bracket team. Will they be able to be consistent? Will they show up against GAIMIN Gladiators? We are going to have the answers to these questions because these boys, it's got big pressure. EG is a big org name. Big pressure comes with it, Sheep.
Yeah. Well, they better live up to it, everyone.
Oh, are you going to go down there and you're going to be like, live up to it right now?
Just get good, man.
I mean, the last time EG beat GAIMIN was at the Lima Major. So since then, it's just been draws, losses the entire time. So if there ever was a time to actually beat them, I mean, it probably is right now.
Oh, wait, hold on. Now I can disagree. We have time.
Oh, actually, we don't have time.
Oh, my
because
God.
it felt like we didn't give enough time to GAIMIN Gladiators. So we want to have a look back at their pathway. We want to have a look at a video and some information on them, and then you can disagree.
Sure.
I sort of led to join gaming because I'd only really played in NA teams in the past, and we never really did very well. I kind of wanted to give playing like one last shot to prove myself. I had a lot of doubts about whether or not I was a good player, whether or not I was a choker, or whether or not I had what it takes to play, like, you know, and beat the best players, if I could win a tournament, things like that. They asked me and I was like, yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to try to prove myself one more time.
Proving himself one last time paid off. GAIMIN Gladiators dominated, winning every major. Remarkably, they didn't drop a single main stage match all year until Riyadh. Needless to say, they confidently secured their spot for the International.
You build the muscles of playing against the best players, and you sort of shirk some of that fear and that, like, you know, scariness of like the top players. You get rid of that, you feel way more that you can actually win the tournament. I think in past teams, you sort of, try to cope it up and believe that, hey, I'm really good and we have a chance, we can win the tournament. But deep down, you sort of don't believe you can. Playing through the DPC in Europe, deep down, I believe we could. Like, it wasn't like a bit, it wasn't like some, shell I was putting on. It was like, we can actually win the tournament. With every series we won and every game that we gained confidence, it's like becoming more of a reality. Like, it's not just that we can, it's maybe we will. The day after you've won a tournament, you're just another chump who needs to prove himself. Like, if you lose the next qualifier, you bomb out of the next major, you don't win the next major, suddenly it was a fluke, you're a chump, you're a joke, you're yesterday's lunch. And so I think going into every tournament after Lima, Berlin, Bali, the Dream Leagues, everyone felt like we were fighting for our life. And that we could get eliminated in groups if we weren't careful. That's how it felt for me. I used to get insanely stressed in the past before games, and this year I've managed to quell that to a large degree, because it used to be playing games was just miserable, honestly. Playing officials was not fun at all, because I was just racked with anxiety the entire time, and beforehand it was agony. The years of going through that, I slowly fixed bits and pieces and learned different things about this stuff, and I think a lot of those things helped me to find a much better routine for me this year, to allow me to be more consistent and not be so, in my own head.
Years of anxiety, but now he has 3 majors, 3 wins for himself. Quinn, he couldn't do it alone though. Obviously the 5 stack there, Ace, Tofu, Doracho, and Celery as well for Gaming Gladiators. People put them as their favorites to win TI. I know many people out there are big fans, big supporters of them. Do you want me to not talk about GAIMIN so you can argue with Purge?
I mean, that was talking about GAIMIN.
I meant me not talking about GAIMIN.
Oh, yeah, thank you. It's my opinion of it based on comments by other people who play against GAIMIN. They say that actually they know what's coming. GAIMIN aren't like crazy. They don't do things you don't expect. They're just stable. They don't hide anything. You know what they're going to do. They play incredibly stable Dota, and they do the little things correctly. So when you play against GAIMIN, I think you could study them, and you're still going to know what's going to happen. But even Nisha said, they're just hard to answer, and their approach was to make them uncomfortable in the draft. So when you said earlier the draft could be a big factor, I think that's true. You take away some more of Quinn's heroes at the beginning, and maybe they are much more uncomfortable because he was such a focal point of being able to make moves on the map. As well, just their players were top of their roles. I think a lot of people hate playing against their safe lane who just trade super efficiently. They don't over prioritize farming. They know when to take those trades and push and apply pressure and just make the game super hard.
Yeah, I have vivid flashbacks of Celery playing Undying every game in DPC.
Bored out of his mind, yeah.
He was bored out of his mind, but my goodness, did they have a stable safe lane. They're willing to play whatever it is as many times over. So you're right, there might not be this innovation when it comes to draft, but it is consistent. When it works so well for them.
Yeah, I will apologize for Gaming Gladiators already. So backstage, Tofu walked up to me, and you know how Y and Jinkyu, they'd rub the belly for good luck? Tofu walked up to me and was like, can I please rub your bald head, please, for good luck for this series?
Oh, I thought you were going to say your belly, and I was
No, I mean, I have a big belly too, but no, he just walked up and he just, good 5-10 seconds.
Is that what he came to the green room
Yeah,
for?
he's just rubbing my bald head. So I've given him all the energy, and if they lose, it's my fault, but what can you do?
What can you do?
I take full credit right now.
Is there any data so far about the luckiness of your bald head?
This is the first time it's happened, so if they win, teams,
you're going to start
there
charging?
I am. Yeah? No, I'll just keep it free this time. First TI free, second TI, then we can get some monetization.
You got to get them hooked first.
Exactly, you need that good head, whatever stuff.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
We're going to move forward towards EG because we've talked about how stable Gaming Gladiators is in the way that they draft, how consistent we can see it. Maybe even pick order is pretty consistent too, but EG, can we summarize them as easily, Purge?
Can we summarize them as easily? I don't think so, because they've been kind of, they just look kind of consistent. There's time, or inconsistent. There's times where Prakaz looks like guaranteed best top 3 carry of the world type stuff. Other times where they're just not clicking as well. So it's just harder to identify them. They do have their comfort heroes for sure. Prakaz always plays a very hard carry, but he's willing to be active as well. So it's kind of a mix of what's in the meta. I feel like they have some signature heroes, but it's just not as consistent.
Yeah, you keep saying the inconsistency, but I want to know where. Is it in the later game? Is it the early game? What exactly? Is it even an execution thing? that.
My viewpoint is that they have at times, they've looked at top 6 team in the world for a long period of time, enough where I got confidence in that. And then when they just start losing games, playing sloppy, stuff that I didn't see in the months prior, it just felt like a big enough shift that I just have to label it as inconsistent. It's like their gameplay just sometimes looks amazing and other times looks like they haven't been practicing enough or they're off meta or something else.
Yeah, like spellcasting, for example. You sometimes just see them do everything right in a team fight, and then I've seen some games like this tournament even where you're doing like bad venge swaps and stuff. I know Panda has like had some issues with like nerves in the past. I think mostly they moved past it and got more confidence, but it could still, like, you can still have those moments.
My question is really for Matthew. The fact that he's played 11
You want me to get him up here?
Yeah. Go. Can you get him? Hey, boss, can you get out of the booth real quick?
Yeah, can you just jump out of the lobby, bro?
So why have you played 11 heroes in 12 games? Like, on POS 4, right, there's, like, normally you play, like, there's quite a good foundation for the 4 role, right? But he has played the furthest extremes possible. Like, Nyx Assassin, we don't really see at all, but he's tried playing it. He's played Bounty Hunter, that we haven't really seen as well. He's played some Dawnfall, that was kind of popular back in the day, but not so more.
Say back in the day, like one patch ago, right?
It's old. Dota ages you very quickly. But like he is playing so much that I think often with creativity, like a carry can be a statement hero, but on a 4 role, having that change, like that's quite an instrumental early game hero to be changing every single time, and that could maybe offsets EG's kind of rhythm, because like one game you have a Sky, one game you have a CM, one game you have a Dawn, like everything's very different from the hero that often kind of connects the early game. So
I have a reason why they may be doing that. I think it's because they pick Matthew's hero later in the drafts usually. I think Whisper and C-Smile oftentimes get picked quite early on whenever they do drafting, like kind of this whole year actually. So as a result, I think the versatility of his pool may come from the fact that he's just seeing supports that work better in these different games because he's seeing more heroes when he gets to respond.
Should we then be expecting a stable offlane for them, or not necessarily stable? I actually don't really want to use that word, but a adaptable offlane, right? One that maybe one game we might see as just stay in lane, make sure that we can push out the carry, and then another game we might see it where they want to be that aggressive, they want to go for those kills, they want to have him rotate. Is that what we can expect them to be able to adapt to?
It's very possible because historically Whisper has been one of those weirder offlane players where he's like, I'll play Timbersaw or standard stuff, and then next I'm going to play offlane Silencer or other support-like heroes as a 3 in an interesting way. But as Dota kind of develops years on years, that becomes generally less viable. Sometimes it works for sure, but there's a lot of things that it just ends up being safer in a lot of cases to play more meta standard. But Whisper right there, definitely probably the best player, well, widely respected across all regions, always very talented. So we'll see if he cooks up something interesting. I hope so. It's fun to watch.
Do we see then GAIMIN Gladiators offlane, right? They have been coined as stable. Are they going to be picking something a little bit different? Actually, I don't want to say picking different, but going for a different play style for themselves.
I think Ace is the definition of stable. Yeah. If you're talking about a player across the whole scene, he's the first person I think of.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, when you think about, if you make an all-star team, we saw the Tundra content as well, like it was always Ace or Tofu, always throughout the arguments.
Alrighty, guys, we don't have to theorycraft anymore. Our draft is going to be ready for us, so let's get into game number 1.
Evil Geniuses versus GAIMIN Gladiators. Game 1.
Let's get into the nitty-gritty of the draft. We've danced around it. We've used these words like stable, meta, whatever that word is, and we're going to see what actually does get picked up, what gets banned out. Conquer Primal, absolute no shockers there, but the Brewmaster is the one that is normally kept until the end to either be picked up or banned out for themselves. So Evil Geniuses think it's first phase ban worthy.
So here at the starting, the road to TI was quite prevalent in the first pick. Kind of fell off a little bit for teams, at least in regards to that first phase. But I think against GAIMIN, when you think about what Ace has played, he's often playing these very big brawler type offlanes. He's got Primal, Brew, Spearbreaker, Centaur, and then Tofu's playing quite a high damage dealing, ranged 4 position. So they have quite a traditional combination. So if you target the offlane, then it does kind of potentially hurt Tofu as well, indirectly.
Yeah, they massively targeted the offlane. They got rid of the Muerta, which was really good. I think GAIMIN played it like 7 times, but It was a lot of times actually, maybe not 7, sorry. But it's been mostly in support, which has been interesting. It's like the Atos build and playing like that. It's a little bit greedier, I would say, but they've been making it work.
You are right, it was 7 games on Tofu.
It was actually 7
games for Tofu. And
Muerta is definitely a greedy support, but before other heroes are able to finish items, she's kind of valuable as a 4 because she has a high mana pool from being an int hero. The cast range on your spells is really high, so in some ways, like, before anyone gets items, she's less greedy because she can impact lanes and roam really effectively. So no matter what though, definitely a dangerous hero. She can set a lot of tempo in the early mid game and transition in the right circumstances. Maybe just not worth dealing with.
And GAIMIN, they've only played Bristleback so far in the carry role. I'd like to think that they can shift it into that 3 role. I mean, it's ace of course, but yeah, so far they haven't done it. And of course, flexibility will exist here.
You say that shift, but still when we talk about ace, in my mind, it's a lot of aura builds. I know Bristle is tanky, right? But for me, I still see him as like this Tide, this Underlord. I know he has more like the primal he's brought out to the Wraith King, but yeah, I don't know. It's still kind of difficult in my mind to picture him as a Bristle player.
That's the major days for you. You know, when they win 3 majors, it's ingrained right there.
Oh, that's what they were doing. They were like Pavlov dogging you.
Exactly. But now, not so much. He's had to relearn, had to shift from that one.
All right, we'll see if they make that shift, though. Trian got banned out in the first series, both games. Evil Geniuses having it in the pool, and they think it's a worthy pickup first for them.
It's a good response for Bristle. You're going to slap armor on whoever's about to take 4,000 physical damage, so gives you a chance of keeping that guy alive.
3,972 physical damage instead.
Yeah, it could be a lot, yeah. I mean, 8 armors, you know, it's a couple extra 1,000 HP, effective. And yeah, great scouter. You can set tempo, heals to help offset the AoE damage too. I think it's good. Could be Matthew, could be Panda playing it.
I prefer seeing Panda play it. I think Matthew will make it work and it's fine, but Panda's always been really, really good at safe heroes. It's kind of like his brand of support throughout the years. It's what he primarily prefers, even though lately he has been branching out. I just like seeing Matthew when he's able to move a lot on the map. And I suppose you can on Tree. I really like seeing teams that abuse this hero to like play on the like the outer parts of the map, like the new parts that were added, and place wards down there and in lanes to kind of see where the enemy are moving on the map so that you can punish them. You can do that with Tree. I know everyone prioritizes, it feels like, the shard lately, so that you're invis and you're just kind of undercover on the map.
For me, I'd love to see GAIMIN think about Enchantress a little bit more in this series. It's a hero that other teams are crushing, especially Team Spirit, and it's a Celery Classic. And I think in this type of game so far, if EG is trying to make moves as well, just make sure you crush your lane so well that this Ench can move away. And if you already know Willow's going to be that 4 position against you, Ench naturally does quite good against. Like, get that extra creep, throw the body in front of you, zone her away, and force it to be like a 1v1 against the carry.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And you can dispel off the Tree armor. You can also help offset the fact that Tree's going to keep your towers alive by bringing a creep there to actually take it. And then it doesn't force your draft so much around like, well, we need one hero that can help guarantee that tier 1 tower dies. Enchantress solves that. She's maybe not the fanciest ganker in the mid game, but as long as your map control is good, that will really unlock a lot of things for you anyway. So I definitely could see the enchant pick.
All right, guys, guess what? Dota 2 Pro Tracker check.
I was gonna ask.
Hakas has played the Willow.
Hey, I want to know who hasn't played the Willow now from the carries.
I haven't.
Who's?
You're not carry, babe.
Damn, she got me.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's pubbed it a few times. Funnily enough, most times I've checked, I haven't seen anyone with an overwhelming like win.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Sounds like a terrible pub hero. Like, guys, I need to farm the Midas, an Ags, maybe a Silver Red,
BKB,
plus another item and another item. Just don't lose the game or tilt out your mind whilst I'm doing this.
Hey, well, look, that's what Tree can be pretty good at, you know? You can keep those towers alive for yourself. You can make sure that you're keeping your side of the map pretty safe, that they aren't able to invade as easily. I mean, the Bristle is going to want to be that aggressive. The Enchantress as well, running around, breaking the map open. Tree's just going to stop that. So maybe Dark Willow is going to have time to come online if they want her as +1.
He'll slow it down. I don't know if stop is necessarily possible, but yeah, if he can delay the tower dying or make it more dangerous for them to commit to towers dying, that can be really nice. He can buy you seconds so your team can respond. You can get a couple kills here and there.
T, do you want to do more on the Enchantress here, talk more on it, or you feel like you said your piece?
Yeah, it's good. It's great for the lane. I think as soon as you have Bristleback in your lineup, you just need to have like artillery behind it. And this is a couple forms of artillery, right? You've got Enchantress with Impedus, and now Invoker. Tofu has played it in the 4 position. If there ever was a time for Invoker to be a 4, it's probably when laning with a Bristleback, who kind of doesn't need any help at all. You get Vanguard, and you're incredibly independent. So if this is the strategy they go for, you now have a Alacrity buffing hero that maybe goes Solar Crest, maybe gets some like Urn Vessel type situation. Both of the supports will be pushing the Bristleback forward. Of course, Invoker can still just be their mid laner, and this is where they'll be flexing it as the EG reveal a Tusk and a Dawnbreaker.
I mean, I'm pretty into Invoker core with his AoE disables. That's going to be able to deal with a potential Dark Willow carry.
Yeah.
Deafening Blast, Tornado, even some EMP stuff. Like, they've got decent solutions with just the first 3 picks. And with the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker, it's looking more likely that it is Willow carry.
Couldn't this just be like a Void though for gaming? Like Bristle's going to be so noisy in the early portion of the game that maybe a slightly greedier hero like Void that needs a bit more time to get in. Ench is also so strong in lane that will kind of help the Faceless Void. And then you have that classic Invoker Void for, if the game goes real chaotic. I just think EG, they don't have the cleanest lockdown where like one Manta or one defensive tool will help them. Sorry, Quinn Pangolier.
Wants to say it.
No one. Instead, we're going to talk about Tusk and Dawnbreaker a little bit more. I want to know about why you think it makes it a Dark Willow carry more possible. Is it the saves, the Tusk, Snowball, the Dawn ult, that if they wanted to put everything onto a Dark Willow, that's the saves to keep her alive, that she could go greedier, it protects her in that earlier game?
Well, I think earlier when we watched Shopify play Willow, they didn't have enough ways to save him. Funnily enough, in the end, it just felt like he kind of died, and now they have 3 ways to save it. So I guess it could work. I like that they can fight without Willow while she's farming, because like Purge pointed out, this hero does farm so much. Shiro farmed so much yesterday. RTZ farmed so much earlier. Like, this hero is going to just hit creeps for a long time. And Tusk and Dawnbreaker could fight in that meantime. And Tree's, like T-Sec, going to hold that map.
10 seconds.
So they both could potentially be looking for their carries here at the end.
5 seconds.
They could be looking for a carry for Gaming Gladiators and a +4 for Evil Geniuses. So
I think
it's
Tree
tough.
Tusker probably supports.
Okay.
Probably.
Although maybe Tusk mid. I don't know if that's ever a thing.
That's not really
meta.
in the meta.
That's ages ago. That's old school T.
It'd be,
Not last patch.
it'd be a little different. It would have to be, they would have to really feel forced to it. And the Dark Willow, there's some counters here, but it's not like the most extreme. They're probably going to commit to it. I still have my doubts on the hero. The Pango should be good though, brings him some nice team fight. He does have to worry about all the roots, of course, but, and there's another thing LGD has been doing. They've been picking Weaver as a carry. The new shard gives you an extra Geminate attack if you Sakuchi through somebody. So you get like 3 attacks while breaking into it. It actually can give you a lot of single target damage.
Yep. EG, they don't have the best form of control. They go for a Shaker that will help supplement that a little bit, but if GAIMIN hit their stride early on, Roshan falls very quickly with the Nasal Go Bristle plus the bugs of the carry Weaver. The Pangos are like, they are so aggressive, and they don't really have cooldowns. Like, none of these heroes, like, sure, Rolling Thunder, but that's relatively short. And yeah, GAIMIN, if they can get a little bit of a grip, that's where EG, they're going to feel potentially outpaced, right? Willow, a lot of farming. We saw it just, hours ago when RTZ tried playing it. It was just constantly farming. Please, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, just please wait. And I don't know if there's enough time for EG to get their heroes into the game against what is such an aggressive lineup.
I do like the Earthshaker a lot though, because he's going to be able to set up disable follow-ups. He's great against the Weaver carry, and they can also then utilize the Terrorize so much easier. It was when she first came out, that was the combo. Any stun plus Terrorize, somebody is probably dead. So there's some good synergy in the EG draft for sure.
Very team-heavy focus for Evil Geniuses. We'll see if that's an advantage for them. We can actually know more about their draft as we have their coach ready with Tsunami.
That's right, I am standing by with a Vintage with Avo helping out with the translations. Vintage, yet again, I'm looking at a Dark Willow carry, but this is something we haven't seen that much during the tournament. How important is it for you to stick to what Evil Geniuses plays all the time versus trying to adapt to new heroes as the game develops.
Vintage, vemos Dark Willow como carry en este caso. ¿Cómo de importante es para tu equipo, cuando estás en el segundo día del torneo, adaptarte a lo que has visto hasta ahora, a comparación de sencillamente seguir el juego, el plan de juego de Evil Geniuses de siempre?
Yo creo que el camino es adaptarse para que ver la manera que funcione. Creo que Dark Willow es de uno de los carry cheesy muy fuertes que han aparecido. Es muy bueno contra el Bristle. Así que lo hemos practicado bastante durante toda la semana. Estoy feliz que haya salido el héroe. Así que tengo confianza que puede funcionar muy bien hoy día.
He thinks the path is just to adapt. You know, you gotta make it work no matter what. And he thinks Dark Willow is one of the stronger carries that have come out. A little bit of a cheesy pick. Really good against Bristleback, and they've been practicing all week, and they're pretty confident it's gonna work.
How about adapting to your opponent then? Because GAIMIN Gladiators have been terrorizing everyone this whole season. Are you still just sticking to your Evil Geniuses foundation, or you got something special against these opponents?
GAIMIN Gladiators ha estado aterrorizando a todo el mundo esta temporada. Es el equipo invicto. Y aún así, cuando estás contra ellos, os tenéis que adaptar a su estilo de juego o intentáis jugar el estilo de juego de Evil Geniuses y quedaros con vuestros fundamentos.
Yo creo que la única forma que podemos ganar es imponer nuestro juego, ¿no? Y cuando estás en el TI no le puedes tener miedo a nadie.
I think the best thing to do is to play your game, and when you're at TI, you can't be scared of anything. In fact, ¿hay miedo en esta partida contra GAIMIN Gladiators o podéis ganarles, Vintage?
Creo que podemos ganar.
¿Un poco más?
Creo que podemos ganar por mucho.
Yes, they can win by a lot. He thinks they can win. He thinks they can win by a lot. They're confident. They're not afraid of GAIMIN Gladiators today.
Well, then let's watch it. Let's get started with game number 1.
And you know they shouldn't be scared of GAIMIN Gladiators because this is a squad that has amazing success when it comes to LAN. In fact, this year has been one of the most successful for a South American team. After all, they placed 5th, 6th at the Lima Major. They managed to get 4th at Berlin. This is a squad that has had a very successful run so far. Maybe not quite as good as GAIMIN Gladiators, but they show they can take on the best, right, Avery?
I mean, it depends how you look at it, right? Do you want to win all those majors and get all your heroes nerfed and then have to play a non-real hero in the Pangolier? I mean, things can go downhill real fast, right? You're looking at the EG squad who has been in these tough positions at TI before, has overcome some of them and also fallen short in others, right? They were very close to the highest berth for a South American team at TI last year, and now it's a very long road to get back to where they were, and it's a different squad, so they have a lot to prove. They have a lot to prove to their fans, to the region, and I mean, this is step 1 of getting there, and damn, what a tough opponent to go into round 1. Triple major champions here on GAIMIN. Everything that has been said about this team, I feel, has been said at this point. Now it's just, can you prove it?
Absolutely. Can you prove it when elimination is on the line? We asked that question to GAIMIN Gladiators at Riyadh. We said, you went through the upper bracket time and time again when it comes to these majors and you win the whole thing, but can you bounce back when you've been knocked down? They proved at Riyadh they can, but Evil Geniuses, they have been the masters of going through the lower bracket. In fact, it's a reason that they have actually not played up against GAIMIN Gladiators in one of these major LAN events this year in playoffs. They matched up against each other in group stage time and time again. Here are some Dream Leagues, they'll play a best of 3, but when it comes to these LAN playoff games, they actually have not run into GAIMIN Gladiators. So despite both of these teams going far in tournaments, this is a little bit of untreaded ground.
That's an interesting strategy to dodge the most dominant team. You know, just stay in the lower bracket. They're never there.
Exactly.
Upper brackets for somebody here, you know? I won't complete that, but Matthew will also not complete the snowball. And that snowball level 1, I think it hurts a little bit on this lane. I mean, you really want to get this, like, Shard. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Shard or Snowball into the tag team level 2 is the timing you're looking for to burst this Weaver. And we're looking at a carry player in Diracho who has arguably been the most aggressive carry player we've seen come out in the last few years on one of the most aggressive carry heroes that, dare I say it, has a history of falling a little short at TI clutch matches. I feel like this Weaver always pops off, but it's a different thing getting that win. And of course, it's a very different Weaver than a lot of these past tournaments. I mean, this is a hero that scales a lot better, and the damage just ramps up considerably, especially level 20 and 25 talents. It's a long way away, but the Geminate just starts to pound you into the dirt. It's like, what, plus 90 with the level 20 talent, plus 65 now with the buffs. You're looking at over 150 bonus damage per Geminate that can also proc off the Shard. Sakuchi going through everybody. It's just a whirlwind of pain. So that is what Diracho is looking to get towards here, hopefully with as little deaths as possible. Dare I cast or curse him. And EG coming out with their own pace. Shaker last pick mid to combat the Pango. Of course, only one of those heroes is real, as I mentioned.
Yeah, it's, well, we have interesting carries on both sides. I think Weaver and Dark Willow are a little unexplored in the current meta. We could definitely do a little bit more digging on those heroes. This mid matchup, it's the same old that we've seen so many times. As you said, Pango, not a real hero. Earthshaker also being spammed in the mid lane quite a bit. So
it's so funny he like complains about it and then he just plays it every game. But what can you do? You know, I mean, it is a great Pango game. There's a reason they picked it, right? Very limited Rolling Thunder control on the side of EG, and it's another AoE stun hero to deal with the Dark Willow, pull you out of the Shadow Realm, and then just burst you down. The mana burn also pretty substantial this game. You can get a fast diffusal, right? You're looking at a lot of melee strength heroes for EG that just don't like losing their mana pool. So I kind of like what the Pango does here for GAIMIN, and it's a lot of AoE control between the Pango and the Tofu Invoker here.
I will say though, you said it's not the best Rolling Thunder game. I will say he's going to have to be a good driver for it to be a good Rolling Thunder game, because he is going to have to deal with Fissures, Ice Shards, and then there is going to be the Overgrowth that's going to be popping up. But popping up, Whisper pops up in the top lane, gets a kill on Celery. So while this is a kill duo for sure, the Dawnbreaker Tusk, Weaver is going to be a hard hero to lock down. That Enchantress, not nearly as hard.
This is a very strong kill lane, and Enchantress generally suffers versus those lanes. I mean, your Nature's Attendants are only as good as you can stay alive for them to heal you. You just get bursted down in a second, you're absolutely gone, and that's a first blood to Whisper. Honestly, I feel like Whisper's had a quieter season than we expect from him.
Yep.
And I think this is time to show up or go home, right? So he has been one of the cornerstones for his team, one of the linchpins. Give him a fast start on a very powerful hero in the Dawnbreaker. He might just run away with it here.
Do you think maybe part of that is because of the player we just saw on the screen there, Because, who's going to be rocking the carry Dark Willow in this game? I mean, this South American squad was put together, for my money, it was the two superstars from South America put on the same team together. Because on one side, Whisper on the other. Do you think by doing that, it has maybe hurt Whisper's game a little bit more? So they're going to try and go on Ace here, the Bristleback, try and shut him down early, and they do just that. Because and Panda pick up a counter kill.
I mean, that was just too easy, right? They still have full wand charges down here. Just living the life, and we're seeing the dominance of the Dark Willow in terms of the laning phase. Cyril's very powerful on lane with the low VAT and just the high base damage. Very hard to trade versus. I kind of agree. The one thing about that, though, is, you know, you could say, well, maybe Whisper's game's been hurt because Because takes more farm, but I feel like Whisper played with arguably the one carry that was even greedier than Because for most of his career. So if anything, he should have more room to operate with Because on his team instead of Hector. But it just hasn't panned out. So this is, again, time to show up. I'm excited to see what they can pull out in this game. And for me, EG has two modes, especially going up against GAIMIN. There's the mode where they play ultra fast with like the bounty hunter type lineups. We're just going to dominate the lanes, run at you. The game's over in 20 minutes. This is the other mode where it's a bit more patient, bit more consistent with just team fight execution. Like, we're just going to out team fight you in the mid game with big Dawnbreaker ultimate coming through, Earthshaker controlling the fights, and then Dark Willow on Because to help bring up the scale, especially against the Bristle. And if the lanes go their way, that's just even better.
But C-Smile is here to be able to block out Ace, and he gets him. Now the Tornado's going to help. They actually managed to get the kill on Celery on the other side, but Ace is still dead. So great rotation from C-Smile. Just the extra bit of damage they needed. Because, meanwhile, hiding away from Tofu, tried to hunt him down. Meanwhile, the fight's still going up there in the top lane as they trade out kills. Both supports do die. Duraccio chasing after Whisper, trying to get some extra damage on him with the Hell Bear.
He's going to clap him.
Yeah, if he gets the clap and he still has this bug on him, it's going to be a ton of damage. Whisper tries to turn around and get the damage on Duraccio, but Duraccio scoots on by, turns around, picks up that double.
Big turnaround for Duraccio up here. This lane was not going extremely well for GAIMIN, especially with the first one on Whisper, so they get the double turnaround, whereas bottom, Ace still struggling. But honestly, I mean, if you get some stacks up for the Bristle and EG can't contest them that easily, he can always come back. So I don't know if the early start for Ace means too much. It's nice for Because for sure, as he's just trying to rush the Midas down here. That's what you have to be worried about. You cannot give too many kills to the Dark Willow.
Early gold, early levels, and getting kills will speed that along. Because gets to be part of yet another one. I mean, part of the reason you want to rush that Midas, right, is the levels. The talent levels are super important for the hero.
I've said it all year, right? This is the best Midas hero in the game to me. Yep. The attack speed is invaluable. The levels are invaluable. Though I will say, I mean, he skilled a point of Cursed Crown, Cap.
Oh yeah, that what is that? That's supposed to be levels of stats.
Yeah,
come on.
Clearly didn't watch the last series, if anything. So maybe Because playing his own version.
Maybe that's for the best. Yeah. 5-2, Evil Geniuses may have a kill lead, but they do not have a gold lead, and that is something that Gaming Gladiators have pulled the wool over a lot of different teams in the past. The Centaur game.
The backstab.
Coming around from behind. Because didn't see that one coming. Not that he's going to be too punished for it. Maybe Willie actually runs back in as Celery with the Wolf.
this is your Vanguard Bristle timing, so GAIMIN are just trying to collapse with Ace, force the pressure point. And if you use the fact that Willow is not great in these numbers fights.
Does have a wand, pops it, be able to get off the Shadow Realm, but the Tornado is going to help finish him off, and Panda is here on an island now with the creep wave pushing in. Now, like, with these kills raining in on both sides, these side lanes are getting crazy hectic.
It does lead Dyrachyo in that 1-on-2, and he will get punished with the single target burst coming out. And it's a tough lane for Weaver, honestly. You mess up one Sakuchi up here, you're just gone. So Whisper's going to have a very strong start. Pakaz gets forced off the lane. Now it's a question of, do you go back to bottom here? I mean, your tower's just gone. Pakaz is going to TP in. He wants to defend this. I mean, the tower basically paid the price off the catapult. It's just a question of, can you get something in return? And they'll gobble up Celery. So some more levels for Pakaz. And it puts GAIMIN in a position of, do you run back down here with the Vanguard Bristle once more to finish off this tower and kick Pakaz out again? And if you're DG, you can't provide another death on this Dark Willow.
Yeah. There is, both teams are definitely going to be assaulting this bottom lane, I think. And that kill actually puts our Train Protector to some pretty key levels. I think, you know, you get to level 3, you have 1-2-0, but then after that, you can actually start getting those levels in living armor, which will help the Dark Willow, but also help protect this tower. C-Smile going to be victim here of the first rolling thunder. Matthew is going to try and come in and help him out here, though. What can he really do? Does he snowball, pick him up? Then they're going to be next to the tower, straight up for a Tornado EMP. The Dawnbreak ultimate, though, it's going to come in. A little bit of heals, it's not enough. You're stuck inside. They block off the rest, so they're not pursued, but ultimately they do still lose their mid laner despite heavy rotations and an ultimate use from Whisper.
That was a lot of resources off this dual off lane that yielded nothing here. They're going to bring Panda into mid on the bottom wall. Matthew's just going to die to Dyrachyo top. Pretty much a disaster in mid for EG here.
This is not going well. Matthew will make him reach for it, but ultimately they do still get that kill. 7-5 as GAIMIN Gladiators might find a 6th kill. Back to back to back. They are just running over Evil Geniuses in this middle area. Panda will be able to get away to the trees, thankfully, and heal himself up a little bit, but
this was the alternative to making that second move bottom. Just let Ace clean it up on his own, because all the skirmishing mid brings the supports, and this is just the more efficient way to do it, right?
Now they're going to try and cut off Pakaz. Quinn on the hunt, but didn't quite spot the Dark Willow due to the part it's nighttime.
And this is where Dark Willow suffers. If you lose your tower fast, you get forced in the jungle.
Now they see him underneath the ward, but he is caught inside the brambles. Quinn's going to take a lot of damage here. Panda's going to pursue, but Pakaz cannot afford another death, and that leaves Panda alone. Threatening to terrorize, ultimately doesn't throw it out. Cannot save Panda, cannot save their tower, and C-Smile's rotation may only net them this support kill. They're going to be able to get him with the dust, but now the Rolling Thunder is going to be troublesome. Bouncing back off the cliff, C-Smile trying to get a cliff push off, does manage to get that. They have to chase away Ace, though. That damage was beginning to build up from the Quills. So, terrorize, put to use. GAIMIN Gladiators just forcing reaction.
I mean, what's happening top?
Getting so much. They're going to get a tower out of this. They have to get kills off this. They cannot afford to be losing towers for nothing. They will punish Celery. Can they get Dyrachyo next?
No way, he still has ult up. Skelly Boy's just doing the work here while everybody's distracted. Quick bottle refill into mid. The efficiency in this early game is really nice for GAIMIN right now as they're picking up the pace. And again, just straight into C-Smile. EG just can't solidify the map right now.
No, they are constantly scrambling to try and save somebody. And not quite enough. And Quinn
should have played more Pango.
Swashbuckle means that now he's going to be nailed by that Solar Guardian. He's going to be chain stunned. Goodbye. 10 minutes in, finally Evil Geniuses get a little something to work with, though the damage is done already. They have a Train Protector, and they've lost both their side lane towers.
That's a big misstep, right? When you're rolling these early games like this, it's all about momentum, especially based on the supports around your mid hero. That's a big swing. It gives some breathing room for EG in what was turning just to be a rout on that laning phase. And what I was mentioning is, for Pakaz, when there's this much early tower pressure, Dark Willow's not a hero who wants to be forced into the jungle super early, right? You don't have some crazy farm spell in Glaives or Sven Cleave or something.
You want your hand of Midas.
Yeah, and
right?
then you're okay
Before you
getting
go
there.
jungle.
But it's a slow hero, and I think this Bristle pick, exploiting the fact that you have Enchantress to back it up, so you're pressuring both tier 1s on equal sides of the map. It's not a situation Pakaz can respond accordingly to, whereas Dyrachyo, he's going to be happy to join all these fights on Weaver, man. He comes in, he throws a bug out. You have good minus armor synergy.
Nailed him. And that's one great thing about the Dark Willow. Later on, might have a harder time being able to kill Celery with the Untouchable, but early on, you've got this Bedlam that'll get you free kills on an Enchantress every time. Maybe it's support on support. Dark Willow's really nice against that hero.
I do think it's a very good Dark Willow game. If Pakaz can get there, he's going to wreak some havoc in the fight. The question is, can he get there? And right now, these GAIMIN cores are pulling out ahead. And the thing is, if you misstep on this map once, Roshan is going to melt, right? You have Goo, you have the bug from Weaver, you have Alacrity from Evoker later on in the game.
Untouchable to be able to tank the Roshan.
Lucky shot. I mean, there's a lot of minus armor poke that comes through from this GAIMIN lineup. Even just the single point in Goo that hits you, it got buffed, right? It's a lot of minus armor straight off the bat, even with the low levels here. It hurts.
Bouncing around once again. Rolling Thunder will find more and more kills. GAIMIN Gladiators. Now they're going to put some pressure on this mid tower. This is something Evil Geniuses cannot afford to give up, but can they stop it?
No, no way.
Smile being gone, and too many heroes here, all 5. I mean, I love the fact that GAIMIN Gladiators make a move like that, right? Getting the pick off, but then just bringing all 5 and saying, go ahead, fight us.
It's just not a lot of zone control for EG, especially dealing with the Enchantress summons this early, and they know the Weaver can rotate. Can't keep these towers up, and that's a lot of minus value for the Treant lineup here. Treant would prefer to fight around these towers. It's not just about living armor healing them up. It's like, how does Panda get a good fight with Overgrowth, right? A lot of the way you do it is you take defensive fights around your tier 1s where the enemies dive you, and it sets up Treant spells. All 3 tier 1s gone by 12 minutes. This is looking like a classic GAIMIN game of, we're just going to run through the objective so fast you don't have a chance to respond. And it's Ace leading the pack, a very good sign for them as, I mean, he has been the linchpin for this team's success all year, right?
Yep. In fact, the GAIMIN Gladiators, their run through the majors early on in the season was based around a lot of the fact they just figured out like what Ace needed to play to give them the win condition every single time. Do you feel like that changed, though, in the recent meta?
I mean, for sure. A lot of that hero pool was Summons heroes, it was Aura builders, it was things like the Underlord that he was almost undefeated on. I mean, where are any of those heroes now, right? They're gone. So you have to kind of adapt, pull these new heroes in and make them work for you. We're starting to see it with things like the Primal Beast and the Bristleback. That is something GAIMIN have had to adjust. It changes a lot of your itemization across the board. EG will go for a quick pickoff here on the support Joker, of course. Damn, that is a big swing there from Whisper.
It always surprises me how much damage that does, but he does have a 1-4-4 build, so very much focused on being able to throw out that damage. You need to go for an early game Blade Mail, start working towards Echo Saber, BKB. Blink Dagger, though, finally up for Evil Geniuses, and this is where we could see Evil Geniuses do more than just find a single hero pickoff. They've got their team fight hero online with the Blink Dagger. They're going to smoke up almost immediately with 3 heroes.
It's a decent time to fight if you didn't have the shield rune on Quinn right now, who just finished Diffusal, because Ace is clearing through the Ancient stack. So he's kind of taking the defensive orientation on the map to get these towers down and go back to your side of the map. It does give space to EG. Can they find anything?
Vision of Durachio right now. He's sitting underneath both a ward and a sentry.
I mean, this is the dream.
Shikuchis. This is a perfect
Echo him on the stack.
Geniuses. Yeah, they're just going to catch him with the Echo. It doesn't have to be on the stack as long as they get him stunned right now. Mid Shikuchi, chain that stun, and finish him off. Evil Geniuses. Blink Dagger reveal nets them a very big pickoff on the enemy carry.
Pretty much what C-Smile wanted with this Blink. Get a big core kill. Quinn's going to try and turn it back. Arcane Rune.
Oh, Ice Shards tried to stop the Rolling Thunder from being able to catch Bakaz, but it just wasn't quite good enough. Bakaz, Overgrowth, and the Fissure block, but the support damage is there to help get the kill on Bakaz, and Matthew a little bit late there on the snowball to save Bakaz as a result. And Quinn's feeling good. He's got an Arcane Rune, so he's just going to keep on chasing.
Yeah, they're going to bring Whisper in. No Dawnbreaker ultimate to join the fight. He's going to have to do it the hard way. They have the burst for Tofu.
Beautiful. Fissure actually catches 2 more on top of the kill onto Tofu, so maybe separating Quinn from his supports, they can focus down Celery up next. Big hit from Whisper will finish him off. Dominating for Whisper. Yeah, you were right, Avery. Now's the time for Whisper to pop off, and he is doing it right when his team needs him most.
5-1-3 in 15 minutes. He's got to lead the fights. He's the one hero for EG having a tremendous game here, and it's going to be catch-up duty for Bakaz with this Midas. C-Smile also had a very slow early game, but of course, these are heroes that you kind of expect to be behind in this game for EG, right? Versus Enchantress, the start that Bristle had, maybe the lanes go a little better for you, but the objectives, there's just no easy way to defend it. So you're going to play with less map, you're going to play from behind, but you can take those types of fights with this lineup that has a lot of turnaround, and that's something in GAIMIN you're going to have to think about. That exact type of fight bottom, how far do you extend into Overgrowth, Tusk Snowball and Shards, Fissure Block?
This kill would be massive if they can get it. He's used the Swashbuckle. There goes his mobility, and there goes his health pool.
Yeah.
Got it in an instant.
That is what EG are looking for right now, and you can't split up too much of your GAIMIN. You own a lot of the map. Can you be this greedy on it, right? That's the big question, at least before big defensive items come out. I mean, Ace, probably a hard target to go on, but even then, That's what this Tusk pick is designed to do with Max Tag Team. Give you the physical threat. Prevent Ace from just controlling all of the map.
And Ace is about to, like, with his Aghanim Scepter now complete, and then I feel like once you get the Shard, that completes the sort of run at you territory. It's very hard to turn around and kill this hero, and he can chase you down pretty easily by leading with that Shard. Tons of burst damage to follow it up. So GAIMIN Gladiators could definitely, you know, solidify things a little bit more by playing with Ace, but Evil Geniuses, I'm sure, are well prepared for that kind of action.
And the front line is going to be important for GAIMIN because it is Ace, and it's kind of only Ace. You don't want the Pangolier getting jumped first in the fight, and you definitely don't want the Weaver getting jumped first, especially when Dirachu just went Desolator. This is a very aggressive Weaver itemization here. Yeah. It's not some early BKB. It's not more stats. It's just raw damage, more minus armor amp to go along with everything else they have too. That's the part that's super nice here, right? The physical synergy is just off the charts for GAIMIN. If it lines up on any core hero, there's not a lot of armor outside of the living armor here for EG. Yeah. Dark Willow not exactly known for buffing up the physical resistance, so you're gonna melt. And Roshan, yeah, it's gonna be very fast, very early. This was a gimme, right?
I think that death on Quinn was definitely a moment of reflection for GAIMIN Gladiators. It was like, okay, we've been greedy enough trying to play all 3 lanes and play very deep on the enemy side of the map. Let's go ahead and regroup a little bit, focus on the objectives. They'll take the Aegis for their side, give it over to Quinn, so now he can play a little bit more frontline.
Yeah, you know, he dies once, and they'll make sure it won't happen again. That might have been the fastest Roche under 20 minutes in the tournament.
Yeah,
that thing had minus 33 armor on it. At 17 minutes, that is ridiculous. And GAIMIN, they're going to try and translate this Aegis into more, right? This is not a team that generally sits back with their objectives timings. They want to translate them around Ace's timings, just up the pressure, especially if they can stay on EG's side of the map without giving pickoffs. They're going to be really happy about limiting Pakaz's space, which again, he's not on one of these heroes that can shove lanes out quickly like a Sven or make up for the lack of room. At some point, you're just going to have to fight them back.
I like this positioning from GAIMIN Gladiators, just taking away the double ancient camps here on the left side of the map. Whisper, though, I mean, they do have this global capacity where Whisper can at least always play away from his team, so he's trying to greedily farm up that bottom part of the map. He's got his Echo Saber working towards the BKB. They're definitely focusing on a later game timing. The Aghanim Scepter is almost done for the Dark Willow, though. In fact, he could buy it out as soon as his courier actually gets to the secret shop, which is all dark right now for Evil Geniuses.
If you're EG, I feel like you almost want GAIMIN to run past a tier 2 or something, give you the fight setup.
Spotted Panda, but they do have the stun there. Tofu reaches out, but even still, double damage on Quinn helps a lot.
This is not a fight. Double damage Aegis, which means you're just going to give up more of the map. This is a ticking time bomb. Like, you can definitely turn this game around if you're EG. At a certain point, you bend, don't break, get that one team fight, then reopen the map. But right now, I mean, do you want to go into this ball?
How well do you feel like this version of Weaver scales?
I think he scales better than some of the previous versions for sure.
Okay.
The new shard plus the talents for the Geminate, it hits real damn hard. This hero can be really scary in the late game. I think it is still a hero that's susceptible to getting bursted, and you know, maybe he's not as terrifying in an overall team fight, but when you have some of these other cores that can help pick up the physical damage slack, then he's just great because the bug goes through and suddenly Pango and Bristle are having a field day, right?
Yeah.
You're amping the damage of everybody on this team. That's what's really nice about the GAIMIN lineup. The scaling synergy is nothing to scoff at. We're gonna make a quick smoke, try and control all the ancients here. Continue to limit Pakaz's room.
Pakaz?
Yeah, he might get caught.
Yep, they're gonna hit him with the tornado. Team has to respond here. Shadow Realm TP away, but the cold snap was still on him, so he couldn't actually complete that one. Oh, here comes that Rolling Thunder. Overgrowth is gonna be able to stop him. Snowball, though, didn't go through. It's actually on to Quinn, so he wasn't in a position to be able to pick him up. Oh, the burst stamp goes in, almost enough burst damage. And Matthew is there with the final punch, but it is a blow that is good for EG, but the fight is not. EG is going to lose more members here as they've already lost the 2. Looks like Quinn, he's searching for more. He's like, you guys got this kill, right? All good. I'm gonna look for a 4th kill out on the map. Maybe they were a little bit too greedy here. Does not have a TP though, so he's gonna be dying.
21-minute wisdom.
Finds him with the quills. Oh, Panda! Panda, get it! That's it!
What?
Hey, he got the wisdom rune. At least gives up his life to get the experience for himself and his team.
I don't know how many players get that rune in that situation, but Ace gives them a little bit of a freebie.
Speaking of freebies, one thing about this Bristleback, Tormentor is always a freebie for him.
Solo it up here. That's going to be a nice grab. Map control paying off for GAIMIN as they continue to run through these. A little bit of a weird death for Dyrachyo. I think he time-lapsed super early. Just didn't line it up. Does get a Deso charge out of that fight, however. And, I mean, he gets the BKB. He's kind of invincible unless you straight burst him off the Echo, which we've seen. There's a lot of interrupt for the Shaker jump in this game until C-Smile has his own BKB. It's not necessarily reliable to just going on one of these cores versus the Invoker, versus the Pangolier if he's not the one getting caught. So BKB timing's really important for EG here, particularly when they come out relative to Dyrachyo's. And I mean, Bloodstone already done for Ace. Yeah, he's big.
The BKB combined with the Shard especially, allowing him to be super aggressive. Good kill if they can get it, but he's already popped the time lapse, and that's going to pull Matthew way out of position and up on top of the glyph. He'll wave goodbye, spotted with the Sunstrike, but nobody's close with the stun. Still looking to be able to chase down some heroes. They know Whisper has got to be somewhere close, and they got him with the goo. So he's going to be slowed down significantly, trying to get away with that hammer. Panda will cover him with a bit more slows, but the bug is going to latch. They'll have vision of Whisper.
They're going to take the fight. Aegis ran out.
On to Quinn, right as the Aegis has run out. He's in trouble. He's already dead. Oh, what a turn. Is Pakaz in good position, but look at Dyrachyo and Ace. They're both hunting on to Pakaz right now, trying to finish him up with the Quills. Dyrachyo commits into the base. He goes to finish off the enemy carry, but another Shadow Realm. Dyrachyo, no, he's overextended himself. Instead of getting the kill on the enemy carry, he's got himself killed instead. Panda is going to be left alone here with the damage dealer pushed all the way back inside the base. EG can't really keep this good situation going for them.
They're healing him, bouncing, coming back.
Okay, a punch up in the air does get him killed, but Ace is way far forward, and there are too many members of Evil Geniuses. He has stumbled into all of this. Now it just leaves Celery all alone. Now, we did get that shard from the Tormentor. That'll help him get a little bit of distance here.
I mean, you're looking for the full
surely,
team wipe.
a Blink Dagger, a Hammer, and they'll finish him off.
Just a matter of time here as the physical burst. Winning EG a fight on the turnaround. They won't get the wipe, but I mean,
the fight was so delayed that GAIMIN Gladiators heroes were up again.
I mean, they're super happy with that, especially Pakaz, right? He gets the Weaver kill, doesn't even die here, and just everything on that turnaround was great because the Aegis expired the second C-Smile jumps in with that Echo Slam. They had it down to a T there. As GAIMIN were trying to force that fight, you can't really blame them, right? They're trying to make the most out of this duration running out. It's just the smoke on the other side. They weren't expecting it. Catches two. It does get disrupted by the tornado, but it just doesn't matter. You have enough lockdown to follow it up, and it's just about running down the supports while you can. And this Bramble into Shadow Realm coming up for Pakaz is just perfect.
So massive. So massive that he gets this kill. You can see how much gold he got out of that. We saw at the end, the chart, he got the most gold and most experience out of anybody in that fight. Massive win for this hard carry Willow that is only going to get stronger and stronger.
I mean, I talked about the combination Dyrachyo on a Weaver, right? It has to be one of the most explosive combinations in Dota right now.
Yeah.
It's just, you know he's going to have some deaths on the hero at the same time. He's going to go in super aggressively and make a huge amount of space. It's just a nice edge.
Yeah, he is a man who rides that line constantly.
Exactly.
And he surely was confident going into this series because he has been playing a lot of pubs of it. In fact, he played 5 matches recently.
Oh, yeah.
Only lost 1 of them. So he's been practicing the Weaver, had to feel good about it going into this series, and they had a great start. They still have a big, big lead. GAIMIN Gladiators still control this game, no doubt about it. It's just they've given a window, an opening for Evil Geniuses to now strike.
And they're amplifying the BKB time, right? Now you have BKB done on Whisper and on C-Smile, and then you can push towards your next item for Pakaz, which is going to be the Hurricane Pike. So these heroes on EG are tanking up, whereas that was your Bloodstone timing for Ace, and he just got melted through it. So he's going to go into like Bot's Lotus here on the Bristleback. He's not really getting too much tankier in the next few minutes here for EG if you end up in another fight if you're GAIMIN. So it's going to come down to Dyrachyo and the BKB he picks up on the Weaver. That's going to limit the amount of burst EG can pump into the Weaver, and it pretty much should guarantee him a time lapse here. At least a better time lapse than he's been getting in these fights. He's been getting forced out early. Generally not what you want. He'll lead the charge. Wants to put it to use here. Still looking for Deso charges as well.
Now, the potential Roshan spawn time has started, so both teams are going to be thinking about Roshan. Gaming Gladiators probably a bit more than EG, but EG can finally contest. Felt like that first one was probably too much for them, but this feels like a Roshan they can actually fight for.
This is a dangerous game, man. You're showing all these waves versus a Blink Echo Slam Shaker alone. You don't know if these Smiles there are ready to pull the trigger, and he'll have to time lapse out. Is this really a game about who bursts who off the jump, who's tanky enough to survive it? The Hurricane Pike on Pakaz, like we're seeing here, it's an interesting item choice, right? I think you have options of going Manta, for example. The Dispel's pretty solid. This is going to be a lot tankier. The Hurricane Pike is also super nice in this game versus the Bristleback, or even some of the Weaver and Pango later on in the fight. Recreate some space, get you another Shadow Realm. Sure. Kind of like the idea. I mean, it's also a standard itemization for Willow. Absolutely nothing wrong with it here.
He is going to need to start speeding along. He's got to get the BKB, he feels like, next, but then Octarine, super important to hit with that level 20 timing, so you can have that kind of near Perma Shadow Realm obnoxiousness.
That's what it's all about. Late game Octarine plus neutral item for extra cooldown reduction. Just get permanent Shadow Realm, then you're a god.
I like this a little bit of efficiency. They stacked up the Ancients so they could clear it out at 27 minutes, so they go into the smoke with tier 3 items right as they spawn.
I mean, of course, you're still going to stick with the Grove Bow here.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Pakaz is going to stick with that one for quite some time.
Yeah, it'll be smoke on smoke. Gaming, they're just going to meet him up here. They want the next Roshan. Remember, that Roshan happened super early. The next one's even more valuable, and they're just going to run into him.
You see Smiles. He's going to run it instantly. Goes straight for Dyrachyo as the chain's done. Going to land.
Hit it up.
Small moment with no BKB. Dyrachyo now gone.
Buyback time lapse.
Oh no, Quinn got himself stuck on the cliff and he can't actually chase after Pakaz. Pakaz who's stuck in this dead end. They have to get on top of him now, but now the Shadow Realm TP
get out.
goes nuts. He's getting out. Oh no, a buyback from Gaming Gladiators that now puts them at a point where they can't immediately capitalize. They do manage to get Panda, so there will be one member down on the side of Evil Geniuses. We'll see whether or not he buys back to contest this Roshan, or if this is enough space for Gaming Gladiators to just go for it.
Got Matthews buyback as well, but of course it cost you Dyrachyo's here, who time lapsed back in, used the BKB and found nothing in that entire fight. He gets jumped once more. So you're going to feel good about getting this Roshan, but not nearly as good as you would have felt getting it for free. And they'll put the Aegis on the Weaver here. Not a bad choice, right? I mean, at some point you're just going to have to make sure you can man up and play the fight aggressively, wear through these ultimates. The Saves and the Disruption have not been enough to buy him the time for the time lapse.
Yeah. Ace still having a fantastic time in these fights, though. He's now completed a Lotus Orb on top of the Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter, and Boots of Travel. So they're going to make sure they can keep playing the map and try and keep Evil Geniuses from being able to expand too far out there. They're just going to be locked inside the base.
And that's the thing. Like, EG, they're playing these fights in a way where you're shutting down Dyrachyo. I mean, it's a tri-core lineup, right? All these cores are scaling pretty hard. They all have good synergy. Sure, you kill the Weaver, but if it costs you too much, can you actually win that fight afterwards? And the only real consistent damage they have going into these later portions is the Dark Willow. At some point, Pakaz has to be able to stand there and win them that long fight, kill multiple cores after they commit Echo Slam, you know, Solar Guardian onto Dyrachyo.
Right.
That's what you're saying. Ace is big, and yeah, he is big and bad.
Now, they are going to be going, I was wondering, where's the break mechanic come in? Because you're right, they haven't really been addressing this Bristleback all too much. We're going to go for a Shadow Blade on the Earthshaker. We'll see whether or not he completes out the full-out Silver Edge. Obviously, Shadow Blade, the invisibility is super important.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going full Silver Edge here. I feel like they're aiming more just for the Tusk Axe. That's something that can shift the way these fights are played. Displace one of these, especially Ace on the front line, displace him into your burst. That's a very different scenario.
Right.
So that is something Gaming are racing against here. I mean, they're not racing, right? They're still 15K up. They are controlling the whole map, cruising through this game. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes. Could very well be just be a high ground force here.
I think they should, because I'm looking at Matthew, and he's got an Aghanim Scepter queued up.
Yes, so
you do not want to be trying to still break the high ground when you're dealing with Aghanim's Tusk, so I definitely want to take that advantage. At least get yourself 1 or 2 lanes of barracks before that item comes up.
It would feel nice to go high ground here, especially with Weaver just hitting level 20. Talking about this hero scaling, I mean, this is one of the big timings, right? Plus 90 on the Gemini. Has the shard as well.
Yeah, that kind of flat damage buff is going to be super impactful in this window right here. Meanwhile, we don't have the armor items. Whisper's trying to go for the AC, which would help a lot against all this physical damage and minus armor, but not there yet.
Still EG, they have both supports out on the map. Doing a decent job of holding his net worth even while the space is really limited. This is way better than being stuck in your base right now. And it is a tough high ground to crack. You have the Tusk Shard, you have Fissure that can block people off on the ramp, isolate a hero. Somebody gets bursted, then you go back and fountain heal. It's definitely not the easiest high ground, particularly for a Weaver who, as we've seen, is pretty versatile this game. Be another solo Tormentor from Ace.
Yeah, who wants it this time? Oh, they already have all of them.
Nobody. Goes to us, I guess.
Nice. What's your shard ability?
You get to listen to me for once. Very nice, very powerful shard.
Quinn gonna get some chain stuns here. BKB is available. Do they have anything to stop BKB TP away? No, not yet anyway. And it doesn't look like anybody, I don't see anybody going for these. Like Quinn's going Octarine, not Basher, and Bristleback is going to be going for a Kaya, so that is going to be a problem.
Nothing in the short term. It'll only be the Basher on Pango later. Quinn off sort. Satanic for the Weaver, definitely nice here. Now you're suddenly 3,000 HP. Way harder to burst him off the magical damage.
We're getting to the final 60 seconds of that Aegis, so now has got to be the time for GAIMIN Gladiators to pull that trigger and at least try and see what they can do.
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, we tried.
Good effort, guys. It's okay. Satanic will heal him up instantly. And, well, they got the living armor on the bottom tower. Do you want to go hit mid instead?
I just don't think you can force the high ground here. You don't have a great way to siege it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess like, what's the point of chipping away at that tower if it's just going to get healed up by living armor?
Exactly. You'd rather just build the lead and farm the map, play for the third Roshan, or at least a team fight that EG is probably going to bring to you. And yeah, if you can catch the supports on the map, because Matthew has been getting away with a lot right now.
That is a good item to take out of their hands for a while. Matthew does blink back into the range of Tofu. He does have enough mana. Tornado is going to be used. Is there any more disables left from Tofu? Used a lot of them, and oh, the damage just enough. Matthew almost got away with Courier Murder there, but does ultimately get murked. 22-18 with an 18,000 net worth lead for GAIMIN Gladiators. Finally putting a stop to the supports that are farming out on the map.
This is going to become a real test of Dark Willow carry right now. How strong do you think this hero is? Because we've basically seen GAIMIN exploit a lot of the weaknesses of it, right? The slow pace, the inability to defend your towers or join these early fights. The fact that when you lose a lot of these neutral camps, I mean, for any carry, it's really bad. For Dark Willow, the Midas doesn't feel great. Because just had a very slow game.
Decent amount of AoE damage.
Yeah, so now's your time to pay it back and show why this hero is a late game powerhouse. Quinn, happen soon.
Gonna try and get some revenge for Tofu. Rolling around here, they do have the vision of Because. Are they gonna focus him down though? Another Shadow Realm gonna be popped, threatening to terrorize. Instant BKB from Darachi, who wants this kill, and he wants it bad. He couldn't get it in the last engagement. BKB, plus they have the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in.
Quinn.
Neither goes for Quinn though. Quinn gonna be the target. Swashbuckles away from that final hit from Whisper. Because still in trouble, and his BKB is now down. What does he do? Keep it away. C-Smile, same thing here. Oh, he barely gets out. Oh man, that was a close one.
The Gemini hits off this Weaver when you get minus armor down. There's no saving you. I'm surprised that EG get out of there with everybody.
Yeah, I think that was just the Shadow Blade that got him away ultimately.
Garage is having a tough time sticking onto targets here. I mean, that is the one downside of GAIMIN's line. There's not a huge amount of lockdown and control, right? It's kind of just, you just want to run into EG and slay him with the right clicks here. Yeah, outside of Tofu. And Tofu, he's doing his best, but hard to control this Dark Willow in the Shadow Realm right now when your only real AoE spell outside of the Invoker is the Rolling Thunder, and they've been jumping Quinn. Did get the cheese out of Quinn on that as well. So technically, you got through one life there.
Kinda. I like what Tofu's doing right now. He's just like hunting, right? He's ghost walking, run around at high movement speed. He's got a gem as well, so if he runs into, say, the Earthshaker with invisibility, or he finds some sort of ward, he's constantly checking for vision to make sure evil geniuses do not feel safe pushing outside of the base. And again, trying to limit somebody very important here, Matthew. Still, what was it, 1,000 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. It's looking like GAIMIN Gladiators, I think they're likely to get the third Roshan, but it means they're also probably going to be facing up against Walrus Kick high ground.
That's the thing, the Walrus Kick is really nice for stalling the game, but it doesn't help you in that Roshan fight, I think, especially if it ends up being dire side, where Gaming can just abuse buybacks. Again, there has to be at some point more consistent damage coming out from EG so they can win a longer fight. Otherwise, I think Gaming are going to be happy to throw lives and then just take the longer extension.
Sure.
Win it off that.
I almost wonder if Evil Geniuses, I'm sure they are going to contest Roshan, but I almost feel like it would be better for them just to say, go ahead, take the Aegis, try the high ground, see what happens.
It is a route you can go. Again, that comes down to your conceptual understanding of Dark Willow right now.
Yep.
And just how hard does this hero scale in this particular game. Silver Edge for Pakaz is definitely going to up the capability in the fight, especially versus Ace here. More attack speed, more damage, crits. Everything adds up, and hey, Walrus kick online for Matthew. He eventually grinded it out in this game. The lead has been built at 22,000 gold for Gaming, but he eventually found some space, which is going to change how these fights operate. And I mean, you got to just instantly go for the fight here, right? If you want to get a fight in, maybe force some buybacks, set yourself up for the Roshan, which is going to spawn soon, and you know it. Now's the time, and it'll be a smoke from EG to try and find something on the map.
It is a powerful tool to be sure, but is it enough to cut through a 23,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators in this Roshan fight that's going to be coming up? 45 seconds until Roshan spawns. Both teams going to be playing for it throughout this 3 minutes. Duraccio, he just completed his data list. We also have some tier 4 items. Very important, Spell Prism on the Dark Willow, so he may not have the Octarine, but he's got the next best thing, a free 12% CDR.
CDR is always what you want on this hero, especially with the talents coming out. I mean, Gaming, they're closing in on some big ones too, but they're not there yet. They're level 24 on Duraccio. Something to note, he went the Ascetics cap here.
Okay.
This could be really big in the fight because you might not expect the extra status resistance on the jump trying to burst his Weaver, and suddenly he lives with 3,400 HP.
If he's the one that gets targeted.
Well, I mean, it's Duraccio, so he's going to be in there.
That means Duraccio does have to like really aggressively go in. Otherwise, I think if they get the initiation on Quinn, then things are probably a lot better for EG in that regard.
They have to find the Pango the Weaver. There's not really a way around it because Ace is just way too big, man. He just finished hard. 4,600 HP right now. Do also finish this Assault Cuirass for Whisper.
Shot dies fast.
Yeah, it's gone. This is just an impossible contest. I mean, how do you even get an angle in here, right?
Okay, so Evil Geniuses do not contest this Roshan. They are going to have all of their resources for a high ground defense, and we'll see what Gaming Gladiators, what their strategy is to break this high ground.
This is a go high ground Aegis. You have everything you need. Not much is going to change in terms of how these fights are going for you. So you have to devise a plan right now. Think about it. Understand someone is getting kicked in. There's potential to fissure block the ramp. You're going into Overgrowth. You're going into Maresca. The back, it's going to have almost permanent Shadow Realm. If you can't get on Pakaz, he's going to kill you in these long fights at this point. Damage is creeping up there.
Other big items coming in soon. Sea Smile working towards an Aghanim Scepter. The Silver Edge is going to be on the side of the Dark Willow instead. And the Assault Cuirass we already talked about for Dawnbreaker.
Continuing to grow.
I mean, is there something you see that Gaming Gladiators want to wait for right now? Or is it they're just waiting for a better opportunity?
I mean, you can wait for more items on Quinn. This Pango still has a lot of room to evolve. In a sense, you can wait for some of these level 25 talents if you really feel like they make that difference. But honestly, I don't think much changes about how the fight is going to go, right? It's just a question of, are you jumping the right heroes on EG? Do you see them? Or are you willing to just let them sit base until you have 50k gold lead?
Yeah, why not?
That's what Tundra would say.
Best way to siege the base is perhaps just building more war engines. There's the kickback, first one of the game.
And there's a time lapse.
And an immediate time lapse from Duraccio, who's still playing a little forward here.
The thing is, you're happy to trade that if you're Matthew.
Yeah, they're getting damage on all three of these tier 3 towers right now. They know that Evil Geniuses are strongest when there is just one lane being pushed in. There's the kickback again. Ace gonna be in some trouble here. He's gonna be pulled in with the snowball. Quinn's gonna try and rescue him though with this Rolling Thunder. Ace has his Lotus Orb still protecting him. He's gonna run out of here. Quinn, same thing. He's gonna roll on out away from this space. How much damage have you really done? Overgrowth is actually gonna be used on Quinn. He's gonna be in big trouble. Tornado comes through. Is that enough to save him? No, he ends up falling because at half health, trying to get away from Duraccio, who is tearing through these heroes push right now. Snowball pickup, picks up Whisper. He's going to be pulled out of position though. Blink away, nice. Whisper over to the side here. Can he get back to the fountain? He's getting away from this one. Ace, yes, his quills do manage to finish him off, but he's at half health right now, deep inside the enemy base. The rest of his team though, GAIMIN Gladiators focused on the objectives.
Yeah, screw the heroes. These billions are a way easier target right now. You still have Aegis on Dyrachyo. They ate the cheese. But it'll be a buyback from EG.
A breaking Bristle back is dead. They see the opportunity. 1 small second is all it takes to be able to finish him off. C-Small, oh, what health? Oh, it might be enough damage. It's going to fall all the way to the back front, but it's not quite enough. Now the damage starts raining in. A kickback. 1 life down for Dyrachyo.
He's going to respawn.
He's going to try and wash him, but not quite landing. Time lapse to get to the other position, but there is Matthew on the other side. Too many stuns. GAIMIN Gladiators are not able to break Evil Geniuses on the high ground.
They get a tier 3 and that's it because they split the difference here, and the kickbacks are just devastating for a lineup that can't take the fight super deep. All the BKBs got wasted really early there. Man, the supports from EG doing work in these high ground holds. Their spells are so annoying between the overgrowths, the kick, the shards, the snowball saves from Matthew, right? I mean, he is MVP in this for sure right now. He gets multiple cores out on the brink of death. Whisper lives with under 100 HP, and C-Smile lives with barely any after this impetus, down to 25.
I mean,
Solar
just
Guardian kept him up.
Fighting.
Yeah, this is where this team shines, right? I talked about the 2 modes that EG have. They're either going to run you over, they're going to try and out-team fight you. That is one of the strengths of this lineup. They're showing why. It cost them some buybacks, but they are happy to trade that for a big Aegis timing, especially when all their cores stay up.
I mean, ultimately, GAIMIN Gladiators, they got a tier 3 out of that. That's all they got. They almost got the barracks. They were focused on the objectives. I guess they also got a buyback out of what? I think Panda.
Both supports.
Bought back. Both supports ended up having a buyback. So
economic damage, but it did cost you that Aegis. It cost you the cheese. You still have a Refresher Shard on Dyrachyo, but GAIMIN's not the best Refresher Shard team. I mean, it's okay. There's nothing crazy. He did get level 25 out of that as well in the Weaver, so he's fully amped up here. But that's one of those high grounds where it's like, all right, that went pretty wrong. But the next time, what's our plan, guys?
Are you willing to take that next time? Like, you got 2 buybacks out of the 2.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What's your plan when you do it again?
Yeah.
What changes? Somebody's getting kicked. I mean, the one thing they had going for him was the Lotus on Ace that reflected the snowball.
Yeah.
That's a nice mechanism, right? Even if you get kicked in, you stall it out, and then you just go from there.
Let's go ahead and take a quick listen in onto the GAIMIN Gladiators side after that fight.
We also just need to not over-focus on these racks. Like, racks are not going to win us this game. Killing their heroes and building an enormous, insurmountable gold lead is going to win us this game. Don't over-focus on these racks. Play this slow and calculated.
Great insight there. GAIMIN Gladiators saying, yeah, we were overly focused on the barracks. We're trying to end this now. We don't need to, guys. We can play it slow, and you said you could just go ahead and wait it out. Get a 50,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in the sense that if you get a lane of racks in this game, does anything change? No.
Probably not. No.
The way you win this game is you need to kill EG's heroes. You have to win them in a team fight. And, I mean, a lot of times you're going to get baited on this racks and give them a good team fight out of it. And right now, all of a sudden, EG out on the map, right? Still 40 seconds for Dyrachyo to come back up. But they're getting a lot of net worth out of this, a lot of breathing room, and Ags on C-Smile. A blink on Whisper to make sure this Starbreaker gets applied correctly. And he also has that Starbreaker cooldown. This is a 6-second Starbreaker on a Dawnbreaker with Deso AC plus the Shard. I mean, you get 3 or 4 of these off in a fight. It's hard to lose it, right?
Yeah, Mikaz is not the only damage dealer in town.
Exactly. So some of the hidden scale for EG is starting to show itself. And of course, Mikaz working towards that 6 slots Moon Shard.
What, we're talking about the damage
in the backpack.
Dawnbreaker, but what is, he's going for a Scythe of Ice.
Wow, you got to balance. I mean, not everybody can carry the game.
Okay, so we get a little bit extra control. I mean, I could see it, right? You get the Echo Slam, you follow it up with the Solar Guardian, you land, you then can Scythe of Ice. Like, it is a ton of chain stun.
It's a good set.
When you choose to jump on somebody.
I mean, he probably asked what he should build, you know, because, yo, chill out, Whisper. I'm still a carry.
I got this, man.
Don't kill them all, man.
Speaking of because he is getting close to level 25, which is pretty big. 100 attack speed for a hero that is already pumping out serious damage.
I mean, you get the attack speed, you get a Moon Shard, you get a Pirate Hat, and I mean, how much do you need, really? You know, at a certain point, it's too much. These are valuable talents. And of course, a lot of these fights, I feel like, still come down to Matthew. I mean, Matthew has been, to me, the linchpin of the GG team for a long time. He's the biggest shot caller. He's their drafter. He understands how these fights are going to go. But he's really what sets the fight up, right? If you get the good punch kickback into the burst, if you get the big snowball saves, that's what's winning EG these fights. Maybe they have enough firepower to just take it straight up, but you're still looking at a 24K deficit. You're still looking at 3 cores for Gaming that are on top here and all continuing to scale.
GAIMIN Gladiators, you could see what they were talking about. They're definitely playing it a lot slower, but it's also because they've given Evil Geniuses a chance. The game has changed quite significantly, where EG is no longer holed up inside of their base, whether it's just purely because of the map push that they've gotten or also just confidence. They are not hiding.
It's time to smoke.
Or maybe they're hiding right now. They are pushing back to their base at the right time too. GAIMIN Gladiators have gone for a 5-man smoke.
I mean, double damage on Duraccio. That's what's signaling it here. No, Ace is going to TP top, so they feel like they're not going to find anybody here. Just want to get all the lanes in off this smoke. Daedalus completed for Duraccio as well, by the way, so this is about as strong as Weaver's going to get. I mean, there's not much left in the tank, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is a carry that can operate without boots. That's the one nice
But he did see Smile. Goes invisible.
No detection.
Need the help of Tofu to catch him. See Smile, it's already too far away. Maybe a slight error there from GAIMIN Gladiators having Ace lead, but he's also the person if you're going to run into 5 heroes of EG, you want him on the front line, so.
I mean, to me, this game is almost even because so much of the net worth for GAIMIN is on these supports, but can you use it, right?
Yeah.
Can Tofu and Celery have the impact they normally would have in a game? I mean, how many of these heroes are you going to be able to just sit there and reign in the impetus is on? You can't touch the Dark Willow. You might not see the Shaker. There's snowball saves that can disjoint. Like,
and maybe part of the reason he's not so focused on trying to scale up, he took a pit stop and went for more utility. He picked up a Lincoln, so that's going to try and combat some of that.
That is not a moon shard, so that tells you all you need to know.
Exactly, because how many moon shards is too many on Dark Willow?
2.
Okay, well, he was thinking about a second one, but he's now backed away for instead a Swift Blink. I mean,
he's also getting close to being slotted here.
Yeah.
Also pick up his level 25 talent, and I mean, we're at 47 minutes. This game goes to 60. You're going to get the next set of neutral items. And it might go that distance because we've seen EG be very patient about holding the high grounds going into these late games, right? They are a team that has had mega creep comebacks. They are a team that has been there with us at that point, in fact, with some of their members at least. And this game could definitely go in that direction and get very weird at this point because you're maxing out. And finally, a Tormentor goes down for EG. I think they're first of the game, right? I think all the others have gone to Ace.
Yeah, is there any shards that they really would have liked? I guess the ice shards is kind of annoying. The upgraded ice shards. Who cares about the Curse Crown upgrade because Fisher's a nice upgrade, I guess.
That Dark Willow shard is nice, but yeah, you're not in a range to use it a lot of times.
Yeah, not on a carry Dark Willow.
Nah, it's definitely not. Actually, it's probably bad because you're just inflating your net worth.
That's actually a good point. Minute and a half left until Roshan is up. Now, it could be up right now. Evil Geniuses are not in a position to play for it. Do you think they're giving this up again?
This is a Roshan you can start to think about fighting for sure. I think you have a lot more staying power if you can keep the Dawnbreaker alive, especially. You're just looking at, again, that 6-second Starbreaker with the Hex. It's a lot of control, a lot of burst that doesn't necessarily rely on the big Echo Slam anymore. That's the valuable part of this Hex, right? You can go and find the Weaver, find the Pango, Hex him up in a Starbreaker with like a Totem follow-up and tag team. That might be enough. Then all of a sudden you can hold your BKBs, hold an Echo Slam, start to take that longer fight that's been the problem the whole game that I think still favors gaming for sure. That's when the support net worth on gaming side really comes into play. Like you get stuck in a Roshan fight with buybacks, your BKBs are down, you're just taking man fights into these gaming cores. All of a sudden the two supports are gonna make that a world of pain. So I don't know, that Roche fight, it's a very tough fight for EG to take, but it is starting to get doable.
You know, looking forward, we're talking a lot about this game and how it's going to progress, but just thinking about this game, no matter what happens in this game, thinking about the series, I feel like the composure that these two teams show and who ends up making that final mistake in the game, I think it's super important for the series because it does look like this is going to be a marathon. This game one is anyway.
And you're at the brink of elimination. You can't make mistakes right now. The TI pressure is going to start to get to you here. And it can come down to one team fight which determines a game, which might determine a series.
Hey, for the first time, Evil Geniuses will have a chance to play for Roshan on their favorite side of the map. Radiant side.
And this is very good for them, right? We're talking about these extended fights. Well, if you don't have to do it into the buybacks that are instantly there, you feel way better about that. Because all of a sudden, yours might not be too bad. Especially if Whisper goes down, you just buy, you can instantly stole or Guardian straight back into the fight. You don't even need to wait for that long TP. There's some global capability here for EG. We're talking about the buybacks. I mean, which are even up right now. It's everybody but Celery.
Everybody but Celery.
So yeah, this is going to be a straight 10 on 10.
And here comes the big man himself. Over to the Roshan side he goes. Evil Geniuses, you're ready to play for it, but GAIMIN Gladiators show up just in time to contest. The 5-man smoke, they're going to wrap around.
Send the skellies in.
They get some idea. Okay, nobody from Evil Geniuses is home. Where are they at?
Any amount of vision. Look what you're looking for here, so you can get the jump. Look at the wrap, man. See Smiles up so far.
But they're also prepared for this. Celery is in a position to break it with a very deep ward sentry combo there on the far left. But if GAIMIN Gladiators don't see this coming on the right-hand side, oh, they spotted Celery. Okay, he's going to be done. Oh, this point, he's managing to get away a little bit of distance. They couldn't finish him off, and now they go straight for Pekaz. They try and get the Rolling Thunder on top of him. They force the BKB usage out of him. Evil Geniuses are trying to reset right now, but the Rolling Thunder is constantly in their face. Whisper blinking over, knows he needs to be able to help out. Their Dark Willow, they do. They blow him up. Boom, he's gone. Duracio's dead, but they get C-Smile in exchange, and Evil Geniuses now on the run.
You have to play for the buybacks here. You have to regroup if you're both teams in a sense.
They've lost sight of Pekaz with that Shadow Blade. He's getting away. 5 seconds for Matthew, but he's now been caught by the bugs. Can he get this snowball blink away? It is unlikely. Trying to cover him with the tornado, but there's nowhere he can blink far enough. He will be caught by this as well. GAIMIN Gladiators with that extra pickoff, especially since C-Smile didn't buy back right away. It's looking like Roshan is theirs to take for the 4th time.
EG does not want to buy back 2 heroes into running through the vision, running through the Invoker to try and take that. I believe the bash are done for the Pangolier. The Rolling Thunder did a lot of work that fight. And a lot of the damage came out from Duraccio. A lot of it was into Pekaz, who ended up living. And he just gets bursted down. Another time-lapse buyback forced out of the Weaver, but he'll get it back with the Aegis here. So a pretty acceptable outcome if you're GAIMIN, right? Especially with the fact that Celery broke that smoke and lived off of 1 hit.
Okay, so Tofu does consume that Aghanim's Blessing. So we've now got the Sunstrike, double Cataclysm going on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the best stuns to use it, but
yeah, I'm not.
Hey, never know.
Depends what Quinn can get for them, I suppose.
Yeah, the old dash into Cataclysm. But once more, you are faced with this high ground. And a almost permanent uptime Shadow Realm. 2 more seconds here. We'll get the early BKB.
Going to be put to use here. Ace heals himself up with the Bloodstone. Dawnbreaker raining in. The damage is not the best. They do try and break him again, but Ace is just causing enough of a distraction. Whisper now tries to go in, but Varus is already gone, and he's going to have to jump away. They manage to get the sight onto the Weaver. Force Staff getting them some distance, and that is just enough outside of the sight of the Dark Willow. Couldn't complete it. Couldn't take away that Aegis, and GAIMIN Gladiators can now keep up the pressure.
So that's EG trading a Rax to keep Matthew's buyback here. That is how much they value the Tuskar in these fights. I kind of agree with it, right? I mean, you can just buy the Tusk there and take that fight. But like we heard, the Rax, it doesn't mean much at this point in the game, especially when you have a Dawn who can just clean up the lane anyway. They will retain all their buybacks outside of Pandas, which they traded for Duraccio's, and Aegis up for 3.5 minutes here. So you're going to have a 2-minute differential where you don't have Duraccio's buyback and your Aegis expires. So if you're GAIMIN, you kind of want to use this Aegis. On the flip side, if it goes really wrong like it did the first time,
like if he dies after being kicked deep inside the base,
it's pretty terrifying, right?
It's going to be so important in how they use these Lotus Orbs and Lincolns to protect that hero.
We are almost at 40,000 gold lead, but it doesn't matter if you get kicked.
Can you get the chain stun? Not quite enough. The snowball was put onto him, and Duraccio already used the time lapse, so he pulls Matthew back, and now Matthew may be forced to use that buyback.
Really nice grab for GAIMIN. That is what they want, because now you're putting them in a position where if Matthew dies again, this high ground just gets broken entirely. I say that of Pekaz, he's just raining down hellfire right
he's
now.
Going to get on top of Pekaz right now, but of course Staff does get him a little bit of distance with the side device. Now they get the Terrorize on him. That's going to be the first life, and no, he does fall.
Did get Matthew's buy.
Matthew, can he get the kick in on the revive? Durachu instantly pops BKB. C-Smile looks to jump forward, pops BKB, but Durachu popping his own BKB to go for Quinn instead. Now with the kickback on him, they blow him up instead. Ace coming in deep, and look at the Fisher. He's blocked off right now. With his BKB, he can protect himself, but immediately refresher. C-Smile trying to get out, but Panda was in deep.
Because on the front line.
Because he's stopped.
No buy.
He jumped straight in, takes out Durachu. Panda gave him an opportunity, and because goes straight for the throat. Now he's gonna finish up both Ace as well. The Bloodstone, C-Smile. He gets C-Smile. He gets something out of it, but he still falls.
How much can EG get off of 100 seconds with no Weaver, and they know it? That's the Smile kill.
He's got mangoes coming in from the courier because it's like, I cannot take any moments to go back to the base. I have to maximize this 90 seconds.
I agree. Every second matters here if you are EG. You have potential to throw GAIMIN back if you get a good fight out of it.
There's an arcane rune up there.
That is the Dark Willow dream right now because sees it, but he's not going to see it. Oh, a missed opportunity in the night, and they will just push down the lane. I mean, this is not an easy push either, right? Because you know the rest of the buybacks are up for GAIMIN. Yeah, you can equally throw it straight back their way here. Daedalus completed for Bakaz, blinded in now. He can eat that Moon Shard and finish it up. And man, he is hitting so damn hard in these fights. Nobody survives a full burst from the Shadow Realm if they're stunned for the duration of it.
Eats the Aghanim Scepter, now a Daedalus. Good cut though, Tofu is going to be cutting the wave here.
Yeah, it's gone. They have no other free.
Evil Genius is not protecting their waves. A massive push coming in at bottom. It looks like they may not even be able to get a single lane of barracks out of this.
Skelly Boys, meanwhile, are cleaning up a tier 3.
They're going to take the tier 3 tower.
Who's pushing who here? You got nothing out of that. Absolutely nothing. I mean, you got the Dark Troll Summoner, but you got absolutely nothing out of that if you're EG. Though, you did feel good about winning that team fight, and it only cost you Matthew's bye for another Aegis high ground push that does not end this game. So if you're GAIMIN, it feels like you're getting frustrated at this point, right? You have 30, 40k gold lead, you have Aegis, you have Refresher Shards, you have Cheese, and you're just not getting enough out of it. Maybe you just need more Lincoln Spheres, I don't know. Start stacking them up.
We've seen that before. We've seen 4 or 5 Lincolns all being put onto one hero just to try and protect against this.
Just try and stop something about how these initiations are going. We do have another Lincolns on Tofu. We have a Lincolns now on Durachu. So yeah, I guess they agree with the assessment. I mean, just start massing Lincolns here.
Yeah. Now, it's going to be an interesting note because that buyback cooldown is going to be up in 2 minutes. Another minute after that, and we have 60-minute items. So is Evil Geniuses going to be able to get their 60-minute items, or is GAIMIN Gladiators going to be able to take control of the map like they've done for pretty much 80% of this game?
It's interesting. I mean, GAIMIN could try and push up and play off of it. You know you don't have this Matthew buyback, so if you find the Tusk, I almost feel like that's the one of the most important ones to take out here, because you're not going to find Bakaz without buyback in this game. Right, it's probably just not going to happen when you play so far back, and he has so much damn gold to play with here.
Bakaz, who is 9-3 and 12, he was pressured pretty early, but throughout this later game, I feel like he's done a very good job in keeping it clean. Whisper even more so, 7-1 and 15, 1 death.
Only 1 death for him, who's been going into the middle of these fights. Played this game very damn well, and a lot of these fights are also coming down to kiting Ace, making sure there's not a hero around him that heals, because Bakaz will kill the Bristleback incredibly fast if there's nothing to Bloodstone heal off. That's how this matchup's supposed to work.
And as much as we're setting this up as the potential of Evil Geniuses coming back, they could just slip up in the next fight and get Megas. They have to keep a constant composure in this game. Some may seem calm, cool, and collected, perhaps. 1.5 minutes left.
Those days are long gone.
1.5 minutes left until we get these 60-minute items. Those are massive game changers. And we're also going to have that Roshan potential spawn time starting at the same point.
And Matthews, he's getting to the Tusk dream. Like, you have that Ags, but now you have Aether Lens on top of it. It just makes your life way easier. And full Octarine completed. Of course, he does not have to save for buybacks. It's on cooldown for 3 minutes. So you are looking at some low cooldown spells here, 8 and 6.5 seconds between the kick and the punch, with an Aether Lens cast range and a Spell Prism to back it up. if Matthew's alive, I feel like somebody is dying on Gaming side.
The scary part
almost
is
the highest priority at this point.
we saw in that last fight, especially with the Lincolns, like without a buyback, he has to jump in. He has to somehow get through around some of these Lincolns, get the kickback in the first place. But then even if he gets the kickback, his way to stay alive is snowballing that person. If he does it onto, say, Jirachi, we saw last time he got the time lapse off. So he has to just kind of free fall and hope that his team catches him. They have to stop Jirachi from being able to get off the time lapse. Otherwise, he's guaranteed dead.
It's a risky move. I mean, that's why they prioritize that Tuskar buyback so highly. Yep. They're willing to give a lane for it. Just guarantees the first initiation doesn't matter too much. And maybe that's like one of the pieces missing here for Gaming in terms of all the itemization is a Hex of their own. Just something to give them the chance at the instant Hex on a Blinken. Like, you never know, right? He can mess up the snowball cast, doesn't hit it exactly on time. You have a chance, especially with Invoker being invis all the time. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, you're just maxing it out here. Ex Machina for Doraccio. I mean, take your pick right now, right? But double everything, never bad, and another DD rune to boot. So we are getting into the ultra late game here. Some 60-minute items. We'll see what they opt for.
Cataclysm gonna get him some reveal. It's gonna spot Panda, who with the Aeon Disc is gonna try and walk away, blink out, but he's gonna be lucky to survive, and he will not.
Yeah, but if you're gonna die on a part of the map, that's where you want to do it.
That's true.
And so create that space for EG to farm some neutral items.
Yeah, they're getting something out of it. They got the Pirate Hat on the Dark Willow. They got that massive attack. They got the Stygian Desolator on the Dawnbreaker, which is probably the best item for him as well.
That is a really nice pickup for Whisper here.
So funny. I see Panda swap out his neutral item. I'm like, oh, what'd he get? Oh, no, he's just swapping in his Philly Stone. 61 minutes into the game. Need an extra 90 GPM while he's dead. Another, wait, whoa. He actually went for another Stygian Desolator. See, Smile wants to start pumping out some single target damage.
I mean, it makes sense, right? They aren't always going on the same target here, and their individual physical burst means a lot when they're going on these big core targets, especially at the end of these fights. If you're cleaning up a Bristleback, you're cleaning up a Weaver. Makes sense to me. These are some nice items for EG. If you're Gaming, you've got to match it. Ace is deciding what he wants here. Still thinking about it. But it's just Mirror Shield on Celery. You know, it's okay. Ex Machina for Doraccio is definitely the big one here.
I almost wonder, I wonder if
wants to go.
If he has Mirror Shield as an option, maybe you put him in the front to start hitting some of these buildings.
The problem is he just starts getting Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem. They don't have a hero that kills the building fast enough before Bakaz starts wearing you down.
Well, he is going to be cruising now. Force boots picked up on him.
Okay, so they're just going for the economic advantage, right? Double force boots between Ace and Quinn here means you free up the boot slots.
Yeah, exactly.
Get another item. Put that gold lead to use.
Quick reveal. I mean, we haven't seen any combos of the Cataclysm, but it has done a great job of revealing Evil Geniuses the few times they actually get outside of their base. And it's going to be yet another Roshan. What is that? 5th Roshan of the game for GAIMIN Gladiators?
It'll be an Ag Scepter. Or, I mean, who at this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Doraccio ever wants to give a time lapse to anybody else.
Nobody wants it. The rare game. I mean, Tofu, you already got one, man.
I'm not sure if Celery wants little friends this late in the game.
Oh, they're going to give it to Quinn so he can eat his own. I sell it back. So, more economic advantage here.
Is there enough gold in the world for GAIMIN Gladiators to break the seemingly unbreakable Evil Geniuses?
I mean, not really. That's the thing. This game is getting capped.
Yeah.
There's just not that much left to spend on.
Yeah, the biggest thing was like, okay, we can make some minor tweaks, right? It's like 5% here.
Yeah, exactly.
But the 60-minute items, that was the biggest splash we were going to see in a while.
That's where so much of this game came down to the understanding of Dark Willow as a carry, which is not something a lot of these teams are used to. If you're EG and you believe Bakaz will carry this game with the matchups he has, no matter what, you were happy with the high ground defense hold strategy. You're just wearing through this lead, and the 30k gold lead at 65 minutes doesn't mean a whole lot. It honestly doesn't mean much here.
One thing to note about this, due to these item choices, we also have now Arcanist armor on Panda, something to know. But it does mean that Evil Geniuses have the Pirate Hat advantage. We've seen sometimes in these late games, like a bunch of teams.
That's a roll.
Rolling Thunder, they're going to go straight forward here with the armor. He gets off the Shadow Realm on because has to use
The kick.
BKB, got the kickback, and there's the burst! That's an Aegis, yes, but it's also Weaver in an awkward position. Is he going to time-lapse? Is he going to BKB? He does both. They got a second lane of barracks, but again, does that change anything?
I mean, 30 minutes ago, it was don't focus the racks. At this point, it almost feels like kill the racks before somebody else gets kicked in and get the hell out. The times have changed.
And the scary part is, what if they get Megas? Then they have to hit tier 4s. Then you're just even closer to being kicked into the fountain.
Let's go even deeper.
They actually
here.
went outside their base, though. Evil Geniuses decide to go and fight aggressively into him. They have the Ace. Ace in trouble. Got him on the overgrowth. C-Smile chasing after him, but he's already got the floats down heal. Back up the full. C-Smile trying to get out of here. Dyrachyo chasing after him is going to bring him down. Big crits coming in. Massive damage. A Sunstrike right in the edge, but Whisper will manage to away. And because
he
done for
evaporates.
once.
They find the Dark Willow, take the damage out of the fight, force a Shaker buyback. Matthew somehow survived off the Octarine cooldowns on the Snowball without an
Evil
Aegis.
Geniuses who break ranks first. They were the ones who were holding this high ground for so long. They decided to take a fight outside of it and it immediately goes bad.
And that was the weird opportunity to choose it, right? That was just an awkward go up the hill from Whisper that it ended up being super deep. You almost get the bristle back, but it ends up just being too far. You overextend, show your backline, and the second Dyrachyo finds Bakaz, I mean, I'm sure he enjoyed that kill with some crits.
Oh, yeah.
He has been getting pummeled the whole game, but finds his revenge. And now, no buyback on 2 EG cores. You know GAIMIN want to press the advantage here.
Wynn's got an idea, which is Rolling Thunder goes straight into the enemy and just create some space. Now he's taking a ton of damage. He's got to be careful of this one. See if he can roll away before the Shadow Realm second round comes in. He does manage to get out. They get a tier 3. Oh, they got Matthew. Oh, Matthew being pulled away.
Who's kicking who?
He is going to have to lose his buyback here.
And Quinn's back in the base.
Quinn, yeah, Quinn. As long as Quinn doesn't die here, this is all space, but the final hit. Oh, the tower. Oh. So close, but Quinn stays alive.
You gotta be careful, son. That Rolling Thunder is not protecting you anymore.
And the buildings are dying.
And by the way, we have a Divine disassembled on Whisper right now. He can assemble that at any point in this fight.
If he sees the opportunity for a big hit, it might not be because you have to worry about.
This Starbreaker is going to launch you into the next game right here if it connects. But that's the big question. Can you connect it right now if you're Whisper? And at which point do you assemble Divine right now? Still 3 buybacks down for EG. They got Matthews out of all of that when it was said and done. So once more, if you're GAIMIN, you must throw yourselves into the breach. You must press the advantage here.
And maybe they only need to do it one more time to get the Megas once more into the breach. Whisper does have that Divine ready to go.
He is not going to pick the time.
Crits. A second one queued up already.
Surprised that GAIMIN are giving him the breather and waiting. Okay, there's the Hex on Tofu. So that is the big item I was thinking was going to come out earlier. This is really nice because Tofu can basically be ghost walked on the back end of a fight or whatever and instantly catch up Lincoln off one of these cores if you don't preemptively BKB. Especially even in the longer fights, it's huge for locking down Bakaz out of a Shadow Realm. You've got 2 seconds to find him between.
I mean, if he's fast enough, what if he catches Matthew on the Blinken?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It can absolutely turn these fights, especially when there's no buybacks on EG's side. This is them being pushed to the limit here in game 1.
Another Rolling Thunder. Here it comes, the initiation. What is EG going to be able to do about this? Their building is going to be hit.
Just take the rack.
There doesn't seem to be much they can do to stop it. Panda's going to jump in with the overgrowth, trying to slow this down with the glyph also being used. Terrorize trying to push him away with the BKBs. GAIMIN Gladiators committed to getting the Megas, but can they get out now? C-Smile makes the jump in. Not quite enough to finish off Tofu, but here comes Whisper. Looks to finish him off. A snowball, sword bounce back That's keeping Tofu alive. While Whisper is Divine Rapier is in trouble and he gets bursted down by Dyrachyo. Divine on the deck because now fighting to keep them in the game as Evil Geniuses are going to be limping along here. A massive net worth deficit. Vegas, C-Smile.
Round 2.
It's an opportunity. The Hex. The Hex doesn't save him. No. Because puts him down. But Whisper will fall for a second time. 3 dead with no buybacks. Make that a 4th. Panda can buy back. But it's Panda and Because the P duo against GAIMIN Gladiators as a full 5 stack.
And the tip from Dyrachyo may have had me early, but in the ultra late, there can only be one. Double Hex from the GAIMIN supports just broke that high ground fight. And now you have a Divine on Celery. The true carry has arrived.
Look at him. He is doing the most
game.
damage. Dyrachyo, they just lean into the buildings. That is going to be it. Evil Geniuses will call it 69 minutes. What a nice game, but GAIMIN Gladiators will close it out and get a Game 1 victory.
Oh, man. Going into Game 2 here, if you're EG, I mean, what do you go back to, right? Because I feel like this was your game plan. Go to the Ultra Late with the Dark Willow, with the scaling physical on Whisper, but it ended up just getting shut down by the late game hexes and the overwhelming net worth advantage. And so much of this game, I mean, I know it's hard to think back 60 minutes in a 70-minute game, but the first 12 minutes were mega deciding here, right? 3 tier 1s down by 12 minutes to the Enchantress creep pressure and the Bristleback Vanguard that kicked your Willow out of lane. The laning phase here was an absolute train wreck for EG, and they still managed to hold on, make this game go to 70 minutes, and almost come back.
Almost, but not quite enough. And now the experience has got to play in for the side of Evil Geniuses. They've been down in big series on the TI main stage before. They're going to have to do it again. They're going to have to bounce back after a tough Game 1. But we've got a long series ahead of us, it seems. So let's go ahead and check in with the panel so they can break down that Game 1.
If that Game 1 is anything to go by, we definitely are in for not only a long series, but a treat. Oh my goodness, the match going 60+ minutes, Purge. We looked at the averages for these two teams. We compared them. They both had relatively short game times, 35, 36 minutes. I thought it was going to be a quicker one, but we get to the point where Dawnbreaker is picking up a Divine Rapier for herself and Enchantress then picking it up when it gets to the deck.
It was about time that Whisper bought something. He had like 12,000 inventory, then he bought the Arcane Blink, he's got 10K again, so happy he bought something. But if you stopped watching at 30 minutes, it makes sense for both teams that their game length is really low. They were fighting constantly throughout the entire game. It was just that GAIMIN Gladiators did it a little bit better, kept compounding that net worth advantage, and that's part of the reason they were able to restrict the map and get us to that late game.
I mean, I think it was the 10th longest game in playoff history for TI, and also second longest game so far in the road to the International. So, of course, they can't beat Tundra's, what was it, 97-minute game or something, but still, the fact that his lasted so long, and I think the key thing for me is this highlight we're seeing here from GAIMIN. At this point, they're very aggressive. They have what is like a double-digit net worth, 10K there. They're making this jump, but because Shaker finds that instant initiation on Pango, the fight's already a 45, and then you realize, wait, you heard on the listen as well, Quinn's like, guys, why are we going for a Rax? Let's just make this a 20k lead, 30k lead, 40k lead if we need to. They have confidence in the late game, but because of this one moment, it gave EG so much confidence to try and play out the game, and they weren't able to win it, but they were always able to punish GAIMIN at some points throughout.
Yeah, we heard that listening, and don't focus on the racks, but when the game length went as long as it did, that's all they ended up focusing on. Sheep. It felt like team fights were just poking, prodding, trying to bait them into each other. EG breaks first, they go for that initiate, and unfortunately it wasn't successful when you hit that 65-minute mark.
Yeah, I really don't think they were aiming to go this long on EG's side. You look at both their lanes, they're meant to be lane winners, right? Tree, Willow, Dawn, Task, like they're both strong early game brawlers. The Earthshaker helps bring up some of their weaknesses, and then they wanted to win this game with Willow's timings, but it felt like Willow was never that strong enough. And honestly, I did not like Picas's item build this game. I don't think that if you look at Shiro literally just builds to be able to be invincible and keep using his W. I don't think these other Willow players so far that we've seen are playing in that similar manner. It's like, where is your Wind Waker going late game? I want to see Willow, Willow should be unkillable because he should be able to just use Realm, Wind Waker, Realm, Wind Waker. Instead, he's kind of being able to be killed, being able, you become unkillable when you can move yourself with the Wind Waker too. I don't know, I don't like the approach of items here.
Could you have argued that you're able to go a little more greedy, that build that Picard did, because you're looking towards your Dawnbreaker, your Tusk to try and save you, even the Tree Overgrowth if it does get to that point.
I think potentially EG was in a position where they lost the early game momentum. So this was like we can't do the traditional build that other teams are doing when they're winning. We're playing from behind. In the moment, under the pressure of the stage, he's like, okay, let's probably go for this item. I can maybe take the high ground fight. And it was giving them moments to play out, but again, it wasn't like the perfect build to actually win you the game. So yeah, EG, another team to try and pick up this Willow, another team looking at other team successes and falling short again.
I mean, I thought the build was interesting in the sense that he was doing a lot of damage to heroes that had BKB active. So like the Daedalus and the extra attack range in terms of defending the base for an extra 30 minutes, I think his item build was good for that. But you are right that he's more vulnerable. He's not doing as much Shadow Realm damage. He's more able to be killed, but I think in the context of the game, that was okay. They had the best initiator with the Earthshaker, and that was what kept him in the game. It stuns into damage follow-ups, and that's why it was so hard for GAIMIN Gladiators to close this one out.
I mean, we're already talking about carry, so let's talk about the carry on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. Dyrachyo picking up Weaver, a hero that hasn't seen too much light of day when it comes to competitive Dota as of the recent past few months, and here in the road to the International, also only having a couple of showings. 13, 9, and 6 for himself. Talk to me about it, T. How it worked, why it worked, Weaver, if we're really going to see an increase in him, or is that just a game and it worked for GAIMIN Gladiators?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. I think for GAIMIN, they have Ace playing this scaling core once again. So now your carry doesn't need to be that hero that's going to win you the super late game. You just need to be present. And that's kind of also how GAIMIN won their majors, right? It's, you know, you get some annoyance for Dyrachyo. He's like, hi, I'm here. If you kill me, great. But now you use so many resources, Ace is going to come through on this other big hero. And I think this is like the perfect combination. Bristle plus anything semi-active is going to give GAIMIN a very good position to win most of these games.
Well, look, EG's back's against the wall. They're one game away from potentially being eliminated here in Road to the International. So let's have a look back at what's happened so far for them as a team.
Our run in the group stage was horrible. It was really bad. We played some really good games in our streams before coming here, but we sucked.
La fase de grupos fueron horribles. No jugamos como hace 6 meses. No sé, fue desastroso.
I think this is the event that we have, even though we are losing a lot of games, we are in really high spirit compared to events that we were winning. But even if we're losing now, we're happy. We're gonna try to step up in this main event. Maybe we win, BBQ wins. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think we're decent against GAIMIN. We had even matchups all year. We never played in playoff. It's gonna be the first time. So anything can happen. We have Trace against Queen. I think we're gonna do great. As long as Dyrachyo plays like in Talon, we're gonna do fine.
Creo que más que decirles algo del momento, les recordaría el cómo hemos llegado aquí y todo el esfuerzo que hemos puesto para estar en el TI, y trataría de motivarlos con todos los hechos que hemos realizado juntos y todo el esfuerzo que hemos puesto.
We got a little bit of bonus content there. It's so emotional, right? Like, obviously it's a tournament, teams are going to get eliminated, but you know, you got to look back at that road, how you got invited to the Road to the International and everything that's going on for them. So Matthew sort of having some words. Everyone talking about their high spirits. You got to keep it up. This is when it matters the most. If you talk about it after a rough group stage, that's all well and good, but right now that's the do or die. That's when you have to keep these spirits high, Sheep.
I hope he can do it. I mean, every time I hear anything from this guy, he seems so like smart, both emotionally and like within the game. I truly trust, like as a player, I would trust him to raise my spirits, or at least like remind us like why we're all together and here as a team. Like he feels like he brings the team together so well.
I just like the idea that if you think about previous TIs, like TI7 or something, before the the TI9 era, like this logic of like the emotion, the feeling good in loss, like that wasn't a concept that you even had in Dota teams, right? And now you fast forward to modern day, it's like you're seeing teams still having that spirit, still having that drive, even though they're kind of in a difficult spot. So I think it's like we're in just a really healthy spot for kind of just the ethos of a lot of teams we have now at the International.
It's definitely true, and as the games go on, everyone's looking for smaller and smaller edges, because just being looking better wins you games. So having good, emotions after you have losses, being able to bounce back from a bad group stage, it's all really important. And I think after their first game, they made it very close. Even in the early game, they made it very close. I think EG should be in good spirits going for game 2.
Yeah, just focus on all of those things that you pointed out that were very close, those 1% differences. But what makes me worried is they were really confident with their draft for game 1. Like, very confident. It felt like they had the Exodia when it comes to drafts. That's the confidence that they felt.
I think they were definitely happy with it. We kind of caught one of their coaches after the draft had concluded, and he was very confident in it. Obviously, didn't execute the way they imagined, I would think, in that case. And that's harder to improve on, right? If you have a draft that just comes out poorly, you can kind of adjust that. Playing better, you can only get so much better from game to game. You're still the same team. So maybe it's just like a confidence thing.
Well, that was going to be leading into my next question, is if you have this confidence in your game 1 draft, and yes, it's down to this execution of small little errors, how do you change your draft for game number 2? What do you really look at? How do you pinpoint it? Or do you just hope to run it back and go, okay, we've played it, now we know where the errors are, but it's also an elimination, so how much confidence do you put into it?
I think Spirit showed the best example of that. They go a game down, they identify the aggression and how certain key heroes can shift that aggression away from themselves to give them more time to get online. And here for EG at least, it's like the same kind of logic. Like, they have great lanes, super aggressive, but then they're trying to copy a carry strategy from other people when it wasn't their identity. Like, if they swapped this carry for like any Pakaz hero, then I feel like they'd be in a good spot. They could utilize Dawnbreaker, C-Smile punishing the Pangolier in those mid-20 fights. So I think just put the copycat stuff to bed, get a normal carry for your carry that's been doing relatively well throughout the year, and then they should be in a good spot. But just accept the fact that GAIMIN are going to choke you out of the map.
With that said, though, I thought that looked best for Dark Willow carry so far. Like, he skilled Curse Crown in lane. Arteezy was like, nah, I'll get stats instead. I'm not going to fight. So he fought in lane. He high ground defended very effectively. So for a copied strat, it looked okay. I would just maybe adjust second phase or final round bans, maybe switch up a support or something like that. Some minor adjustments could be on. Or if you have a backup strat that you're comfortable with, go with that instead.
It wasn't a perfect game for Gaming Gladiators either, though, and they had a lot of confidence for themselves. Celery picking up that Enchantress. We've hyped it up so many times. We even talked about it yesterday, even though he wasn't playing. Invoker as well on Tofu is hit and miss. We've seen him struggle in lanes in other games, did quite well in this one. But what would you want their takeaway to be, Purge, whether it's draft related or even execution?
One of the things I would think that was hardest for them is they just didn't have good AoE lockdowns to guarantee the kill against the Dark Willow. So even without the Octarine or the Euls, like, Willow was just kind of surviving, just blasting heroes. So that was one downside in their draft that made it hard, because if they just killed Pakaz, they go high ground, everything's fine. So maybe more stun type heroes. But with that said, they got to that net worth advantage with the heroes they did. So they should still probably feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's kind of also on Quinn a little bit in this game. A couple of times he did get picked off, that allowed the fight. Like, when your draft is Quinn's initiation and then that's it for your team fight, like, he can punish Willow a lot, but if he gets picked off, game gets quite difficult. And again, the listening to reference it, you can see that he was like, guys, if I die and this game gets weird because we're going for racks, it could be over, right? So maybe the fact that they took one mistake to find that adjustment, the next game for them, they shouldn't make the mistake. They shouldn't need to correct it. It should just be potentially a flawless game. Again, they're a lower bracket. If they're trying to make a run, you can't make mistakes. These teams are going to capitalize on them.
I agree. It's like the same with Duraccio on his Weaver. Sometimes just went a little bit too deep. We saw him in that base trying to kill Willow.
That past that tier 3, that wasn't yet taken.
Yeah, no, maybe some discipline issues, yeah.
All right, so looking at that discipline, I know that we're going to be having our teams walking out pretty soon. They're lining up for themselves. Sheep, give me your best EG coach hype impersonation, because you said at the start of the series you loved this team, you loved what they were bringing to the table, their game plan and their play style. So you gotta motivate the boys to get back on track.
As myself?
You good in Spanish by any chance?
Yeah. You gotta do it as yourself, but in Spanish.
You know some Spanish. I want to hear Pudge do it.
Okay, you can do it in English, and we'll see if Pudge can do a little bit in Spanish.
Brother. Come on, EG. Come on, boys. You guys got the flair, you got the fun, you got the drafts, you got the coolness. You guys are so cool all damn year. Right? You're coming to the international. You are not going to disappoint us now.
That's right. Don't let us down. We got a lot of fans for both GAIMIN, Gladiators, and EG. Do you want to do it in Spanish, Pudge? No.
I only know like 10% of the words she said, so.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let's go, gamers. Woo!
Yeah, we're gonna keep it even here. EG getting their hype talk for themselves, GAIMIN Gladiators. Do you think there is much motivation that needs to be pushed onto them? Because they're 3-time major winners. I know we keep saying it, right? But there is so much merit to that. They've been able to bounce back before. They've gone through the lower bracket a number of times too in other competitions. So it's not always flowers and fairy tales for them, T. They're not always this upper bracket team. We've seen them here before.
Yeah, I feel like we heard it in interviews as well, like the best teams are the ones that can treat every tournament like it's a brand new time. Like if you lean on your history and your past, then that next team's going to come up with a little bit more pressure, a little bit more kind of understanding of the patch and punish you. So I think for GAIMIN at least, you can kind of see it a little bit as the tail off after the majors. Like, wait a second, they are catching up to us. We need to reinvent, we need to do this. And I think if anything, they just gotta, chill, play their game. They're doing it very well, and they should be in a good spot. But I think respect to everyone.
I think it's better that they had some tournament losses after their big streak. That they got that pressure out of the way. They talked about that some of those tournaments. Riyadh, for example, they got 6th or 4th or something. They didn't go all the way as we expected. And now that band-aid is ripped off, they can roll into TI and be like, okay, we owned this year. We were the best team of the year without a doubt. Maybe we're not the best today, and that's okay. So, but they're still going to play really hard, and they showed up for game 1.
Are there going to be any respect bans when we do head towards this draft that might be coming out in game number 2, either side?
I'd argue maybe Bristleback will be in contention. It depends on obviously your first, second pick. But I feel like teams throughout the tournament so far have been trading who's first pick. So if you win the coin toss, they go for first pick. The value of having that opening entry, the second phase closing out the draft as well with a kind of gotcha pick after seeing 4. But if it is the same pick order, then I'd argue maybe you put Bristleback into that ban phase in the first phase.
Who do you get rid of though? Because I think the Primal is.
That was a Muerta ban. That was there. Like Muerta's
good. They played it 7 times. Like they love it so.
Yeah, like if you let it through, 100% it's going to be going in for GAIMIN Gladiators.
Which is fine, because I feel like if you have a Muerta or a Bristleback, both heroes are so potent that you should have strategies for both of them. So after losing a game to Bristleback, if they've got some good concepts to deal with the Muerta, maybe it's like, okay guys, Bristle's too much for us to handle. Let's put that aside. Let's bring out our anti-Muerta strategies potentially.
But they just played against Bristol, so wouldn't they be able to adapt? Wouldn't it be more like, hey, we saw what went well and were bad in the game we just played, so let's feel out like how we just need to change a little bit?
I agree with you if it's like a group stage or something. Yeah. But like in the elimination match, that run back thing is a little bit spooky. You have to be like, oh, we know we're gonna get top 4 at the tournament to feel confident enough to do the run back. I feel like they're gonna pivot strategies, I assume.
All right, fair enough. I mean, I'm not against it. I think Bristol's obnoxious.
It does seem like it just wins every lane. Its net worth is always really, really high. Yeah, it's hard to play against.
All right, with Theoric crafting a lot, and I am excited to say the lobby is full. Our draft is about to start. It's game number 2.
Evil Geniuses versus GAIMIN Gladiators. Game 2.
Let's see if Evil Geniuses are able to bounce back for themselves. They picked first pick, okay? They had that pick priority and they wanted first pick for themselves. They get it here, and so this does allow for, if they want to leave the Bristol in, if I was going to say the Muerta in, but that one's already banned out, that they could pick it up for themselves.
Just to drive that home. Muerta gone.
Just gone.
Don't want.
I don't ever want this team to play a hand on her again. Conqueror as well has been a lot of first phase bans. I've heard run me through why it has this much priority right now, and when it's not getting banned out, it's not necessarily 100% being picked up either.
Maybe not every game, but some teams just do really well laning with it. I've seen Kunkkas just kind of like dominate the mid lane with Tidebringer, proper harass, and then it transitions so effectively with pressuring the map and ganking. And then your item builds are straightforward, Blade Mail Heart or Blade Mail Eggs or Blade Mail BKB or something like that. So he just kind of feels too strong in lane, versatile, can gank, scales well. It just kind of is a solid hero to ban if you're worried about it.
GAIMIN Gladiators turn to ban.
We've seen more bans being laid out here, Primal Beast as well as Chaos Knight.
It's pretty cool from EG here. So they're banning the CK now because they're telling GAIMIN, if you don't ban Bristle in the next 2 picks, we'll pick it ourselves. And then we'll also have another ban to protect our Bristleback. In the previous series, GAIMIN, they used the final ban to then instantly go for Bristle themselves. So a little bit of mind games going between the 2 teams with the bans. and we'll see if GAIMIN jump on that and maybe force that into a hero they didn't really want to touch.
The Uno reverse card.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fallen. Oh, you guys did this? We can do it too.
And yeah, they banned it out. So yeah, because they pushed that CK a little bit earlier, now it's pretty cool. So yeah, nice stuff from EG there.
10 seconds remaining.
I've hyped up a ban before, but that was
Well, I want to hype up another potential banner or potential first pick is Spirit Breaker. That is another hero that doesn't necessarily do well in lanes, but always has impact in the later game, always has impact in a fight, and thank goodness as I'm talking about him, we won't be seeing him.
Sheesh. We got Brewmaster coming through, which was banned last game, and Magnus was the last ban from last game that's not been touched yet.
And Dazzle as well is a hero that each played a lot throughout the group stage playoffs. But yeah, it also got banned against Liquid banned them against them. GAIMIN banned it in the later phase, so another option for EG.
Yeah, it had a really high win rate in the group stage when it did make it through its core, so a little interesting to see it kind of be ignored.
Evil geniuses turn to GAIMIN gladiators.
They take tree? Yeah.
Just a safe thing. They pick the tree, stabilize their lanes. Does it feel like a waste of first pick to grab the same hero though? I'm not sure.
Yeah, what are you really gaining from this? Because now you don't have overall last pick. I know that second phase you're going to get to have the closing pick out of it when you do a first pick, but normally it is this, you're willing to go a call, maybe you're willing to go a flex. There is neither of those things when we see a Treant.
Tree's still good though, because not only did they get to ban the Phoenix to protect it, but Bristle's gone this time. Like, I think the problems that they had are banned out, and they value Tree because of, you know, whatever mid-game it gives, you know, the anti-BKB, the ability to defend your side of the map, but it's also laning. I think they really like its laning, and they pick it for that, and they're going to combo it later to secure Pakaz's lane.
Yeah. Also, they ban up the Phoenix, traditional counter to Tree. I press Overgrowth, you press Egg. Uh-oh, I got to run away from the Egg. I can't fight in my Overgrowth. So that, again, using the bans to tie into their picks. I think the most surprising thing was the fact that they didn't jump on the opportunity of going for Dazzle. This is a hero that, like we already mentioned, they loved going for. Is a hero that can really push the rest of your team forward. Maybe they just preferred the stability of a Tree in regards to draft than the Dazzle, but again, we'll see how GAIMIN operate with this hero.
Yeah, I want to know some more information about Dazzle on GAIMIN Gladiators specifically, because to my knowledge, we're yet to see them pick it up in Road to the International. This is the patch that Dazzle has been buffed out the wazoo.
Yeah, I mean, core Dazzle has been the only time Dazzle's been viable in meta for like years now, it seems like. So he comes in occasionally a little overbuffed, and that's the case here. You just spam your spells like crazy. You can definitely accelerate the game in a big way with like an Ags rush. Some teams do go Midas, but if you just rush a fast Ags, you can solo Tormentor. You can just debuff and harass your enemies. So I assume it's going to be mid Dazzle. Some teams like TSM are happy to flex it to support, but it's just way more effective in the mid lane, I think.
What Ace has been offlane. Oh,
sorry, I'll just say GAIMIN's been playing offlane Dazzle. Ace has played it 5 times in his pubs. Again, haven't touched it so far in playoffs and groups, but he's been playing it and he's undefeated.
Is that just the 4 days, the break that we've had that he's been playing, or are we talking?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Utilizing the new format. And that is the joy, of course, with the new format. These pros, they get to see things that are good, get to copy it, and then lose games in the lower bracket.
That's a bit harsh. We might see it.
Tiny.
Okay, this excites me because we talked about how melee post forwards, melee supports, you know, maybe going out of favor a little bit. Tiny was always deemed as that flex between the 4 and the mid. Hasn't been for quite some time, but could still see its light of day there. But yeah, we're going to see a Tiny.
It could be both lanes. For Tiny with like a Dazzle 3 would be kind of interesting though, because any tossback mechanic, whether that's Rubik Lift or Tiny himself, it's because you get a lot more right clicks in while they run away. And in Dazzle's case, that means more stacks of Poison Touch slow. So if they can't teleport away, that could be pretty difficult for them to win a lane against that Dazzle.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the Dazzle Tiny together, especially if you're playing into Tree 5. It's not necessarily going to be that, because they've had the Nature's Prophet now. And Matthew is pretty good Tree if they want to put it that way. I like their ability to take either of these supports that are usually massive lane bullies and be able to toss back and together kill. I do think the sad thing about offlane Dazzle is that he is a very weak offlaner. It's the same as when people have tried playing Jakiro. Like when left alone, you just die, you just feed. You have no way to defend yourself, your move speed is relatively low, so he would require Tiny to play a lot with him, and it makes it harder for him to use the portals to move around or to go mid, or he'd have to play carefully and they'd have to have more of like control on the camps in the lane.
Yeah. I'd like to see GAIMIN kind of focus on that point and allow for the carry to be left independent to then give the 5 rotations into that lane. So rather than rotating away from your off lane, enable that dazzle, because Tiny Dazzle, we've already discussed, is very potent, very kill hungry. Get that 5 position to offset it even further. Even the carry can TP on the twin gate at, like, say, minute 7. You take the enemy safe lane tower, and now that's your new area to farm. So yeah, I think, of course, big issues to deal with, but if they draft that in mind, then they will be able to get the full extent of these heroes.
Could be another reason to justify Weaver as a carry. It's one of the nice things about him. It's pretty easy to dodge ganks. It's going to cost some resources to secure the kill. Instead, they'll go Faceless Void, though. Some nice lockdown potential. Doesn't necessarily combo with the other 2 heroes. I guess Grave with Void is quite good, actually. If you Grave him, it enhances the healing he gets, and then he gets more heal from Time Walk afterwards. So that's the only obvious combo I can see out of it, but Chronosphere good.
Give me a Jakiro. I've never thought I'd ever say that.
I suppose it's...
But this is, you know, some jaw breath against some Prophet. Sure, he doesn't do the trees, but I feel like you could just pick for GAIMIN just any strong 5 that has a little bit of early game damage, like level 2, level 3, feel good at fighting.
Give me Tombaswan.
Hey, oh yeah, that hero's in the patch still. In the draft, sorry.
Dazzle was a...
This is much better.
Actually,
hero.
Yeah, the AA is good.
It amps up the Void as well, so because of course Void with time lock is magic damage. When you go for those early chronos, because AA goes for the 3 points in Vortex build, the magic amp, it actually feels not too bad going for these early chronos.
Ooh, I like that pick. Definitely solid against Faceless Void. Lots of physical damage, lots of minus armor. He's a little weak to that. Unless you get chronoed on the way back, then it doesn't feel so good. But should be able to jump around. AA can't really defend himself very well against it either, so good use of PA plus Magnus.
Yeah. Plenty of forms of scouting as well. Like this Dazzle, positioning is key. You've got an invisible Treant Protector. Later down the line, you can have Treants as well scouting out. Mag happily blinking in. You'll have opportunities to find this Dazzle and to jump in, but of course, you blink in, there'll be a Chrono, some Avalanche toss. It'll be a constant battle of, does Dazzle show himself? How do you initiate? Respect the Chrono if it's wasted. EG can bring a PA quite freely from it.
One big downside, though, is that when PA was busted like 2 weeks ago, Faceless Void started emerging as the hero to counter it with time dilation. You lower her cooldowns or make them much longer, so she doesn't get to zip around fights as much. It can be a big problem.
I do think that the enjoyable thing about having a Magnus that's willing to initiate is you are doing this damage, right? You almost are trying to bait out the Chrono, and as a PA, you can stand off a little bit to the side. This Chrono comes out, you know you're no longer going to be locked out in it. You know that it's no longer going to be a threat, and then you're there to come in, you get to clean up, you get to have your kills, you get to have your resets as well. So if you play it right, Faceless Void doesn't feel as much of a counter as a lot of people expect it to be, but you have to play very, very patient. But advantage of having a mag for you.
Yeah, I think it's awkward because EG have really good ways to pierce BKB, but if the Chrono comes out onto PA, they don't really have anything that saves, because like if Triad is going to buy like a blink, be able to get his ult off, Faceless will likely have a BKB, maybe he could buy a Manta, whatever he decides, something that purges, and then it's like whatever.
I would love if EG was able to get like a Night Stalker in their draft. You put the Magnus into mid lane, PA safe. Like, I think of course it looks very greedy because everyone's farming, but the Mag and power to PA will accelerate her timings. The fact that GAIMIN don't actually hit towers with their first 4 heroes, so there's no threat of, oh no, they're gonna take a Rax in the first 20-25 minutes, right? It's quite like a mid-game timing from GAIMIN, and then the vision that you get from Night Stalker throughout the entire game. You see AA, you see Dazzle, the silence against Void. It could be really obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Well, the remaining bans are going to be out for GAIMIN Gladiators. I'm more curious as to how Evil Geniuses split this, if they think it is definitely going to be that Ace offlane, or if... sorry, Ace Dazzle offlane.
GG actually has flex potential with the Tiny, with the Dazzle here, so definitely going to make it a little harder for them to ban.
Do you split it, or do you just go all in and be like, okay, let's remove any quote-unquote comfort for Quinn, make it so they has to pick up one of these two, and then they're going to be picking a different option.
I mean, you could argue that you're not that worried about Tiny in the meta because not very many teams pick him, thus he must be weak. And then you just ban whatever role you're most worried about being swapped out. And mid heroes, yeah, ban the best mid heroes. That's a safer way to do it, maybe.
So Quinn's been playing some Necrophos so far in the patch. Like, they could go for that route where you pick a hero that you tell PS, like, you need to buy a Nullifier now. But if you buy a Nullifier, you're not buying a good item to deal with the rest of the concepts in the game. But we'll see if they go down that route. They still, of course, have some, like, Shaker type thing, but yeah, go for a Tidehunter on EG. That's we don't want to lose a game. This is a very stable type of draft. If you look at it, it's got playable aspects throughout the entire game.
It'll definitely up tempo. I hope it goes Meteor Hammer. Take the safe lane tower without too much worry. Tree and Nature's Prophet will be good at setting up those gank +1s as well. So I think it looks okay. Get tanky, frontline a little bit, initiate for your team, make the Chrono less good.
GAIMIN need damage. It's just, they need damage so bad.
The little green lad.
I can't, like, you're playing it right now into Tide, who can get the Meteor, but then if they get things like Pipe to mitigate this magic damage from like AA and tiny spells and like faceless bashes, it's like, where is your damage coming from early game right now? I don't really see their ability to fight, especially when faceless is farming.
And they definitely don't kill Tide.
Yes, they go for it.
Nice ball.
Thank you.
Yeah, they needed magic damage. Yeah. Reaper Scythe will kill him.
Yeah.
But all the other heroes do not do well against Tide.
So is the Necro build, was it Blade Mail, Heart, and then Ags?
Yeah, sometimes that, or maybe Sange to increase your regen, or BKB, Shard, lots of things.
I'm sitting here, I'm just waiting for, all GAIMIN Gladiators players to pick their heroes, just make sure nothing cheeky comes up, that we're going to see something weird and wacky being picked up in the off lane.
It comes down to Dazzle or Tiny, basically.
Yeah.
And we assume it'll be Dazzle 3, but...
I'd want to see Tiny and AA to be the supports, just because they play so well together as well. The amp from the AA with the Tiny, the Avatos. Like, you see a hero, as two, you can pretty much kill, like the PA you can kill by yourself, both the supports you can kill by yourself. So yeah, it's a nice combo. And GAIMIN, this is quite a forward-thinking type of lineup, right? They need their lane to go well for Dazzle. They need AA to want to join with the Necro to keep pushing things forward. And Void, every time he has Chrono, he can't be Chronoing to save himself. It needs to be, I've Chronoed the Mag, I took a tower. I've Chronoed around Roshan, I now get Roshan with my team. So, yeah.
Alrighty, guys, we're not going to talk too much more. We're going to hear some more words, though. It's going to be from Tsunami and joined by CY.
Yes, indeed. I'm standing by with a GAIMIN Gladiators coach with first things first. I've got some thoughts on game one. Like, dude, why are we still picking Pango? Holy, in 2023. Can we play a real hero? Aren't you trying to win a TI or something?
Yeah, Quinn is whining about people picking it in pubs, but when we play officials, we really want to win, right? So we will pick the Pango.
And you're doing it regularly, but this time he's on Necro, which seems to be just kind of a Quinn signature. Did he introduce this hero to you, or you kind of brought it up?
Oh, this was Quinn himself. Like, he played it in pubs, and he really likes these heroes that can destroy lanes. Like, he used to play a lot of Huskar. So Necro is kind of, I guess, is kind of new Huskar in some ways. So he's really enjoying this hero right now.
All right, well, let's see if they can bring you to a 2-0 success. GAIMIN and game number 2 underway right now.
Every single time we've seen these two teams match up in a best of 3 this season, they have gone the distance. But that game 1 was, it went late, but I feel like it was relatively convincing for GAIMIN Gladiators' side.
Yeah, if you look at the net worth chart, if you look at the comeback potential, though, who had the greater comeback potential?
Well, you can only come back if you're behind,
Exactly.
So I guess that's Evil Geniuses.
And you can only go deep in the lower bracket if you're used to going in the lower bracket.
Okay.
Evil Geniuses also are, as you mentioned.
You got to be comfortable with losing. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You must embrace it, make it your friend, and then you can rise above it.
This
is what they will try to do here.
It's a very interesting draft, I would say, on both sides.
It is.
Like, we had a weird hero for GAIMIN Gladiators, Weaver, we haven't seen too much of. Now it's going to be the Necrophos. But Evil Geniuses, they just have, there's a Faceless Void on one side, but EG has Ravage and RP. That's a lot of big team fight that they're bringing to this table. What do you feel like they took from that game 1 and what they needed to improve on going into this game 2?
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing to me is, again, they want to win their lanes a little bit more, so they picked the really strong laning supports and the Furion and the Tree. They definitely should be stronger than AA Tiny in a vacuum, depending on how these side lanes go. But I expect EG to do better on the side lanes. Maybe mid's a different story in terms of the Necro matchup. C-Smile's going to have to do his best to survive there.
Yeah.
That's one change, and the other is giving Pekaz a hero that he probably feels more confident just ultra carrying the late game, right? I think PA has a better chance of just 1v5ing straight up if it really comes down to it than a lot of other carries. Still the case even after the nerfs. So I think that's some of the things they've adjusted here. And of course, trying to answer what Gaming threw at them, which was, for me, a very unconventional draft for Gaming. Like, they got the Ace Dazzle, which has kind of been one of his heroes to supplement this Aura builder that doesn't necessarily straight exist anymore, right? Right. It's a hero that does it through the spells in a degree, but very lane-oriented, which is something they've done throughout the year, but went away from for a bit. This is like, we want Dazzle to win the lane, and we want this Necro to win the lane.
I was going to say, if you're going to win this lane, you're going to have to do it through skewers and better body blocking. C-Smile doing a great job on the opening and a TP in blood. Okay, bye-bye, Quinn. EG will take the first blood. You're supposed to win this lane, Quinn, and he's already on the back foot.
The only upside for Quinn there is that Matthew took it right. It did not go to C-Smile in terms of the gold, but damn, that is so nice for C-Smile. Didn't even have to spend any resources on it. Gets full wave here, denies, it's gonna push into him.
I will say, counterpoint to that though, it is really dangerous if Matthew gets ahead, right? Earn early Spirit Vessel against a Necrophos. I mean, he's going to be looking at mid a lot, I'm sure. And if he starts getting those items, then Quinn's game is going to become so much harder.
It's a great Vessel game. I mean, all three of these cores pretty much rely on getting their HP back, right? Yep. And that's the upside of the synergy for Gaming. Is the Dazzle with the Shallow Grave on a Necro or a Faceless Void is pretty devastating if it occurs in the fight, right? You get the Time Walk off, you get the heal off, suddenly that whole fight turns. There's no real anti-healing on each side. Vessel is, you know, the one thing they have going for them in that area. And if Matthew gets it fast, it is going to be devastating on the map. I think this Tide Hunter, you were talking about the zones of control. I mean, that's another reason the Tide's here. Tide should find the backline or guarantee that the initiation precludes the Dazzle from getting the save off. Sure. It's an old school Dazzle counter. You go in with the Ravage. I mean, it's pretty hard to Shallow Grave the guy that gets gone on. You just burst him with the Phantom Assassin. That's probably what EG are looking for as this game progresses. Whereas if you're Gaming, you want to go in with the Necro, frontline it up, and then get a great Chronosphere, ideally on the mag or like the supports. Just burst it down with the magic damage.
I was going to say, if you don't get him with the Ravage, you already got a second opportunity with the reverse polarity. Instead, Avalanche going to try and cover them here as they retreat, but the rotation from Matthew will net them the kill first on the Ace before he falls. So 1-for-1 trade-off there, but ultimately the core dying on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. Matthew is having his impact felt, and you did say they drafted for strong lanes outside of this mid sort of situation that sees Smile, but Matthew and
there's nothing you can do about last pick Necro. I mean, like, you know, like see, I was saying the man enjoys playing Necro right now. That's absolutely disgusting. I don't know who enjoys playing Necro, but it will win the lane. There's just no way around it. That first blood definitely helped, but this is about the side lanes. EG wants to come out strong in the side lanes, and they're not easy ones to necessarily combat when you're going to leave the Tide alone, but that's what the Furion's designed to do. I mean, if you're going to pick one support in the meta that's going to win two side lanes, it's Furion. Or at least, I guess, you know, one side lane and one mid, but 2 out of the 3. Sure. So Matthew's rotation is super important for EG here, particularly.
Combining it, toss back with the poison is going to be a big problem. They toss him back into the creeps. A big heal bet. It's not quite enough damage to burst down this Train Protector because now they can make a rebuttal here. Slow down Ace before he gets away too deep into the trees and kill him.
And EG are happy every time this happens. It's XP and gold for Matthew. Because stays up, extra gold for him, and they're shutting down Ace a little bit. Still, I mean, Ace is getting a decent amount out of this lane, so you have to keep committing to this. His TP is on cooldown for 20 seconds, and they brought Celery up here. So that's what you're looking for if you're EG. Get the Tide in a one-on-one, and you're looking at who's at the top of the CS chart right now. It's Whisper, who has basically been left alone in the one-on-two. Yeah, Gaming felt like they couldn't punish the Tide enough with an AA Void going into the tanky early Ring of Health with the start Whisper had. I don't know if Whisper start should have been this good with how fast Matthew left the lane, but damn, he is just getting the world down here. Solo XP, untouched. He's gonna be big.
Now, I brought up the Earned Spirit Vessel on Matthew, but he's opting for the Medallion Solar Crest buildup instead, which is just as good of a buildup, but better for his PA and his Tide Hunter. Big minus armor, but the damage. This tri-lane is dangerous, man. If you get a toss back, you're being pushed into a Dazzle with an advantage, and he's going to be able to run you down, not just one, but perhaps two, because does get away only because of the fact that, oh, the poison damage. He does have the stick, though, and was able to pop it, but he's not feeling great about his position. He brings a little treads to himself, but he's going to need some regen.
This is the correct play for Gaming, I guess. Like, you have to keep your Dazzle in the lane. You can't just let Matthew 3v2 bully Ace out of this off lane while, you know, Whisper's doing this, right? That would be a death sentence on this map. I mean, you can fall back a little bit on the Necro Mag, but Necro's not necessarily the best mid to rotate to these side lanes either. Quinn just wants to play his own game. If anything, when you pick these dominating matchups like the Huskar they mentioned that's similar, you want supports rotating into you to abuse it. Very slick sprout here by Matthew. We'll get him out of danger as
Going to be slowed down a little bit more, but I think he should be fine. Meanwhile, C-Smile is being punished heavily, so if they keep the pressure, another good thing about this Tri lane, they keep Matthew kind of locked down. He can't help C-Smile out nearly as much.
I mean, there's no helping this matchup. It is not a helpable matchup.
And they're going to catch him with Tofu. They're going to make sure he dies, and that not only, they get the kill, but now Quinn also has his level 6.
And look at the tower. This is the catapult flag bearer wave. So this is what GAIMIN want to do. They want to bring supports to the winning lane. They know they have the matchup. It's going to get a Tide Hunter teleport just to defend this catapult.
Do we swap lanes now? Put the Magnus in that bottom lane?
I mean, you could. I don't think you want to.
Nobody wants to be mid, that's for sure.
It's an ego thing. You know, no mid player wants to give up on the lane, no matter how bad it is.
No, he didn't beat me. I can still recover. Because going to be in some trouble. Jumps onto Tofu. Train Protector can only do so much here. Is he going to be locked down by the cold feet? Barely gets out inside of the range, and lacking that stun, they will not be able to kill Pakaz. But it doesn't matter if they kill Pakaz if they're keeping him totally outside of the lane, outside of these daggers. It's like the only CS he's getting now.
The thing is that, like, you're looking at this net worth chart, right? I think EG are okay with this outcome. Just because the Tide's going to be so strong, and you kind of got out of this Mag Necro lane a little bit. Like, this Mag Necro lane really could have been a disaster. With just mass rotations going in, creating a pressure point, this tower could be dead. I think that's what Quinn wants in an ideal game, right? So maybe he's getting 70% of this matchup right now. It's still very good for him, but it's not explosive. It's not necessarily enabling the supports who could have gone there. Though, I will say, Tofu got a lot of XP off top. That's the upside of, I guess, Ace dying here. He's level 4 3/4 here before Wisdom Rune. Yeah, this is like a dream start for a support Tiny. You can do a lot of work in this game, tossing people back. Not a hero we've seen a lot this tournament, but a hero we have seen a lot over the history of TIs for a very good reason.
Yeah, you were adamant that he was going to come back for TI. You think he always comes back?
Well, 2 reasons. I mean, 1, toss is a hell of a spell.
Yeah.
And 2, I mean, FY is playing here, so.
That's a pretty good point for you. C-Smile, Quinn is in so deep. Evil Geniuses, though, don't really seem to have a way to be able to punish him. He's just taking away this little hard cam stack C-Smile had going for himself. And if he's not careful, Quinn might go for the kill with Celery nearby, especially Tofu. An opportunity to maybe toss Quinn onto that big Magnus. Panda, who's sticking around a little bit too long, does get spotted. He'll be the victim instead of a Reaper's Sight. He goes down, and Quinn gets his first stack of the game.
GAIMIN making the correct read, playing up with this Necro, backing up and baiting the jungle. If the Mag doesn't want a lane burst, you bring the lane to him.
Look at C-Smile.
The stacking.
He's like, I got like 5 seconds to hit creeps in lane. That's it. Not going to be able to get Power Rune, of course. Doraccio cut over to see if he can get the C-Smile kill, and he looks like he may just have him. Time dilation slows him down a bit. He can use the Chronosphere, but he'd really rely on bashes to finish him up.
How good are your bashes, son?
Can he get the bashes required?
Well,
4 hits, not quite enough.
They're
5,
not very good.
6. Okay, Tofu's here. Looks like they're going to cut off C-Smile. And hey, they don't need the bashes, apparently, when you just bring enough heroes to the table.
Was almost demoralized.
God, it was.
So he's like, surely I'll bash him.
Quinn, meanwhile, did get a double damage. Perfect time for that when nobody's in lane pressuring the tower. Again, against the Train Protector, it does seem like GAIMIN Gladiators really put a heavy emphasis on taking the towers before living armor levels are up.
It's the upside of a last pick lane-winning matchup, especially for this player. Back to the top of the net worth chart despite the first blood shenanigans. Tower dead at 850 here, and it means early bots he can rotate. So Quinn's going to be pretty active on the map. He can join these fights, look for the Reaper Sight stacks, continue to enable his supports.
Now, Whisper did recognize that. He rushed the Meteor Hammer. No boots, nothing else, just straight Meteor Hammer. He also took a tower in that bottom lane, so it is even in that regard. But it always does feel bad trading towers when you're the one with the Train Protector.
So maybe another one of those games where it comes down to like how much do you believe in your scale, right? On one side we have the Mag PA, a true OG classic, if you want to frame it that way. You are going to scale very hard and hit very hard and farm the stacks really fast when you get the Ancient stacks up for Pakaz here. And on the flip side, you have Faceless Void Ancient Apparition. I mean, this is a duo that goes back a long way as another stack goes into Quinn's pocket.
They get him, but they almost stopped Pakaz's TP out. This top lane is in danger. As soon as the Necro shows up, you're like, no. Nobody wants to be there anymore. They immediately vacate the lane, but you can see Quinn, with his boots of travel, can play around the map pretty quickly. He immediately goes to pressure Pakaz. Might even be able to get him too. Avalanche slows him down, and Dyrachyo shows up for yet another fight. Not that he's needed, but the help might actually be needed here as Quinn's gonna keep trying to dive in. The heals are just enough. They got an RP. Skewer back into the tier 2. Throw that Ravage down. Finally get the punish on Quinn. Do not let this man bully you.
I thought that was just going to be a bad death for Bakaz, and somehow it turns into they get the biggest kill on the map. It's a lot of shared bounty gold too because the whole team showed up.
Man, what a massive difference like 50 HP makes because Bakaz lives and he goes straight into being able to farm hard camp stack, or excuse me, Ancients. So,
yeah, this is nice. He lives off the living armor and now he gets early in power. That helps him clear through this at a much faster rate than he would have. Otherwise, when you look at the camp stack, it's all Matthew here. So now if you're EG, the game plan is just hold the map for the PA, right? Especially when you're ultra on cooldown.
Can Whisper do that for them, though?
Pretty hard into the Necrophos.
Yeah, when nobody's going to help you out. Now, unfortunately, there is no Reaper's side. They're going to try and body block in Whisper. Of course, without a Ravage, there's no real threat of a turnaround here. They're just going to keep running him down, and they will eventually get this kill and start going for that safe lane tower.
This is the battering ram. Just continue to run the Necro into these cores that are not ready to fight him right now. Claim as much map control and space as you can. This is all absolute free time for the Faceless Void, for the Dazzle. Ace is just going to go straight to the Midas. You already have the Mask Madness up for Dyrachyo. So both the other two gaming cores, they're just not going to get touched. Quinn is way too much of a menace right now. He's going to make his presence felt. I mean, he's just running behind the tier 2 at 11 minutes. Got to be a little careful of some skewers here, but outside of that, you're not afraid of anything.
Yeah, and I guess this is the time to do that before the Blink Dagger is up on C-Smile, which I assume, similar to Game 1, is going to be his rushed item. I mean, it's got 1,500 gold in the bank right now.
Yeah, probably not. You're just way too poor here. Your lane was way too bad, and you're not getting the farm priority to go some carry mag type build.
Yeah, when you're kind of like this far down, repositioning is probably the best way to even the odds.
I mean, rushing Blink also doesn't feel great right now.
Yeah.
I think he's debating the Echo Saber into Blink here. Can't really blame him. You still want to be a mid-mag in this game because you want to tide to bring up the utility.
Yeah. Is there going to be enough space for him to farm with that? Like, if he gets the Echo Saber, but you've got a PA Battle Fury, the map is going to get small pretty quick.
That's why they made the map bigger.
That's true.
Everybody has space now.
We'll see how much of that space Evil Geniuses can utilize as... it's funny, they haven't taken that top tower yet. Gaming Gladiators have almost just kind of been like, yeah, okay, you gave up this space, and now we're going to slowly bleed you out. Nobody wants to be up there right now because it's so deep on the map. They're just bigger. Yeah,
Ace farming it up with very fast Midas. I mean, the early 2 deaths off the Furion rotation, kind of inevitable. You expect 1 or 2 of those. And since then, he hasn't been touched. He's just stacking up triangle for himself. Going to town. It's going to be a very fast Dazzle-Ags in this game. And until you have some of the Blink initiators to create the zone control, I feel like Ace can take over these fights. Which we saw in Game 1, he drove a lot of that mid game from the 15 to like the 30 or 40 minute mark with the Bristle.
Yep.
He was untouchable, right? He's trying to set up a similar situation here where you just force these objectives at a pace where EG don't feel confident enough to contest them if they're missing big items. It's particularly the BKB on Bakaz. You're talking about this Phantom Assassin with the mag. You can accelerate the timings. You can go for the Desto build. You can go for a faster BKB because you have extra damage. That used to be the staple back in the day. Actually, used to just be you go Desto, not even the Battle Fury. Here he'll still opt for the Battle Fury, go into the BKB. And I think Bakaz will be pretty strong with that BKB outside of the Chronosphere. That's where that carry-to-carry matchup is going to matter a lot in this game. Who can get vision for Dyrachyo to find the Chrono?
Yeah, because they have the stuns. They get that disable on Dyrachyo, then Bakaz can probably follow it up and he'll burst, kill him real quickly. But if he gets jumped by the Chronosphere first, then Gaming Gladiators have all the spells in the world to be able to throw into this one. You can see the Chronosphere into the Ice Blast are going to be one of the deadliest duos we'll see in this one. You throw a Reaper Scythe on top of that, that's just overkill.
This guy's dash is working, right?
Maybe he's saving them for the late game where they may need it most.
I mean, they're not quill sprays. You can't stack them up.
Aghanim Scepter being gone for Ace. He's halfway there. I mean, when you already have the Midas, you're able to lower the cooldown with Bad Juju. So you're already going to farm pretty quickly, but once you get that Aghanim Scepter, you're just like one-shotting creep waves, then you hit a neutral camp. You just get so much farm so quickly. Well, what do you do with that farm? How do you feel about core Dazzle right now?
I think it's insanely good in the late game. Hero scales like an absolute beast. The deceptive part about him is he becomes a physical damage hero with all the right clicks off the inverse wave and the talents going through. You get minus armor off the bad juju. It starts to add up. Zero can just kind of win fights out of nowhere. And of course you have, you know, permanent shallow grave can always be a factor. You can turn into the pseudo tinker archetype.
Yeah, it's particularly annoying for a carry that is so single target focused.
Yes. So that's a big factor too. Like, can EG find ace in these fights without multiple shallow graves going off on big core targets, which are gonna guarantee big heal coming out. Like, shallow grave on Necro in this game is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a lot of extra heal, a lot of time that aura is just going to work in the fight. Heartstopper is what this hero's built around now, particularly with this heart into a later Ags build. If Quinn's alive for 5 or 6 more seconds because he is graved and then dies, that might be enough to win you the fight, because it might force a situation where Pakaz has to commit in and you just get stuck there, even during a BKB duration. It really is up to the big bruisers here for EG between Whisper and C-Smile. You have an RP skewer, you have a Ravage. You need to find and set the fight up for Pakaz so it works in that type of way. And on the flip side, if you're Tofu, we talked about the art that he had. I mean, you're gonna have a fast Tiny Blink in this game.
Yeah.
He's gonna be rich with Arcane Boots on top of it. So if you just toss one of the guys in, the fight gets very awkward for EG very fast.
Yeah, that repositioning, getting him away from the Dazzle is going to be pretty key.
And that Blink is finished at 16 on top of Arcane Boots. I mean, he's approaching C-Smile right now. And he didn't have to lane against Necro, so.
That's pretty scary. Hard almost done for Quinn. No Blade Mail required in this game because he's really not receiving a whole lot of smoke from the EG side. They haven't touched him too much.
GAIMIN just gearing up for their timing, right? You hit this hard on Necro, you're gonna have the Ags on Dazzle. Your team fight becomes so strong at that point in time.
Gonna go for C-Smile, the Blink Dagger. There's that burst from the Tiny with the Ice Blast, the Reaper Sight. It's just a guarantee. You only need a bit of damage. You get him down to close to half. The Reaper Sight will probably do the rest of the work, but if not, it gets him close enough for the Ice Blast to shatter him.
That's number 4.
4 stack of the game, an extra 8 HP regen permanently for Quinn.
And this trio is, I mean, the synergy is just so good with the Ice Vortex going down, amping up all the magical burst damage. This is where AA feels great. That's why I feel like we're seeing this hero so much more. It's about the Ice Vortex, not the ult for me. I mean, the ult's great, but you drop 3 or 4 of these down in a fight, you have a bunch of extra magic damage going in. Even Faceless Void, that combo's existed for a long time because, yeah, your Cold Feet procs, but you're amping all these Bashes and Maelstrom procs.
That's a good point. Hell, the amount of magic damage. And if there's anybody else to throw some spells into that Chronosphere, then all the better.
Oh,
Matthew.
Low priority game.
You guys suck. I'm playing on the high ground here.
I mean, we've all been there.
So he's going to try and pull the Ancients to him with Treants. That's pretty funny.
This is effective, but it's not that efficient. I actually don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he didn't pull the Ancients to him at all.
Just chilling, man. Just watching Pakaz farm right now.
Hey, oh, here comes the farm. It's coming.
Yeah, but the thing is, he can't kill
Couriers are on their way.
I mean, is he really going to TP off a cliff to kill a courier? There's no.
Oh, one of them's going to get close. Get that one.
He doesn't want it.
No. Oh.
Are you sure this is Matthew?
Yeah, this guy is the courier killing king.
Still on the player cam, right?
10-4. It's a sleepy game right now. GAIMIN Gladiators, very similar to game number 1, where they take an early lead. It feels like Evil Geniuses have already conceded to just playing for the high ground and playing for the late game rebuttal. But I do have to wonder, I mean, I've heard this phrase, play to win, not play to lose, so many times in TI's history. I do have to wonder, Avery, is EG just banking a little bit too much on playing it safe and conservative here, as GAIMIN Gladiators seem to have all the space in the world. Anytime they see somebody, they can jump. They jump onto Panda here, get that kill, and oh, hey, look, there's a Tidehunter. We'll get that kill as well.
I don't know why Whisper shows there. I think that's, I mean, you just give him the Treant, right? Unless you're ready to fight this with the Phantom Assassin, you're not taking the fight. Your lineup deals 0 damage outside of PA going in and joining the engagement. That's what you're waiting for here. Talking about what is EG's game plan, I mean, it's Pakaz. That's what the team is centered around, and the BKB just got finished, so you gave up 2 big kills there in exchange for a Chronosphere. Maybe something EG is okay with if they can make a move right now and exploit it. But damn, you are giving GAIMIN a lot of room, and when you give this team room, they build the lead quite fast. All 3 cores straight to the top, 7K net worth lead.
Yeah, you gotta remember, they're a Western European team. They will methodically take a lead over you and grow and grow and grow it. Heard from Quinn in that listen in last game, right? It's not the Barracks that's gonna win us the game. It's just building an advantage and killing them over and over again. Evil Genius.
I mean, to be fair, though, Bears was what kind of won them that game.
It did eventually, yeah.
And Blink on Mag. So C-Smile, he stopped off for the Echo Saber. Will now finish the Blink. You got to get something going if you're EG here. I don't know how much you just want to rest on PA 1v5 in the game. I mean,
yeah, you can't say the game plan at 7 minutes is let's let them go high ground, guys. That's when we'll stop them. Hey, look at the courier play.
Yeah, there it is. The pentagram of Tormentor Death.
I'm telling you, man, it's so valued to be able to have a hero that can solo a Tormentor.
Well,
and
not for
Bristleback
that.
does that, Dazzle does it.
Yeah, for a Tiny Shard.
Well, Tiny Shard isn't the best, but hey, that's why you can solo it, because you didn't commit very many resources for it, right?
It's true.
And now you can get the second Tormentor at 30 minutes. Okay, there we go. There's the Blink Dagger reveal. Jump back onto Tofu doesn't feel very good at all. Dyrachyo gets a pretty decent time dilation. Overgrowth is going to be put to work here. Reaper's Sight doesn't quite finish him off, but they should have the damage, as Evil Geniuses really don't seem to have a whole lot going on here. Because tries to jump in, pops his BKB, immediately trying to go for Celery. This is just not working for EG. They're throwing a lot of spells, and not a lot of heroes are taking damage on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. It is all easily being undone by the Dazzle heals. GAIMIN Gladiators are sure to be able to run down something more. At least Dyrachyo is trying right now.
He has Chrono back up in 1. He'll pop it.
Yeah, might as well. You just watched EG throw a bunch of spells around. It's not like they're going to be fighting you anytime soon.
He saved up all the bashes.
He did.
Put him to good use as he'll Chrono the Tidehunter yet again. That was a fight without the Chronosphere, which is why EG were looking for with your Blink reveal, a okay initiation, and your BKB on PA that yielded 0. So if you're EG, you are not feeling great about how this game is going, and if you're GAIMIN, all you're really thinking is, how soon can we do Roshan?
Yeah, that's the worst part, is they built a second item BKB
and didn't get a single
Didn't get anything out of it. You could have gone for a Deso, you could have gone for this slower route, and it does seem like EG, they said, hey, we need to actually, you know, we need to punch GAIMIN Gladiators in the nose and make them hurt a little bit, but that one didn't hurt at all.
And they're still missing the Vessel charges on Matthew. He just finishes the Vessel. He went for that after the Solar Crest. We're talking about the anti-healing being a way that you can commit on these heroes without committing Pakazin himself. I mean, not if you're sitting at 0. It's almost time to TP into the fountain, like I always say. I mean, it's valuable to a degree here. Do not want to give an Aegis to GAIMIN with this type of lineup, because they will push the objectives very efficiently. I mean, you're worried about like a skewer back, but not with how tanky your heroes are. And then Aegis will allow that, right?
Yeah, at least not for like when it comes to these tiers. Like they can take all the towers off the map.
And then control Ancients.
Second, third, fourth, fifth Roshan again if they need to.
Octarine Sunpraise, he's ready to fight again. Ag's closing in for Quinn, in fact. It is flying out on the Courier right now. So 2 more huge team fight items for GAIMIN. These heroes are just fully online, basically.
Now they did just get a very small win, and it's immediately neutralized by the fact that we get a kill on Whisper. Managed to get the BKB charge out of Dyrachyo. Didn't mean much because it doesn't seem like EG are going to be able to fight, particularly not without Whisper. God's still playing around though. We'll see. C-Smile get the jump, they get the RP onto 2 on the Dazzle. Can they kill him fast enough before the Shadow Great? They get the skewer, and that's just enough. Quinn tried to jump in, give the extra heals, and he is doing a lot of damage. Remember, this Heart Aghanim Scepter, tons of damage over time, and that's why Bakaz vacated the area and just went for other kills. They're just gonna leave Quinn alone, kite him around. They're doing this beautifully, but can they kill him?
That's a tanky boy right there. You have another Chrono coming up in 8 seconds here, so if you're watching the clock on EG,
oh, he's gonna jump under Dyrachyo. Knows the BKB and the Time Walk is down, but the gold Chronosphere is coming up and he gets him right on the edge. Quinn, he's gonna help with the damage. They're gonna try and skew him away, but Bakaz is actually gonna live proof that he turns around and kills Dyrachyo. Bakaz does it again and TP's out.
what a mana from Bakaz. He just believes in the crit more than the bash.
And what a play from C-Smile to bring Quinn out of the range of Bakaz.
Absolutely bailed him out there. Panda adding in the extra heals from Leech Seed. These are no joke on a high armor Agi hero. Flirting with danger here, but now you got a pretty decent team fight win, and you got the Chrono out of them as well. So if you're Bakaz, you're really happy about that outcome. Yeah, because the second your BKB's back up, you might just take another fight. And this is what EG are looking for every time. Find Ace out of position and punish him hard. You get the Dazzle first, the team fight just opens wide, right?
Yeah,
You also have to
especially
know
if you have the mobility to get away from Quinn.
Yep. I mean, he got away from Quinn. He killed Celery in the river.
Yeah.
Even more efficient here. If you have Reaper, this fight might look very different. But again, you're abusing the big cooldowns here. Something Gaming have to be aware of in this. That's a big win. Kills a lot of momentum in this game. Puts Bakaz in a much stronger position here. It stalls out that objective taking that Gaming were going for.
You know, this was my biggest concern, is that EG was just playing too passive. That kind of play is what you need out of Bakaz.
That's playing. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? That's playing to win.
Absolutely.
That is absolutely playing to win here, and it's going to set the Faceless Void back a step against this Phantom Assassins. That lead opens up to 2,500, almost 3,000 gold between those two carries. That's what you're looking for in terms of differential here to create the openings in the fight. It's a lot about this carry matchup in this game. It's been very close so far. Can EG open up something in this game too, where similar to game one, Gaming have just controlled the map better. They've controlled the objectives better, have gotten more Tormentors, more Roshans, and they're looking to add to that total, and it'll be uncontested yet again.
Yeah, again, they have a way to do it pretty damn quickly. Maybe not as fast as game one. EG did just pick up an important item, the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter, so now they have Blink RP, Skewer back into Ravage. Like, if they catch multiple heroes in one of these AoE disables, then that could just be the fight right away.
So the Aegis on Dyrachyo, it likely prevents EG from going on him first, but again, they are looking for Ace. All right, that is so much what it's about.
Yeah.
This team fight is going to come down to positioning. Where is Ace? How aggressive are you forcing objectives, and who do you show? And do you have mechanisms to get vision?
And that's why he's going for the Blink Dagger, right? So he can deal with that Ravage AoE. He can play super far back, out of sight, out of mind, and then jump in at the right time to get the Shallow Grave.
I mean, you probably even consider like Blink BKB in this game. Just guarantee you're not too afraid of this Ravage. Though you don't necessarily need the BKB. It is, confidence and positioning. Definitely wins you games. So how much are you going to get with this Aegis period? And how afraid are EG to fight into it right now? Because Bakaz just finished a Basher. He also got Orb of Destruction. I mean, he is melting right now with Living Armor plus Empower on top of this Phantom Assassin. This is truly a buff your carry and let him shine lineup right now. And I mean, he's just firing on all cylinders. Almost has level 20 as well. Of his choice of a tier 3 token.
It's going to be scary, scary stuff when this PA comes on the battlefield. The Gaming Gladiators have the advantage. 6,000 net worth lead. They have an Aegis in the hands of Dyrachyo. He's working towards that MKB, working towards the answer to the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Scan on the triangle right now. EG are smoked. Gaming know they're there.
Yeah, they know they're there. Are they expecting the initiation, though? Will they be able to react in time to keep you away?
Everything.
Keep you away. Oh, they don't have Quinn now. Right, the initiation comes in. The Chronosphere only catching the Magnet.
And the Overgrowth.
That's great. And the Overgrowth is going to stop the damage, too. Oh, the Ravage will be able to fall.
Yeah,
Absolute disaster for Gaming Gladiators and Evil Genius. They will feast in this fight. They're going to be able to take away the Aegis. Dyrachyo's back into play. And yeah, Quinn's back with a shield room at that. Oh, a Shallow Grave just at the right time to be able to bail on Dyrachyo. They finish up the tree, but Dyrachyo fighting for his life right now. Great Avalanche to be able to cover him up, but the Shallow Graves are just
won't die.
He will not die. Finally, because deals with them, but the damage is done. Dyrachyo lives.
Ace coming up huge in a team fight that could have been a disaster with Quinn going bottom. Instead, just keeps Dyrachyo alive way too damn long. Wears out the BKB, and suddenly you are caught in a man fight that just went on far past its expiration here.
Yeah, I didn't think a second life was going to be enough for Dyrachyo, but when he gets a third life and a fourth life off the Shallow Graves.
How many Aegis is enough, right?
Yeah.
That is why finding that Dazzle is paramount for EG in these engagements. We are seeing the power of this pick in this type of lineup when you have the leaps, when you have the Necro heals coming through. And that was with Vessel on Dyrachyo that expired just before that last Grave did as well. So you might have even gotten Dyrachyo post-back. This is just not what Gaming we're looking for, right? You have Overgrowth on the BKB Void during Chrono, and Bakaz gets to come in after all of it. But he chose to go on Dyrachyo here instead of Ace, where Ace is in the back.
Yep.
And then he couldn't find him because of the blink. So maybe Bakaz just didn't see him there, or he had the prioritization of the Void because Chrono was down. But damn, did those Graves just destroy the back end of this fight.
Yeah, the heals are out of control. When the Shallow Grave is used, it's amping up the heal, and that includes not just the Necrophos impact, but also the Time Walk impact.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, he's just like, whatever, man, you crit me twice, cool, but he already did his job.
Yep.
That was with a Reaper Scythe on a Treant.
And Necrophos not there for the first
like,
engagement.
And they still won that fight convincingly. Shows you the power of this lineup when it all comes together. And now you have an MKB done on your Faceless Void, plus the level 20 talent. So the damage just went through the roof here for Dyrachyo in these fights. And the items just continue to pour in. 10k gold lead. I mean, you have Matthew to make up some of it, right? Sphurion will always find net worth on the map. If he can get to what I assume is an Ags being built up.
Yeah.
Pretty nice Ags game. It's very close to it. 600 away. That disarm and root is going to be pretty good here. Because he forces Dyrachyo into a tough position. This Sphurion ult flies through. Dyrachyo isn't happy, he BKBs, and you get Overgrowth.
Oh, what a quick blink away from C-Smile right as Tofu tried to pounce there.
And this Tiny is still massive, right? You're still looking at Blink, 4-Staff, Yules, Tiny for Tofu. So the control, the disable, you also always have that Jerax play where you can toss someone into the Chrono.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you're around the Chrono and not in it, you're not safe if you're on EG side. And once more, just run Quinn in first. Let the Necrophos frontline here with the Aura. It's pretty hard for him to get bursted. You're afraid of a skewer threat, but that's also what that Tiny Yules can interrupt. All the itemization for gaming is hitting a really big stride right now. I mean, they're only missing that Aegis.
Feels like they run.
Oh, how's it feel, Matthew, to have your
What if there's a special bit of mitigation you get out of that? Well, Matthew, I mean, very similar to game one. As you said, the Furion's going to be out on the map the whole time. He's also going to be cutting creep waves, which is going to be super annoying. And you're doing that with a PA who's always off the map in a way, thanks to Blur.
Yep. You're always going to find the side lane farm. Very hard to stop for Game. I mean, their catch is also pretty limited, right? Is it even worth trying to catch them? Probably not.
All right, let's go ahead and take a listen into GAIMIN Gladiators with that clutch move from Ace.
I'm dead. Grab me. I can grab you again, I can grab you again. Stun and two. I grab you again. Push it. I can grab you again. I grab you again. Kill me.
Hey, great communication. Clear and concise. I can grave you again.
I mean, that's top tier Dazzle gameplay right there. I mean, right, what else are you supposed to do?
What does Dazzle bring to the late game team fights?
Grave.
That's what he
And grave.
And grave. And more graves. But wait, there's more.
I mean, you know, don't hate the hero.
Hate the ability.
Hate Valve for making the hero into the abomination it is now, right?
18-10, 12,000 net worth lead for GAIMIN Gladiators. Very much a repeat of game one where they hold clear control of the game. They hold the map. They are much stronger in the fights right now. Question is going to be, how much do you need to be able to go high ground against a crazy repositioning spell? Last time it was the kick. This time it's going to be the skewer back. Evil Geniuses also have like more dangerous team fight. I mean, if things go really wrong for GAIMIN Gladiators,
it can go really wrong. Yes, but their positioning and spacing should be pretty good, right? They don't have a lineup that needs to clump very much. They can have the Tiny go in. They can have Dyrachyo watch the fight develop. Ace is never, in theory, going to be seen until he makes his presence felt. It's just the Necro on the front. Again, though, the high ground's just not easy because of the displacement in the Magnus. It's going to stall this game out, particularly with Living Armor, and that means how much can Phantom Assassin carry the game? It's a very similar situation to last time. Does Pakaz have the capability to 1v5 with a hero that was the 1v5 king in the previous patch? Does have his act completed, also got a Titan Sliver, which is just mega nice here because you're getting extra base attack damage on a hero that utilizes it better than almost any other carry.
I don't know what kind of read GAIMIN Gladiators have, but I feel like they could take a lot off the map right now just because I don't think they can, EG can play the next team fight without a nullifier. Because you got an Neon Disc now on this asset. So there's pretty much no chance you're going to be able to catch him first in the fight or second, and even if you catch him third, then he's not going to die immediately.
I mean, Pakaz is definitely eyeing it up here. I mean, you have two routes, right? You can go this Nullifier. You can also just play for the level 25 Dagger talent with a Divine. Play that type of game, which is something that 1PA a lot of games. You just play on the backline. You don't commit the hero. You commit triple Dagger going in off Divine damage. Then maybe you're not too worried about dispelling anybody because it's going to get insta-pop. Meanwhile, Duracho, he just wants to find the enemy carry here. He seems to know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's just running straight to him. And because immediately has to jump over to see Smile, but not a great position to be because Ace is sitting in lying in white because they got to fully get out of here. Duracho, with his own BKB usage, isn't actually going to be able to pursue. In the back line, see Smile. Anything to stop him? Duracho can't get there in time. I'll take the ward. That's all they'll get.
Duracho had some god tier read of where Bakaz was or something. He just ran across the map into him. Breaks. That vision, but cannot find the chrono, leaps the wrong way. Luigi escaped for now. GAIMIN running into issues, catching them on the map. They're continuing to build the lead. Looking for Matthew up here. They're sick of getting ratted.
And they will find him.
Shouldn't have to use the chrono either. No mana to use it actually, so.
Sprouted. But he time walks right on top of him, does get it now. He's time walk though.
The crit.
Because immediately ravage into the burst.
And now he wants
that
more.
kill. And yeah, now with the carry dead, they feel confident, but they got to be careful about Quinn. They found Ace though, but without Bakaz able to take advantage of this, they may not have the damage for it. They try and use the overgrowth to save him, but it's already dead. Bakaz is gone, the damage is gone. The evil geniuses need to get out of here, but they're going to be slowed down to a crawl. The ancient apparition with the vortex, the toss up in the air, and the ever constant annoying presence of Quinn will just heckle evil geniuses, laughing them down all the way to the grave as they're going to lose 2 and maybe a 3rd core. We see Smile being tossed up in the air. Gets in front of him, but he got a blink away to the side. Perhaps he lives.
So it's a carry for carry trade with a buyback on Matthew. I mean, Bakaz had the correct read, but maybe underestimated how much damage Quinn does on his own with these Vortex thrown down. I mean, Heartstopper did almost 900 to Bakaz there. That's enough to just guarantee the Reaper, and you gotta remember, his BKB was on cooldown.
That TP was very important from Quinn. They see Matthew, they're gonna catch him. They've got the Hex to stop him from TPing away, and the damage over time will complete.
It's a dieback. 7 minutes, no Fury on here. You're missing the Vessel, you're missing that Axe. It's Wrath of Nature.
70 seconds, we'll see him again, but yeah, opportunity for Roshan number 2. She's pretty valuable.
Necro's just getting massive, man.
He's got 4,000 HP, 37 minutes.
Absolutely huge, and he has a lot of charges too. That's the thing with the Heart Ags build in this hero, you're amping up how much this Heartstopper does. It's just so much extra regen from 8 stacks. What do you do versus him? You have to sacrifice somebody, it feels like.
Yeah. This is the second Roshan of this game, right?
Yep.
That means that GAIMIN Gladiators have taken 7 Roshans in a row against Evil Geniuses in this series.
Sounds about right, yeah.
That doesn't feel like a great winning formula for EG.
No, I don't know the exact stat on that, but it's probably pretty good.
I have to imagine a team who takes 7 Roshans in a row in a series probably has a 100% win rate. But we'll see. EG has made some magic happen before in some of these crazy games. They tried to do it in game 1. Wasn't quite enough. GAIMIN Gladiators, very disciplined in that game.
So much depends on Bakaz's decision-making in these fights. Who he jumps, how he jumps, and when. It's not easy when you have the Dazzle save. And how much farm Ace has as well, man. He's full Arcane Blink. Got him. He is the Tinker now. I mean,
yep. He's got level 25, so when you get hit by the Poison Touch, you're not moving. And he's spamming out spells non-stop. He's gonna get to level 30 super quickly because of this constant use of bad juju, lowering the cooldown on the Hanabitis. On top of the farm, he's gonna be cleaning up around the map, which just means the rest of his team, as you said, Tinker, means everybody else can play grouped up because they don't have to worry about the lanes.
Yeah, suddenly Dazzle's a map mobility hero.
Yeah.
With no cooldown blink and the Hex. Never thought you'd see the day.
Gotta keep up. Cheese drops for somebody.
It is why when you were asking, you know, what's the late game look like for GAIMIN? This is what it looks like. It's absolutely toxic as hell and disgusting as hell, and I wish EG the best of luck here. So it's getting to a point where you have 6 seconds of debuff immunity for Bakaz. What's happening before and after that, right? Not much good for you on the side of EG because your other 4 heroes are built around him cleaning everybody up. Yeah, and you can only do so much. A lot of HP to get through here, a lot of spells, a lot of saves.
I love how they keep on covering Ace too. The bots too, directly onto the Dazzle. The Tiny TPing behind him, just making sure he's within striking distance if needed. And you can see here,
very aggressive.
Yeah, Shallow Grave is going to be locked down. Oh, the anchor on him is going to be a problem here. Constant Shallow Graves, can they get a stun in there somewhere to be able to stop him? Ravage going to be used, and finally can they finish him off? Bastion's required to use the RP. That'll finish him off with a nullifier put onto Quinn. He is also going to be in trouble. Ice Avalanche. Oh, the cover side was just enough. It covers him and finishes off because Quinn will live as a result, and now the Chronosphere catches the Tide right on the edge. It didn't get C Smile, but it doesn't matter. Jirachi will hunt him down all the same.
Quinn's just too beefy. Even with a great fight setup for EG, they just get completely shut down. 2 buybacks out from GAIMIN. It is worth noting on the Ancient Apparition and that Ace Dazzle. Has been a massive problem for them. But Reaper plus the Heartstopper has just been enough to kill Pakaz basically solo in these fights.
GAIMIN Gladiators are going to get so much done here. They do need to because they use some buybacks for that fight, but with an extra kill onto Panda, makes things a whole lot easier. Once they get through this tier 3 tower, they don't have to worry about the living armor.
And Tofu has just been so annoying with these avalanches going off. The utility he's provided, keeping his cores alive.
I mean,
that's a stellar game.
Is EG just going to lose to Megas here? Because I'm not sure if they could do anything.
They have
with their heroes as there are. Yeah, they've got 3 heroes with buyback, but no RP, no Ravage. I don't think they could take a fight to GAIMIN Glide. I think that would straight up just be the end of the game if they tried to fight.
I mean, the other hope was, Divine Rapier, Triple Dagger. Pakaz just never got to it. A couple bad fights, GAIMIN take advantage of it, and suddenly, yeah, your whole base is gone here. Unless you're willing to commit the Phantom Assassin buyback right now.
Does GAIMIN Gladiators want to try and close it out right here? Because they might get caught on their way getting out of the base with this Megas. 5 seconds for the PA.
You have no RP, no Ravage. You got to keep that in
toss
mind.
up in the air. C Smile not able to get the initiation he wanted. Has to BKB skewer out of it. That's not good for EG. They needed a good skewer away to be able to make this fight work. And now it's GAIMIN Gladiators. Seemingly in the clear. Panda tries to jump in, hoping to be able to catch Ace. Doesn't quite get him. They're looking for Ace, but they want him so badly. Matthew's even teleporting in aggressively to find him, but Ace is already gone. He's out of there. Nobody can follow him in. And Evil Geniuses, they'll surely have to give this one up. In fact, they may even because the Reaper Sight's going to be used with the Ice Blast coming in. The toss up in the air, and that is enough. Another buyback available for sure, but the Megas are in, and GAIMIN Gladiators are going to force as much out of you as possible. A skewer going to be used. Duraccio into the fountain. Okay,
yeah, just doesn't
put
care.
that Aegis to use, I guess.
Just can get Grave forever.
Oh, he's going to Chronosphere him, stopping the fountain damage, and there he goes. Gets both of those kills. Buyback's going to be used, but that GG are going to call it. GAIMIN Gladiators, no 60-minute game here. They will take the advantage, and they will bury you in the dirt with it.
Ah, what a rough way to go out if you're EG. Pakaz buyback on a Phantom Assassin after the game has already been called. Just nothing came together for them, and a very convincing series from GAIMIN overall in terms of the map control. That's really what this came down to. Both games 1 and 2, every objective going their way, every tier 2 using it to get into Roshan, to get Aegis, to translate into more map control, to take away Ancients, to propel all 3 cores into a position where, okay, maybe you go in with your ults, your carry, you kill one of us with a Dark Willow or a PA. What happens after that? Okay, you can kill Duraccio. Quinn's just going to solo you with Heartstopper, an Avalanche, and a Reaper. It's too many threats to deal with right now for this EG that kind of went into like a 4 protect 1 style that's an older school meta. It felt very defensive. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? It did feel very defensive on their side, and we're used to seeing them aggressive.
And maybe that's the problem, right? EG, they were dominant in the first half of the season, but unfortunately they're going to fall out here. GAIMIN Gladiators will take it moving forward in the losers bracket.
An unfortunate 2-0 for EG, but a massive 2-0 for GAIMIN Gladiators. That first game might have gone almost 70 minutes, but in this game number 2, they wanted to be in and out of that game as quick as possible, and they had a fantastic display. That last pick, Necro doing work, but also the first pick, Dazzle Purge, was just instrumental in making sure the team could stay alive.
Yeah, it was very effective, that game. He got as much gold as we expected with the Midas. They slowed down the game a bit, but then in those those mid-game fights, the vulnerabilities that were there to the PA were just solved by the Grave in a lot of cases due to great skill execution. So just very, very well played by the Gladiators.
Yeah, and I feel, Quinn, he does finish the game 17-2-11, but for me, I got to give a big shout out to Tofu. The way that he was playing that early game, even throughout playing a position 4 Tiny, we don't see it too often, but he was connecting the dots for his team and just bringing everyone into the fight, just being super annoying, and yeah. Ace, Dazzle, that fight around 30 minutes, the one time that EG doesn't decide to go on him, he gets to blink away from all 5 heroes, then hit the Grave on the Void, turn around the fight. In the moment where EG thought they could maybe come back into the game, a lot of clutch plays coming out from Gaming.
Yeah, that was that exact fight that I marked down as well, because a couple of them beforehand had gone in the way of EG. I'm like, hold on, were they cooking with something that we didn't know much about? Could EG do this out? And there were those moments, Sheep, but unfortunately not able to make it happen for themselves here today.
Oh, EG had such good moments, like right here. I thought Pakaza's involvement in the fights around this time were really amazing. Like getting there, not just AFK farming, being able to maybe like turn the game on those pivotal seconds. Like this is great. Really nice involvement. And he gets out. Woo! I think that fight in general was like kind of scuffed though. Just like obviously them not focusing the Dazzle.
But here's the big fight, right, with Ace. You're going to see after the chrono, so PA jumps to the north, and then Dazzle's positioning, it's like, at what point, why doesn't anyone from EG turn around and hit him?
He blinks, I think, right?
Yeah, no, of course, but there's multiple options.
Yeah.
The fact that it delayed so long, and then now he's on the far left side of the fight, free casting his spells, keeping the Void alive, and it was difficult for sure. EG, they've got Overgrowth, RP, Ravage.
That jump there from PA, like I understand the first one because Dazzle had blinked out of range of vision, but that second jump onto Faceless Void and not going for the Dazzle was so dumb. Sorry.
Hey, sometimes we're going to call a spade, it's a high pressure situations, a lot of emotions, a lot of things going on for them. It was something very costly at the end of the day for them for game number 2. They couldn't keep that momentum going for themselves, and it does result. GAIMIN Gladiators 2-0 winning the series. So let's get some words from them. I do know Pyrian has Tofu joining him right now.
I do. Thank you, Nat. I'm here with Tofu, who was just part of that GAIMIN Gladiators team with a convincing 2-0 win. Game 1 looked pretty close, but Game 2 looked like you guys were having fun with it and enjoying yourselves. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I think that's fine to say. Like, coming into this matchup, I thought we're gonna be playing aggressive, like we wanna play up on them and kind of go ham, but eventually I don't know if it's nerves, first game on stage, or the setup is a bit shaky. I don't know, everything felt a bit off and we still tried to push it. So like, I don't know, it seemed pretty hard, maybe entertaining as well. Like, it was a very tough match, they're good players after all. But then within coming into the second game, I think like everyone got their mind sort of at ease, and like we knew what to do and how to handle them. So I think we're pretty happy with the outcome now. And yeah, it was pretty good.
Nice. You mentioned nerves. That was something Quinn talked about. We had a little profile piece before the series. He talked about getting over nerves and for the big stage. You as a team this year have obviously had a stellar year. Conquering nerves is obviously something you guys have done collectively. Would that be fair?
It's hard to say overall, because I wouldn't say nerves is a thing that necessarily should pressure you. Like, it can also help you in a way that if we had a good run and we were champions, that we are confident and we believe in our ideas and we play on it, and what other people think doesn't necessarily have to affect us. It's basically what we make up for ourselves, which changes from tournament to tournament over time, like how we perceive things and how we think other people see us. But I think right now we're not really an underdog, but we're not the champion here for everyone, and also in this lower bracket run, I think like it was shifting over the course of this tournament, but right now I think everyone's super comfortable and we're just going to play our game and see how far we go.
Fantastic. And last question, just quickly. You got 9 Pandas up next. Is that a series you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to every game. It's pretty fun to play on the stage. We got fans, we got crowd. It's something different than just playing from the hotel. And it's always fun to play them. I feel like we've had quite some games against them in qualification, elimination matches on stage. It's going to be fun, yeah.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. I'm glad you are as well. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian and Tofu. Beautiful answers there from him. Talking about those nerves, how it's not really linear, you know? You can't explain it in a way that all of a sudden it disappears, all of a sudden it's in your advantage. But I do know that they are fan favorites, especially in that matchup. So many GAIMIN Gladiators enjoys in the house. I mean, there's also EG fans out there, and because we're not going to...
here, yeah.
Yeah, you're still here, still on the panel. I mean, congrats to GAIMIN Gladiators. They're top 12 right now. They do need to do another best of 3 before they get top 8. That's the series that Pyrian was talking about. But yeah, EG, let's talk about them more because it is the last time we're going to see them. Some takeaways for them, and what your hopes are for them next year when the time does come around for a lot of these players.
I mean, I think they looked really solid today. It's just they had a really tough matchup there against the Gladiators. Gladiators played like their old selves. EG played solid with some cool ideas, but they weren't quite up to match against them. So tough break for them to end up where they did, but they had a good shot.
Yeah, I think when you come into these deciding games, sometimes drafts can feel a little bit pressured. It felt like they overfought some of their drafts, and I hope, I mean, every year we say this, right? I hope next year it's the year for SA. I feel someone had to say it, but next year it's going to be the year. Just like it'll be our course year.
SA hope.
I know, but Keith Stars, I know, but I'm saying for this roster. No, there's Keith Stars, I know, but for this roster, like this is the roster that is like in SA's eye, like the superstar roster, right? So I would like to see, you know, Whisper, these guys to do well. Yeah. And now I go to the Brazilian guys. I'm going to hope they do well as well. But for this team, I hope they do well next year.
All right, some very quick words for you, Sheep, because we've got something exciting coming up.
Really?
Yeah.
More exciting?
You want to just go to it?
Next game? Well, okay. I'm super hyped. Let's take it down.
Okay, well...
Goodbye, EG, though. It was a really fun time watching you this tournament. No, for real. I really liked... I thought their ideas were sound. Yeah. Obviously, maybe just some execution issues in there. But overall, an amazing team of, like, awesome players and fun personalities, and I look forward to seeing how they come back next time.
Yeah, I hope to see them again. And the fun, exciting bit that I was getting up to, that I was gearing ourselves up to is, do you know what one of the second most requested things are? It's seeing backstage. That's right. So we have a little piece for you guys. You're going to see backstage what it's like for the life of talent. We have a very special